curious, inquisitive. You've heard about people's postcode lottery.
From just £5 a month. Labara, the smarter mobile network.
What is up? Happy Thursday. That's right. Weekend claws a step closer. I am still as injured as always. Oh, God, dude. I cannot wait to get a proper cast on Monday. Because we got confirmation of that. It's going to be Monday that I get a full cast done. I'll be heading into a clinic to get that sorted. I'm hoping that they're like, yeah, you don't have to elevate it all the time now. And I'm going to like, woohoo! And I can sit normally like this because it's actually a pain in the ass to sit off the side. I'm hoping also it will less of a pain overall. So, happy Halloween. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is that Americanism in my chat? I have the fortunate reality of living down a very deep road. Very long road that's out of the way. Absolute pain in the ass for like, you know, driving a car down, crap like that. But one of the positives is we don't tend to get many trick-or-treaters. At least I don't think we do. I might be wrong about that. My partner might just be dealing with them. But plans for today. We're going to have a fun one here because today I was getting ready to just go live. We were going to cast the 3D Clan versus Vietnam Canada series, and we were going to cast the upper bracket series for Fields of Blood. We will still endeavor to do that. But first of all, we get live content. That's right. There is going to be a live show match happening, kicking off in about 10 minutes between Vietnam and Taiwan. And when I say Taiwan, that is indeed Baltoon Stack, so who'll be a part of it. So Ugly Cat are going to be going up against the Vietnamese boys. Big shout out to Clear Man. He put together $120 for this. So it's going to be a best of 5 between these two very talented teams. And interesting difference to the formatting we saw in the previous, games with Fields of Blood. The way this is going to work is that each civ needs to be unique. So you'll not see both sides being able to pick French, for example, both sides being able to pick HRE. And then on top of that, there's no repick. So once a specific player has used the civ, they cannot use it again, regardless of the outcome. So pretty cool, a little bit different. Excited for this one. I figured we start up early so we could talk a little bit, because guys, if you are one of the players signing up for my midweek musters, you must go and sign up for the additional ones. I've just been talking to the admin. Let's not have a fearful situation where last second we are short players and panicking. You can sign up to additional weeks for midweek muster 4 weeks currently are available to be signed up to. Well, 3 now because the one that's about to kick off tomorrow has closed. We will be live tomorrow to cast some of the opening games. So I'm already getting some confirmations in of sets that will be happening at 15 GMT my time. So I know that we're going to have... Where is it? I'll pull it up because I was looking at it a second ago. I know that we are going to have the MSN versus Dragoman set, and there should be Louis MT versus... I've forgotten who's up against the other side. I actually have a nice bracket to show it off. It will be Louis MT versus Red Darksider. So we'll look to catch those. Can Gold players sign up? Sure. Statistically, you're probably not going to get picked. The way that the system works for this is the 16 that make it through to the round 16 will be auto-invited back. And then the rest of the slots will be filled based on the public ladder rankings. That way, it just gives people who are knocked out early something to grind up in the meantime and trying to, snatch away one of those positions from other players that would otherwise get them. Oh, guys, what a bloody week. I feel so mentally and physically exhausted, you can't even believe. It's kind of crazy. I'm still trying to progress a bunch of things behind the scenes. We are making good headway with the Builder PC sponsorship. We're going to have to figure out something else around that because I don't know if I'll be able to build it. It might be uncomfortable for me to try and do that with my leg in its current form, but we'll see. But I'm thinking, backup plan, we could have either Emma or my mum build the PC and I guide them, which I think also kind of helps send the message that I'm trying to tell you guys, which is actually, it's pretty easy to build PCs when you don't panic. There are literally 2 areas of building a PC that's maybe panic-inducing, and that's, I'd say, making sure that all the software works correctly on OS installs, but that is not really panicky these days. It's pretty much all made. So the other thing is when it comes to installing a CPU, just because of the thermal paste can be a little bit of a... While everything else around PC building has progressed to the 21st century, sometimes thermal paste placement feels still a bit archaic. There's still to this day no actual agreement on what the best practice is for applying it. Have them build it on stream, that's the idea. So we have got a bunch of sponsors on board to support us in building this, and I'm looking to close the remainder in the next probably 2 weeks. X is by far the best. Ah, there we go. So I actually do the rice drop. So blob in the center, but slightly down a bit, and then it spreads very nicely. You put blanket over foot? Nah. Just turn on heat for a little bit. You panicked on your build, so you had your IT friend do it. Yeah, it's quite daunting, right? But the reality is, it's actually much easier than people realize. So one of the biggest scary things people get told, excuse me, is that they are gonna fry the circuits, right? Static. Now, as long as you're not rubbing your balls up and down your carpet for 20 minutes beforehand and then dinking them, just the tip, onto your motherboard, you will not fry your system. Basically, in most cases, all you need to do, and by the way, we do have a draft up, so I'll bring that up on screen now. What you have to do in most cases is just make sure that you touch the frame of your PC before you start digging in, and you'll be fine. Because the other thing is, most modern components, motherboards, GPUs, and whatever, they come with anti-static kind of spray on them, motherboards especially. So, unless you're scratching that off, which if you're scratching that off, you're basically, you're actually just stabbing the crap out of your motherboard. You shouldn't have to worry about static discharge. And then it's just, it's basic logical things that kind of make sense when someone says it to you, don't sit your PC on a carpet. I've had to explain to someone before. Be realistic, and hello YouTube, we are live, good. Be realistic with your airflow. I think actually that's going to be one of the fun ones to explain to people is airflow, because I think a lot of people, when they try to build PCs, they don't understand airflow. There's the dynamic you want to have with a PC, so you flow, a flow of air in and a flow of air out, which sounds very simple when you say it like that, but then when people set up their fans, they maybe put the fans the wrong way round, or they blow in the wrong direction. There is an optimal direction. One of the easiest ways to kind of get a feel for what the optimal direction is to remember that hot air rises. And once you've remembered that, a lot of it just becomes simple. So guys, once again, this is going to be a best of 5. So first of 3. Won't be a play all 5. After this, we are going to have 2 series. So we have got... In fact, I'm going to actually pull up a nice little graphic that shows it off. We have got... Doink. 2 series. So we've got Liu Tao A versus GQS and VNC versus 3D Clan. These are 2 upper bracket teams. I think they're double Chinese. And then we've got the Vietnam-Canadian stack versus the 3D Clan stack, which we'll be casting today. So, a lot of team tournament action. I think for anyone who's maybe getting a bit tired of team tournaments, don't worry. Things are going to be balancing out a lot more when we hop into tomorrow's stream and beyond. Because, of course, our midweek series are kicking off. So we'll get back into a lot of 1v1s. We will definitely check out some of these team tournament games still, as they will still be happening for about another week or so. Is this like Nations Cup? This one isn't. The tournament Fields of Blood is, but this is a show match between 2 teams. Only for a show match. I mean, it might happen, guys. So the rule set for this is that 8 players will choose 8 different civilizations, and each player will not reuse civilizations they have already used. So there will be, I think, a lot more diversity than we've seen in the Fields of Blood so far. Especially when you consider this is a best of 5 as well, which means you are going to be sinking deeper into that format. So yeah, should be pretty good overall. Wait, do I need to post out live? I just realized, wait, am I pushing on Twitter? I am now. Thought I was. I haven't really been posting. I need to get back to posting on Twitter. I've been a little bit haphazard the last few days. 1 second. Let me quickly check the Twitters that we're live there as well. I need to, like, this is what I mean. I'm so behind on certain things. I need to sift through a lot of my content. I was thinking of maybe starting a vlog series. So now seemed like maybe a good time. I need to start posting my climbing recordings. Although now I'm like, do I? Because I won't be able to get any more for quite some time. There's just so many things I need to do, man. Okay, I see what happened. Got it. So after a while, if you don't end a broadcast log on Twitter, it closes itself, so you have to make a new one. That's what happened. Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Alright, we'll create that broadcast then. Gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Did you break your leg climbing? I did indeed. Well, not my leg, it's my ankle. I broke my ankle climbing. Really cool show match. Vietnam and Taiwan. Canada versus there we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I just had to send out a message quickly. But yeah, so I went over actually, I think it was on Monday stream chat. I might need to go clip the VOD of that, and I think that would be a good video to just like break down everything as well, so I'll try to get that done. But yeah, I broke my ankle, and I broke one of the most complicated bones of my ankle when I was climbing. So, guys, the way this works, pick is global. So if it gets picked, no one else can pick it. So no double picks on one team, no double picks in the lobby. Looks like we are going to Abbasid H3 bans. Kind of interested to see H3 ban like that. But Mongols as a first pick, dude, this is really nice. So this is a ban away from them, right? Yeah, so they can't pick Abbasid? No, wait, sorry. I always forget this if it's targeted across. But if this is them banning H3, I really like this. Mongols plus H3 is really, really strong as flank players. And I believe we're opening up on, yeah, Highview, where Highview has a circular design to the spawns. Kind of like Dry Arabia. A little bit more sporadic, but it still has that pocketed player position in the back and then close by players. HRE plus Mongols are really good frontline players. especially on the map like this. We've seen B in particular show a really broken strategy in his series versus the Polish group for 3D Clan, where he was able to completely ruin the Mongol player and then still have relevance as the game went on. Anybody has ratio of numbers needed for Archer versus Mango, like 10 Archers? Yeah, it's like, it's not that much. Archers are a little bit too good against Mangos right now. It's kind of depressing. By the way, guys, while I've got you here, can you do me a favor? I need to write one up myself, and I'll do it in a little bit, but... Wait. Actually, dude, I already know what I'm going to write up. We should all do this, because... Have you guys seen the review ratings recently for Age of Empires 4? New patch releases. A lot of negative dump. This negative dump is pretty BS, though, because a lot of the people who have negativity towards the game are giving all kinds of crappy reasons, but the reality is it's because they're a Chinese hacker, a cheater that basically is now getting banned. So, you know, I say do the devs a favor, let them know that you like changes, that you like, you know, that we're progressing to new things, and drop a review. Where are the reviews? I should show you guys how to place a review, which I clearly know how to do myself, as you can tell as I'm floundering like... Wait, why can't I not click? Chinese cheaters? Yep. A lot of them. There's been a lot of negative review bombing from Chinese cheaters and hackers that basically got banned. Oh, wait, you write the review at the top, right? Big cleanup on cheaters recently. Ain't no place for that kind of scummery in this incredible game. Boom. Boom. There you go. Get to it, guys. Can you review more than once? I think I did it on game release. I think you can update your review. So I recommend people, if you had a negative experience with it now, maybe reassess how you feel. But yeah, I don't like the way that I don't like the way that they've just been trying to like negative bomb it because they just got banned. They deserve to be banned, obviously. So I think we had... Did we have a bug in the draft there? Anyone else like having this at the moment? It keeps happening with my drafts when my drafts bug out. So they haven't got into game just yet. Did the draft bug out for you too? I keep getting this at the moment where like the drafts will bug out. I don't know why. It's a bit weird. Oh, my foot though. Let's crank it away. Can't believe Chinese cheaters would do this. Really? You can't believe someone who would cheat a video game would then go and review on it. What an unbelievable connection point. I can't imagine how we get from point A to B, right? That's like, I can't believe Al Qaeda would shoplift, you know? Do I know any details? No. But even if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Because I am a content creator that respects NDAs. So. I do wish more people would respect the NDAs. I don't know. The content creator brain has people sometimes just climbing over each other to release info early that they know is a leak that they shouldn't be releasing. And the reason they do it is because they know that the devs aren't going to sue them or anything. They can't, right? Well, they could, but here's the thing. You're big like corporate like Microsoft. How does it look if you go and sue a small indie streamer, right? You're going to lose more money than you gain in reputation or whatever from stock value because you look like a bully. I hate that that's the way things work, though. Tell that to Age of Noob. They didn't sue him, though. They kicked him. It's very different. And also, look at the negative backlash that had from the community. He didn't leak. Well, it's debatable. It's a bit hard to like gauge. I don't know how I describe it. Basically, he got screwed over hard. And this is like one of those, technically, they didn't breach anything. Or like, no, as in technically, like, their system worked as intended, but their system was bullcrap. And I'll happily say that about Age of Empires Mobile. Alright, yeah. So we had to do a remake, and things have changed, actually. This time it's going to be double Abasa ban. Wait, what? Dude, you shouldn't be allowed to change your ban. Alright. Unless that was the bug. I'm assuming that was the bug. Otherwise, that's pretty scummy. He bombed Age of Empires Mobile. Dude, he done more marketing for Age of Empires Mobile, than any other creator. And he got nothing for it. I am on Noob side. I'll always be on Noob side, man. He's a good lad. And the way he got treated, like, turfed out, that's an overwhelming negative now for Age of Empires. All. They've lost a great resource there. Okay, so Mongols, French, Jeune. Yeah, I'm not surprised the French got split like that. French is just better than Jeune, by the way. I much prefer French. When you draft Jeune like this, you actually need support civs around them. And what I mean by support civs is ones that will be active in H2. So that's why you've been seeing French Jeune a lot, because it's really powerful. Jeune's weakness is against cavalry civs. If you play double French, you have an overwhelming edge there. So you can actually play with Jeune out on the map. You can get level 3. But with this type of format, French Ruse, like, Jeune's not going to have a fun time. She's going to walk out of her base and immediately catch the plague and die, right? Like, it's going to be the most depressing one you see. 1v1 or 4v4? It's 4v4. Hence why we've got 4 picks for a best of 5. Oh. Why is my music off, actually? You guys like the music on? But yeah, best of 5. $120 on the line. I believe the winning team is probably going to be taking 75%. I have to confirm that, though. By the way, we have a lot of confirmations coming in of sets. So, I can confirm that a lot of the players are immediately playing their sets. So, we have, for the KP's midweek muster, which kicks off tomorrow, we, of course, have a round of 32, which means we have to have 16 matches. Happy to confirm already that 5 of those 16 matches will take place within 1 minute of the allowable time beginning. Or sorry, half an hour of the allowable time beginning. So we can confirm MSM versus Dragavan. We've got Louis MT versus Red Darksider, Krakedy versus Anavaku, CSO versus Trackle, and Lash versus Mahodo. So those will all be happening around 3 PM tomorrow. I will be aiming to cast as many of them as possible. So the early challenge is a little bit annoying. Doing charity things. I do have a charity stream to do. At 7:30 PM. So we'll probably be able to catch 2, possibly 3 of the series max on the day, and then we'll have to roll it over. It's not ideal, but my friend really needed me to come through because he's going to a close friend's wedding, so he has no one else to fill in. Just one of those tough ones. I'm weighing up how much time I'm going to have in the future for those quizzes, because I think we will end up being quite busy, and I think Friday is going to be a pretty pivotal day to do long streams on. I just done the dangerous thing of picking a scab while being on Bloodfingers. I am not leaking all over my mats, so I take this as a win. Okay. So, round up the draft. Byzantines, Japanese. Yeah, so like this is what I was talking about with Jeune. Jeune is just going to stay at home. There's not really a world in which you get her out. You could play Byzantines Mascav. That could work, but the problem is you're against a Camel Civ. Like, I actually think double Abasa ban is a really big problem for whoever doesn't pick Ibids, because then you can't play Cav meta. You're really inefficient. So, I'd say Miyamika's draft is pretty good. China's a little bit dubious here, but I really like the first 3 combo. Rus, not obviously as good as French, but you've got double Cav, and your opponents don't really have the same punch in the early age. You could argue that they could be a bit more aggressive, though, right? Like, they're going to have double Keshik, and then they'll have a rushing castle Japanese player, right? Which will get Onimusha, which counters like half your comp. So I think there's a timing window here for Baltoon's lineup around like 17, 18 minutes. But if it scales a little bit later, that's when China comes into the picture. When you go later past that, there is a pivot point back towards Baltoon's side. But if we ever reach the hyper late game of like full imp on both sides, I actually do prefer Miyamika's lineup. one X factor that can put like a stick in the spoke here is that you do have Zhone, and Zhone as a support arc, very, very potent. So overall, I'm expecting a pretty good first game. I feel like both sides actually got a nice balance here. It's not that someone ran away with the draft. Did we get confirmation on the full lineup of players? We'll see them in a second. Yeah, so guys, it's Kyo, Mio Micah, Vuva Van, and Lumber versus Valtoon, KJJ, Nock, and Warspite. So yeah, pre-stacked lobby. Hey, Crackety, how's it going, buddy? Is this part of the tournament? No, so this is a show match independent of the tournament. So they're playing this today, and then the tournament games are still going on. The tournament for the 4v4 format should continue through to next week. We will look to cast some of the series which happened after this show match. So after this show match, we should have time for at least one, if not two series. God, I need this stuffy throat to go. It's so tough to get rid of because I sleep on my back right now. So because I have to, fun leg. So by sleeping on my back, you're just pretty much building up. Is it called Qatar? I can't remember. There's a word for it. It's not Qatar, something like Qatar. You build it up in your throat. It's a little bit rough. Sorry, just had to send a message quickly. Oh, we're doing those fake push-ups, are we? Alright. This really screws my wrist, though. 1, 2, 3. No one can feel scammed because I've seen how much it costs to redeem the reps for Dimu, and I've seen how pitifully small that dumbbell is. That leg is crackety there. True. I'm broken and don't work properly. I'm like the British economy. No, that's a double L. Oh, man. I think we're just waiting for them to get in now. No Spotify ads. Yeah, guys, this is why I need people to drop their primes now. I'm so poor I can't afford Spotify Premium. Actually, like, Spotify Premium is not cheap for anyone. But yeah, that's why you need to make sure you mash those premiums. Those primes, rather. Don't have to worry about ads. You also get to redeem more actions. I mean, I'm looking at Rumpy plays. I'm not seeing a sub emote there, sub icon, which is unfortunate because you're redeeming all these points, but you could be getting an additional slew of points if you're subscribed. I think it's like double the earner rate, which is crazy. Okay, no reveals, but we can discuss what you expect from the DLC. I mean, who said that I know anything anyway? I want from the DLC 6 new maps, 2 brand spanking new saves, 4 variants, and 3 campaigns. I'd be happy with that. That would be a really good haul. And then, later in the year, I'd like 2 additional campaigns. I think that would be a solid haul. And we have room for all those campaigns, right? We've got a lot of civs that aren't not rep still. Like, if we quickly switch in the game, you guys can see if we have a look at this. Byzantines, no campaign. Japanese, no campaign. Chinese don't have a campaign. Juji obviously don't have a campaign as well. Zhone could really have her own campaign. HRE don't have a campaign. Order of the Dragon don't have a campaign. Delhi do not have a campaign. Malians do not have a campaign. Ottomans do not have a campaign. Mongols do, of course. Rus do. English do. French do. So, and then Ayabizabas has got one. So, like, there's loads of campaigns here that could be done. There's nothing stopping them from doing an additional English campaign down the line either, by the way. There's ways they can do that. But yeah, that would be my my desires. The more maps introduced, the merrier as well. Like, we need unique, different maps. I believe we should be good to start this baby up. Do you think they would do an overhaul of the UI? I mean, they need to. They keep bragging about how good it is and all the things you can do, but it's not that good. Like, this whole idea of, like, it's a powerful tool set and you just have to learn it. It's like, there's loads of things that are really powerful, you just learn them, right? Like, Japanese as a language is really powerful if you take the years and years to learn it, to master it, so that you can do business in Japan. But guess what? Most people aren't going to do that. They'd rather just go to the American stock market and make their money there. And maybe they can make more in Japan. Maybe they can make 20% more, 30% more. But is it really worth the 6+ years to learn the language? No, it's not. So can we stop acting like it's incredible and it's worth all this time investment and spending all these extra hours to learn these complicated tools that people don't want to learn? Let's just get a basic and simple map editor in the game as a starting point. Like, I can open AoE 2 and make a map like that. Why is it so much harder with AoE 4? It's unnecessary. Can I tell you what I don't know? I don't know why I'm not seeing more sub emotes in my chat. I mean, come on, guys. I gave you 30 emotes. You're not going to spam them. Apparently, you didn't get 1.2x points with tier 1 sub. That's true, Rumpy. But you also do get an ad-free viewing experience, 30+ emotes, some of the best emotes you'll get in AoE4, and you also support me. It's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win. You're a big winner. If they introduce a Mesoamerican Civ, I really want the Aztecs, and you can capture sacred sites and feudal. I mean, I'd love to see like a mutator mode where you can actually just capture sacred sites of anything in any age. I think it would really be a different style of game that we'd see develop. Oh, dude, it's so hard to stretch forward. Why did you redeem the loose glasses? This is abuse. I'm reporting you right now to me. French and Russian for 6 years each and became fluent from scratch. None of them make me money. That's because you didn't learn Japanese, sucker. Yeah, but the problem there, Veteran Wolf, is what if everyone else has accepted gifted subs as well? Is China really all that good on Highview? It's like you can just slot it in, right? They just needed a booming civ, and they have triple cav civs, right? And China can rush the late game and become like a pseudo cav civ on a map that's very hard to block cav rates, right? Because you just get Palace Guard with you on Dynasty. So it works really nicely. Although, if I'm not mistaken, by position and lobby, they're going to have the wrong format here. I'm pretty sure their Chinese player is going to be on the flank, which is... you can allow for it. It's fine. You can survive that. Yo, what's up, Blitzkrieg Blue? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. But yeah, the other reason why it helps if people do have their own subs to give, instead of needing someone to gift them, is remember that Twitch has that system where, dependent on unique subbers, you get a bigger split. So if you reach 100 unique subbers in a month, you get 60% split. And if you reach 300 unique subbers in a month, you get 70% split. So that's actually another way that it does help. It stops Bezos from pocketing as much of the money as possible. Because for some reason, this archaic system still exists. I don't know why it does. Stonewalls? Hell no. Yeah, but like, I mean, I think your goal here with the lineup that Taiwan's created is not to end up in that late of a game state, right? 1 second. Have I got the... Oh, we have. Nice. In fact, let me toggle on the Wii score. Make sure everything is working. Bloody hell. You see the Red Bull Low trophy in your bedroom? What's up with that? Ah, mate, you need to dominate the KP's midweek musters so you're ready for the next Red Bull LOL edition. I could have stolen it from Marine Lord. His noodle arms wouldn't have put up a good fight, but I thought, no, I'll let him have this one. I mean, these trophies are easy to come by. He's already secured 2 of them, you know? Oh, all right, let's get my leg propped up in position. Let's get predictions started. Who will win? Vietnam or Taiwan? Give you guys 5 minutes. Noise is so weird. And then let's get off of a player that has extra UI elements so it doesn't look confusing. Dude, it's weird because the size of this bar on like the left side, like this whole area is different in capture age. So my prediction bar is kind of in the wrong place. If I can even find it, because I'm blind. I legit can't even find my prediction bar in my... I'm so confused, right? I look like an idiot. If you guys can see me scrambling. There we go. It's because I called it browser free. I never actually named it properly. So yeah, this bar should probably be here. Oh. Let me just sip some of my protein works while we get it set up. So is everything correct? I believe so. Oh, wait. I just realized the top bar crap came in, didn't it? I have set up new scenes for other reasons, but I totally forgot to create one for the team games. Maybe I'll do that later. What is the role of business lineup? To stop the devs from nerfing them by sucking. Nah, it's pretty cool. It's to do with the cav. We'll dive into it in like a minute, but we've been seeing actually a decent amount of Byzantines, and they do look good. The China's may be the question mark. I gave the role that it has, but it still feels awkward to execute. All right. God, I feel a bit rough. But God damn, dude, what is with my throat today? It's like what is it with my luck that I break an ankle and I get like some sort of flu at the same time? That's gotta be some cursed luck, right? Also, making the banana shake today may not have been the best idea if I've got that cough, because I don't know if anyone else has this. I find with banana, always been this way, that if I have like a cough or something, it amplifies that cough a bit. But I really wanted it because it's the Protein Works Banana Smooth Sundae, which is like one of my favorites by far. If you guys haven't tried that, by the way, let me know if you guys have been picking up some. Someone mentioned they got their hands on apple cinnamon the other day, and that did sound pretty dope. But they are back with us for another month. I should have a new care package arrive in a few days. And someone remind me to tell you about a particular deal after this game. I want to go over with it on screen after this game, because they've got quite a big bargain at the moment on their website. That in mind, let's get ready to get underway. We heard that you loved team content, so me and Clearman went above and beyond. He has managed to scrape together 120 buckaroos for a single best-of-5 show match between Taiwan and Vietnam. Well, I say Taiwan. Baltoon, when did you become Taiwanese? That's right. So it is Taiwan plus one foreigner. This is right now Taiwan's own rendition of the Shogun TV show. Baltoon just trying to become the master samurai from outside here. Even mastering it by being the Japanese himself. In fact, I'm trying to think, chat. Like, has there been a single game in this tournament we've seen Baltoon play something other than Japan? I feel like he's played Japan every single game, right? And it served him pretty damn well here. He's managed to get them into the top 8 in the Fields of Blood tournament. And we'll see if it serves him well in this show match, because we have a unique format here. The way this is going to work is that players cannot repick a civ. So Baltoon will have to play something other than Japan for the potential remaining 4 games in this series. Well, let's intro the players, because we have got a very interesting lineup here. There's no repeat picks, so you will not see both sides with French. We already saw some interesting dynamics to that regard. One side getting German, one side getting French. We've got Vuvavan on the Roost of the Pink. The Boomer player is going to be Kyo, another familiar sight here in the red playing as Chinese. We've got Lumber in the French orange, which, by the way, Lumber always plays French. And then finally, Voir Ao Lang, which is Mio Maika, the most known person on this lineup in the yellow as the Ibids. Right across from him is going to be Baltoon on those Japanese in the teal. Purple is an interesting one. Warspite playing as the Byzantines. Now, someone asked me, why would you pick Byzantines here? The cavalry meta is strong in team games. And funnily enough, Byzantines aren't too bad at playing it, with Keshik spam into eventual Cataphracts, giving them a very big one up. Just south of that, we are going to have a potential Keshik spamming civ here in the Mongols, with Knock Knock manning them. And the final member of Ugly Cat is going to be KJJ in this one, playing as the Zhone. Now, this is tough. This is tricky, guys. Zhone is going to struggle to get out of the base. The reason why Zhone French has been picked together so much is because this gives you enough cavalry pump in the early game so that Zhone can come out and farm XP. Whenever you're in this situation where you're against mass cavalry civs, that's very difficult to do because she just gets targeted down straight away. So that's why you saw the Vietnamese crew go for the Roost pick after getting the French pick, getting the Iber pick. Just counters to Zhone herself in terms of the unit as well as the civ as a whole. That's why I like this Byzantine pick, though. It does give them the potential one pump up. One thing that I'm a bit worried about for Ugly Cat is both sides banned Abbasids, which meant there was only one Camel Civ left in the roster. This is a huge edge. This 20% unease that you get from Camels against Cavalry is phenomenally potent against the lineup of Ugly Cat, considering every single player potentially is going to be spamming only Cav. And Knock wants to change things a little, though. We actually have the Mongol player going towards Archery Rangers here, but this is not for what you think. It's going to be Magadai. So it looks like he prepped the stables, maybe in case he needed horsemen. Yeah, they're already raiding through. They're going to get the burn damage done. So that's our minus 100 resources, as well as them getting paid 50 resources to do this. Not a bad start. And I'm not sure what that wall is from Kyo. What? Oh, he failed the Barbican check. Yeah, so that's residual walls. Cool idea there, actually, like securing the double gold. Instead, he's going to have to think about getting that wall up to secure this back gold, but it is going to take a little bit of time to do so. I don't think Kyo rushed into wheelbarrows, so isn't in a rush to get out there. How did you guys vote, by the way? We had votes up live here. 78% for the Taiwanese. Wow, some big believers there. I can kind of see it. They've got some potency behind their draft. I think the particular detail I'm intrigued by is this. It's going to be the Keshik potential that comes out of Warspite. Warspite instead, though, is prepping for a fast castle build here. This is sick. I would love to see him, instead of going for Keshiks, go for Camel Riders. Remember, if you go for the Javelin contract, you get Camels and Castle. And there's already a player on the way to Castle here. We see Baltin heading up. Pre-8 minutes here for Floating Gate. Stables already being pumped on the front side. And KJJ is not Kiljadi. There was a time where we got baited into thinking it was, but it's not. There was also a time where I think we believed it was Kazi Johan because KJ. But no, KJJ is a Taiwanese player. These three are Taiwanese, Baltin is Swedish, and then on this side, everyone here is Vietnamese. And the idea of using the neutral trade post doesn't work, guys, because they spawned as far away as possible from the Byzantine player, and they didn't have the options anyway. But Golden Horn Tower is on the way. Yes! Okay, I don't like the fact he's producing Javelin Throwers, but I love the fact that he went for the Silk Road. This is smart, guys. It's going to give him access to Camel Riders. Remember what I said. The reason why I liked the Vietnamese lineup more is because they had the Camel. The Camel is huge here. Both sides are going to be pumping Knights for the first 10, 15 minutes of this game. We already see the Desert Raiders. We already see the Knights coming. Now, sure, Camel Riders, they're not going to debuff the Desert Raiders, but Camel Riders are pretty good at dispatching Desert Raiders. And if, for a second, Vuao Lang ever considers going into Camel Lancers later on, he's going to regret it, because Camel Riders destroy Camel Lancers. For now, though, Desert Raiders are going to try to destroy the base. Love that. Actually, Baltin, it's fortunate for him that he didn't rush the Yorishiro into the stables. He dropped it off in the TC instead. Does at least get one Mounted Samurai out. But he's going to need some assistance. Allies are on the way. The Magadai count not looking good right now from blue. Yeah, this is why I was thinking it would have been better to have had the Mongol player on the flanks. And they chose this, by the way. They chose to put Baltoon here because Japan is usually really good at taking pressure and getting away with it. But in this situation with the Iber player so close by, it doesn't seem to be working out. However, that pump into Javelins is going to pay off from Warspite. I questioned it. Now we see its relevance here. Javelins are phenomenal counters to Desert Raiders. The extra range, the movement speed is good, and of course, they hit incredibly hard. 12 damage against a unit that can only take 10 hits. Southside has been very quiet, though. I don't think Zhone has been farming up too much. KJJ has been getting a little bit of XP here or there, but nothing crazy. All pressure seems to be shifting north side, but that's the role of the Iber player. We typically see that. The question is, how's his teammates going to use it? Vuva Van is already aged up, and we do have Kyo now on the way to age 3. Kyo did actually settle for something a little bit less greedy here. Only went 2 TC Barbican with Imperial Academy, so Song. sometimes you just see free because it just feels for free here. And in fairness, with a retracted position, I would have expected Aokio. But I kind of like these prioritize the age up instead to get present because there's only so long that yellow will be able to keep the pressure of Ugly Cat back. The biggest, most important thing for yellow as well is to dodge that awkward fight. You want to try to force engagements towards Ugly Cat's base, but never get trapped. The biggest challenge when you play Ibids, guys, if you ever try it in team games, because you see it here and you're like, wow, this looks OP. It can be. You just need to be very careful not to A-click into a fight and look away, right? This is a high-value, but high-risk lineup. I like how I call one unit type a lineup. I guess there's a scout there as well. I'm a little bit perplexed by Baltu not going for the arch range. I mean, I guess Onimusha didn't have much value, but you know what would have been sick here, guys, is Yuumi. Against Horse Archers, Desert Raiders, Yuumi would have annihilated. Mount Samurai are going to find it a little bit harder, but in fairness, as long as he just avoids the main group and raids the ecos, he'll be fine. However, that does mean that he won't be able to defend against Desert Raiders like this. He needs his allies to do so. Villagers are going to shift away. Warspite doesn't seem to be here right now, so I think he did fully back up with his army. It looks like they are actually targeting towards Yellow's base cross-map. It's so awkward to use Magadai like this. The only upside is, of course, Orange didn't go for the extra armor. He didn't think he needed it because the camel on ease was reducing the damage enough, but that's only true if Yellow stays in range of him. Magadai count as it stands is getting pretty strong though. We're up to currently 17 Magadai in total. And remember, they do have the Khan Hunter, so the additional range is going to be there. So 4.5 tower range to engage with. Be a little bit careful with this though. Movement speed gets baited pretty early there. That was not ideal. Meanwhile, on the backside, what happened here? The Desert Raiders. Mistakes made. Miyamika, that wasn't the full entire army. He had a second group in reserve, but that dive in, I don't know what he was expecting to happen here. Javelin massing just came out of nowhere from Warspite. He already had some coming for the Golden Horn Tower, added an additional, and had control. And remember, we still haven't reached the truly scary part of this from Purple. We haven't seen the Camel Riders pumped. That will be coming. It's getting more and more likely considering the hit Yellow just took to his count there. Behind this, KJJ now making his way up the Royal Institute. Yeah, KJ hasn't really taken any significant losses, almost none at all, right? So in a really healthy position. He's ahead of Lumber here, now in age, but also in count. And XP-wise, Zhone ain't looking too bad, folks. Halfway to that level 3. Now Samurai are going to take the clash. This looks ideal for Lumber due to the numbers, but guys, numbers are deceptive here. This is the problem you have, right? You get that charge in, the Veteran Royal Knights, it's still not going to be good enough. Because, of course, you're going to miss out on the damage buff. You can't even think about getting Cantled Saddles if you're running into a Japanese player here, which is why he's forgotten it. He has at least got the extra ranged armor here, so these Magadai aren't really hurting anymore. Well, I say that, over time, this whittling does add up. Yeah, 230 hits to kill a unit, but let's just get those numbers. The Desert Raiders are less lucky, though. Remember, they do not have any ranged armor, so even with the Camel on ease, reducing the damage by 1, it's still 5 damage onto a unit that dies in 24 hits. Yeah, can't help but feel Yellow would have benefited from getting the Blacksmith tech. Well, Samurai are going to look to frontline a little. Need to be very careful about this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, though, it's Pink that needs to be careful. Green diving in. KJJ looking for anything you can find here. A lot of wooden fortresses to protect. The Horse Archers, not ideal at kind of standing their ground here. This is eventually going to start reaching economy. It could also end up reaching Kyo's Eco too. Joan being mismicroed though. This would have been the time for a dive. Oh no. KJJ, yeah, do something with Joan, man. Capture a sacred site or kill a unit, but please do something. Magadai diving in. Target fire is coming in on the camels. Remember, that's where you're getting at maximum damage here. And that's what you need to win this. The cataphracts are here as well. So this is an overwhelm. Miyamika completely outgunned in his own base. And Lumbo's trying to send more troops to reinforce. But these cataphracts are good enough to now take on the small remainder of knights for Lumber. Other side of the field, the other French player has now retracted from the dive. Still has 15 knights to play with. Some eco damage done there. Vuvovan is down to 40. He only went one, like he only stuck on 1 TC, right? So it's not like he took too much of a hit. I think maybe 5 or 6 villagers, but every little is counting in this game. They do have the eco lead, but a lot of that comes down to Kyo and now Lumbo with the second TC. Meanwhile, Yellow is not looking healthy. We have a tech up into Adabegs, but a non-existent army. Oh man, they need to get China involved in this soon. Palace Guard numbers are starting to scale. However, I do not believe that we have Yuan here. No, just Song still. So kind of irksome that we haven't seen that shift up, but you're 100 eco. You don't want to make it yet, right? But it means it takes a very long time for this Palace Guard to arrive. Palace Guard that can still easily be countered. Remember, Knights deal with these quite well. Mangonite aren't too bad either. It would be ideal for Knock to be an age up, but right now, it feels like he's struggling a bit. Even you don't go Institute? Oh, Institute is 100% meta. You 100% need to go Institute, even more so if there's a French player on the other side. Because if you don't go Institute, they'll go Institute. And they'll get raw bloodlines, right? Like, this is not the Civ that rushes in. This is the Civ that fights. So, raw bloodlines is everything. Canceled saddles as well. Yeah, you're starting to see how underwhelming Magadai can be, guys. They look irrelevant. Jabs, wait, what? Alright, I mean, it could be worse, but it needs to be a lot better than this. This is an overextension coming in from Warspite. They have got trade underway, though, and they need to skew this area. It's Mongol trade. Really good if you can make it last, but you're so close to Yellow's base that it feels unlikely that's going to happen. Alright, one's if you think the Vietnamese are going to take this, two's if you think the Taiwanese are. Because this looks really bad for Taiwan right now. They've lost the military lead. They are pretty far behind on economy. And, you know, so far they've been winning these fights because China hasn't been involved. But Kyo now has 50 Palace Guard at his disposal. He's close to breaking pop cap. Once that happens, Imperial is naturally going to leak in. And then what do you do? I think Kyo's going to carry this game. He's already marching quickly towards the base of the Mongols. Now trying to prep the Kurotai here. If the timing is wrong here, he could get intercepted though. Palace Guard are starting to march in, so this could be big. Kyo. He knows. He just scanned it. Remember, he went for the Lamb Huck. The right choice here. The Imperial Palace gave him the full vision, so he knows that the Lamb Huck is being built. Okay, that was absolutely sick. Kyo, we see another reason why you want to choose Imperial Palace over the Clock Tower, right? Clock Tower, this map is too big, but even more so, it allows you to know exactly where you can raid. Makes sense as well, even more so for this pick now, when you consider you've got triple cav, you know where to target. Looks like reinforcements are going to be well timed here to mop up the first wave of Palace Guard, but the other time alone, a big stinger for Knock here. Not just that, he would have scanned the trade, right? Yeah, they know. Guys, this is vile. Not only do they know, it's also the vision you get. They buffed it a few patches back. It's ludicrous how much you see from the Imperial Palace when you scan workers. But they know about the trade. They knew about the tech up. They knew everything here. That's wild. Palace Guard down the center, fighting the entirety of the Byzantine army. If they trade out and just take the cataphracts with them, I think Kyo's going to be happy. Well, low attempts in the base just to keep the knights away. It looks like we have got a little bit of a dive coming from KJJ, but it's only a small retinue. He's still got 25 knights elsewhere, held in the forest in reserve. I still think my favorite line in this game are knights saying incontinent. Right, because, you know, they can't pee or poo because they're in the armor. But the best part is when they whisper it when they're in the forest. It's almost like they've gone from trying to tell you they need the toilet to like, I'm gonna really crap myself in about 2 seconds. We just need to accept it now. Incontinent. Warspite's doing a good job of pushing back here. Kyo does have the castle coming up though. It's so hard to see this, right? Like, this is another reason why I really love the Chinese pick on this map. Imperial Palace is just so good in general. But on a map like Highview, where it's hard for anyone to see anything due to all the forests, it just feels like a kind of S-tier pick for that boomer roll. He's able to protect this, so Castle is going to get up and online. Trade is massing, though, and they're switching between each sides. And he's been found. Horse Archers will try to chase this down. A few Knights could clear up the Horse Archers. The difficulty is keeping on top of them here. So KJJ taking eco losses he can't really afford at this stage in the game. Yeah, you're seeing both of the players trying to trade are the ones suffering the most, right? And that's only going to get worse. That's an exacerbated issue because whenever you try to trade, you are essentially wearing your heart on your sleeve. Sending the map, though. Looks like Byzantines are trying to keep drop. I got to give it to him. Warspite is carrying this game right now. Everyone else is struggling to find their footing. Warspite kind of trying to move the earth in its entirety here, making up, what, about a third of the total army for his team. Nice, though. They found an in. KJJ now diving onto those farms on the backside. Full idle out here. Kyo, he was getting prepped and ready to go up to age 4. You can see the food was getting close. And Joan now needing to be addressed. This is a lot of Knights and no one nearby to assist right now. They need Desert Raiders here, but they are distracted by the Japanese player. This is huge. The idle out alone is going to starve Kyo's ability to provide Palace Guard. Meanwhile, you've still got Warspite controlling the center of the map while these dives are happening. Kyo at any given time has about half his economy not working. There's a new wave on the way as well as he's trying to burn through the walls once more. But this is rough, right? Like, Kyo is dominating the center of this map. He's really keeping his team in this game. Now with a big pause in him missing, someone else has to carry the slack. I think that's meant to be Lumber. Remember, Lumber did play multi-TC a while ago. Farm transition complete. Red Palace is now on the way up. So he's got that strong point defense. Uses it to secure some gold over here. Warspite is going to be a little bit disappointed when he discovers what's in the area. Yeah, Maiko's been having such a hard time. Yeah, people highlighting his eco. He keeps getting raided, right? Like, Baltoon keeps coming in. Checks and balance, right? They needed it because you can tell the impact it's had. Just a few minutes ago, what was it, like a 40 eco lead, I think, for Vietnam? Now it's actually Ugly Cat, the Taiwanese squad, that are in the lead there, both militarily and economically. Yeah, it can't be stated enough the damage that was done by this raid by KJJ as well. Palace Guard had to come home to react to this. He's going to try to burn his way out, and admittedly, with the second wave of Knights arriving, that will be quick. Behind this, we have Age 4 on the way for Warspite, so Lumber was the first to crack Age 4, but I have a feeling Warspite is going to feel a lot more impactful here. Especially with Max Cataphracts. Remember, the Palatine School does work on Cataphracts. If you're lucky enough, you can basically pay back the cost of your tech up in the first 10 Cataphracts you produce. Just diving straight into the French base. Has got the Camel Riders here, so a little bit difficult for Lumber. But remember, Lumber's already got a lot of the juicy upgrades here. Already has the extra health. Already has the elite form. So it should be a fight that he'll win. The choke points are making it difficult to use his melee numbers to his advantage, though. I think instead we're just going to see Warspite trade out. Just look on the backside, try to snipe some eco, and then come back with a second wave. Trust being set up. So looks like it's a game of gold starvation as we move forward here. You have to remember that one side has been trading. They went through that uncomfortable period where they got slapped around for it, and now they're looking good, right? You know, there was a time where it felt like they were hopping into the ring with Mike Tyson when he had a bit of a fetish for eating ears. Now they're looking to hop in the ring with Mike Tyson when he's in World Chair. Less threatening. That's always the difficulty with trade, right? It's a type of transition that can leave you vulnerable, especially in team games. But I think they've done a good job of navigating that water, and now it's their turn to make Vietnam completely uncomfortable in this game one. Dive in from the Samurai. A lot of idle time achieved in the Lumber here. A lot of villages just simply not working. We've also got a few Cataphracts still roaming in the back of the Chinese base. Meanwhile, Green on the south side, able to mop up Kyo's forward wave. He's now down to just 22 Palace Guard. Yeah, and this is without real walls, right? Like, they've got them for parts, but a lot of this is exposed. They just don't seem to care. For good reason. Why would you, right? At this stage, your opponents, if they send an army over to block your trade, they're not guarding home. KJJ, the only player left to tech up now. You He's not too far off, mind you. You know, one sling of gold is all it's really going to take. Foreign engineer company would give the camel armor buff, though. I guess they don't have a lot of infantry. No. They're not playing infantry really at all, right? It's just a group of javelins for purple, and that's about it. It's much better to have Palatine School because, like I said, once you pay out 10 cataphracts for free, you've paid back the cost of the tech. It's that good. So remember, cataphracts are not cheap, folks. They are 330 resources. Keep drop coming in, but Knights quickly on top of it. A big mistake. Vuvavan will not get the defensive up. One villager left alive to tell the tale. Meanwhile, Junda Cleave looks to dive in. A lot of focus fire coming there, but the Divine Restoration wasting even more time for the defender forces here. Vuvavan will be able to get the snipe. He will be able to force the retreat, but he's battered and bruised for it, down to 49 economy. And now you look across on the east side, right? Remember when KJ and Knock Knock was struggling down at like, what, 40, 50 economy? Now they're about to break the triple-digit mark. Looks like there's a bit of a hoorah attempt here. Lumber. Him and Vuao Lang need to find some damage now. However, there is a backstab underway that they are seemingly unaware of. The Byzantine army is coming in for the pinch. Serrated Lancer's going to march in. Army held in reserve. Fully golded up. The elite mountain samurai ready for a fight. Lumber. This is not as good of a fight as you'd think for him, guys. Remember, the camel on ease is going to be there due to the riders. Elite camel riders at that. Starts to pay him away, though. There is a reactionary force coming out as Baltoon is sallying forth. Engagement's in. This is just not how Lumber can fight, guys. It's impossible to fight this. That 20% rather loss of damage, especially when you're up against cataphracts, is a big no-no. Meanwhile on the base, Baltoon. Numbers look good for a hold. The elite Magadai from behind doing decent damage here still. This isn't enough to break him. This is a failed entry coming in from the Vietnamese. I mean, Lumber, he got baited, right? Real hard. Yeah, he couldn't dive in because Warspite would have closed the gap behind them, but he needed to be there. If they were going to commit, they needed to commit as a team, or they would die one by one. And now I think that death is coming. Wave after wave from Purple just to intercept on the retreat. In the meantime, there's an attempt to intercept trade. Purple, Pink rather, has marched up with his crossbows. Unfortunately, he ran into a line of knights here. KJJ, with the assistance of the cannon placements, will be able to get the wipe. The wall goes up. There will be no blocker to trade here. And yes, they've walled the north side, but that just doesn't matter anymore. They can fully lean on the south. So if Kyo can't get in and block this, park himself here and be immovable, the trade is just going to win Ugly Cat this game. What a well-executed game by Ugly Cat. I'm impressed, man. It's essentially like they were waiting for their opponents to make moves so they could sneak in elsewhere. The most pivotal part in this game was actually KJJ. Those raids onto the back farms really gave the breathing room the opening for them to scale everything. That's what they needed, because then all of a sudden, at a point where they were scaling trade, their opponents weren't attacking that trade. They were actually protecting their own base. I think at this stage, once Kyo attempts that final assault, if it fails, I think they'll know what's happened here. The game is over. Knights are going to peel back. Jean is about to be level 4. This fight will get her there. And because it's Palace Guard and not Spears, there's no actual counter to her in the formation. So no quick and easy kill. Jean, just over 100 XP away. It's undeniable. You can't stop it at this stage. Magadai with the assist as well makes it all too easy to mop up this formation. Remember, Vuvavan is still age-free. These crossbows do nothing in this engagement. There it is, guys. Last few flop and dead. Jean de Blast has arrived. She will swing that giant baguette and lop off about 10 heads at once. North side. Keep drop now coming in from Baltoon as he tries to stake a claim in this area. Even if he doesn't, Lumber has now ran out of gold here. They need trade and they need it ASAP. They're scaling now, but 23 compared to 92, right? The next pump is going to be too strong. Remember, this is especially impactful. Wait, what? Okay, it was going to be impactful. We have Strength of Heaven. Why? Alright, it doesn't matter. They wave the white flag. GG gets called. Game 1 in this $120 show match will unexpectedly go the way of Ugly Cat. That opening looked so uncomfortable. Vietnam looked like they were going to plow through for victory. But the combined efforts of the Taiwanese-Swedish alliance are able to slay the beast in the end. Only the first game, though, guys. We've got potentially 4 more games. So we'll mark a point up on the board for the combined efforts of Taiwan and Sweden. And let me have a look at the draft and see what we're getting for game number 2. Ooh, Sassy Myriad playing at 4 p.m. tomorrow as well. Mate, I'm going to be spoiled for choices. What do we call that one on YouTube? I really need someone who like just does those for me, because I'm terrible at doing them. So let's pull up the draft first of all, so you guys can kind of eyeball that, see where we're gonna go next. Oh, it'll be about the Chinese Vision. The award for best landmark in teams. Show map vision. Show Imperial Palace. Yes. Thank you very much, Veteran Wolf. Yeah, guys. So I was talking to my rep on the side of Protein Works. Really cool deal right now. So first of all, step 1 to doing this is exclamation mark Protein Works in chat, and then we click through. Wow, look at that. We're on the website. That's how we got here. There's something really cool happening. Cyber Month. I didn't even notice this part. I'll have to look into this a little bit later. But they have got big discounts with like 70% plus. Some are up to 80% off. And then my code Killer Pigeon gets an extra 10% off. So you can already see how ludicrously cheap these prices get. But one thing I did notice is if you go into food and snacks and go down to protein snacks right now, they have got a banger of a sale going on here on their Loaded Legends bars. So these ones, their best of dates are running out at the beginning of December, which means they're obviously going to heavily discount them. So they're down to 99p right now per bar. Reminder that usually it'd be £17.49 for 12 of these. So you can already see that this is a ludicrously good deal. Usually the boxes are cheaper, but no, you can try them all to see which ones you like. Go through them all. So these two are 99p. These ones are down to 149 as well, which is pretty damn cheap as well. So definitely worth checking out. I can highly recommend the cookies and cream. I love these. I've asked them to send me the rest of these because I want to try them out and see what they're like. So I think I asked for a whole box of salt caramel crunch because I'm a sucker for those. But the rest of these sound brilliant. I've heard from some people, I think someone else got sent the chocolate hazelnut and they said it's really, really good. So this still is going to exist through till at least mid-November, but I recommend taking advantage of it now before they run out of stock. The cookies and cream ones are really good. These are great in a pinch if you need a snack, if you need to get some protein in your system, just something to kind of fill you up between meals. Definitely recommend these. So exclamation mark Protein Works. Use the code KillerPigeon at checkout. And let me know what you guys have been buying, dude. I've got a bunch of things on the way. I actually told them to send me the multivitamins because I'm going to need them now with my broken bone. Because I found this. This looks really cool. They do gummies. They do multivitamin gummies. So I said, send me these. if I got to have some multivitamins, this is the way to have them. So yeah, I'll let you know what I think of those. But you guys have seen the amount of different products we've been trying on this channel. They're really good, and they've been supporting us now for 5 months in a row. If that doesn't deserve you guys trying them out, I don't know what does, right? They believed in us for 5 months now. That's crazy. So yeah, exclamation mark Protein Works, and I mean, you know, if they're impressed with how well it resonates with the community, I'm sure we can look up bigger and better next time and then put more of that money back into show matches and whatnot. All right. Do they ship to USA? Yes, they do. And the shipping scales downward, guys. So as you spend more, the shipping gets cheaper. So in the UK, I think £65 and above or 70 euros for certain countries will get you free shipping. For America, I don't think it quite does free shipping, but it's like $30 shipping if you're below $50. Then $50 to $150 is $20 shipping, and then anything above that is $10 shipping. So I'd recommend aiming for like the $60 to try a few things, and then you'll at least get a reasonable like price on the shipping. And then, you know, I'd say like grab a few things cheap on the smaller dosages and then decide what you like and like, wow, okay, I'll get these because they've got loads of different things. Not just the meal replacements, they've got proper protein in there. They've got the nootropic ranges, the coffee cooler ranges. There's a lot of good things here. Anyway, let's see where we're heading next, because I think they're currently drafting and hopping into lobby. So if I quickly open this, we should have Drafteru for game number 2. Okay, so reminder, the way this works is you can pick civs again, but the player that used them last time is not allowed to use them again. So Baltium this time will not be on the Japanese. We do, however, have a Malian pick coming through. Juji as well. This might be Cliffside. Juji's pretty good on Cliffside or Rocky River. I'm leaning Rocky River for the Juji pick, though. Plus, you've got traders on both sides. So, yeah, it's either Rocky River or Cliffside. I don't think you do Mongolian Heights with Malians. And Juji doesn't make much sense either. So, yeah, one of these two. Oh, let me put my leg back up, though. Good lord. You get a gifted sub and now you're a shill. Dude, he just doesn't want... Like, he got a good deal. He doesn't want you guys to miss out on good deals. That's just camaraderie right there. I don't see... Like, why the hate? Oh, let's put the music back on while we wait. Oh, yeah, we need to pay out the points, don't we? So, Taiwan, #1 in game 1. Ah, that was pretty cool, though. I was really, like, I mean, I was impressed. Like, the China, you can see how broken China can be in team games to that detail, though, right? It almost seems nitpicky until you see it in action. You're like, what the f did I just watch? They see so much. Why is the live thing so bad? 1 second. The like live posting that you're live on Twitter is so bad that it doesn't even show the thingy in the tweet. Makes sense of that to me. What? Makes no sense. So I shared it, right? But when I shared it, it doesn't even show in the tweet that I made on their own platform. It didn't even show the screen. That's so unbelievably dented. Alright, I'll try tweeting again. What a mess, dude. Also, I just don't like how it seems they've created like a different echelon of creators, as far as I can tell. Those that don't know, basically there's like X gaming now is a tag thing they've added that certain people have been given, but other people aren't. I don't even know how you get it. At least with Twitch, you know, like roughly, like even if you don't know the details of exactly how you get partner, in the other days you knew there was a way to get partner, right? So yeah, they've kind of bamboozled people with that stuff. Flag emotes are great, and they get did they actually get noticed in other streams? Really? I'm proud of those. Yeah. Shout out to my South American artist that made those. Hannah. She's much harder to get hold of now, actually, because I think she just bailed on Twitter because Brazil... Was it Brazil? I think it's Brazil that banned Twitter, right? Oh. Jean's flag can seem like a surrender flag. I see no problem here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I took a lot of the sub money and invested it into getting those for you guys. That's what I mean. We reinvest what we get, you know. Wait, ooh. Just trying to be mindful here, because yesterday I was struggling in pain. I just want to keep an eye on... When did I have drugs? I think I had drugs at about 10. So I have this... Yeah. So I had it at 5 minutes past 10. So 4 hours ago. I can have drugs again now if I want to. I try to wait a little bit until it starts to hurt. Yeah, I have this... Like, I'm being very responsible. I'm keeping a schedule of when I take my doses. And because I'm having codeine, I've called it codeine o'clock. So yeah, it's... Because I think I went over this like slightly yesterday. Like, some things that happen in the family means I'm very careful when it comes to drug intake and whatnot. I try to be very responsible with that stuff. Okay, dude. Are we... They're in lobby, so we should be starting in a sec. A little bit delayed, aren't they? Because we should have kicked off by now. What do you think, guys? You reckon it's going to be Rocky River or Cliffside? I think it's going to be one of those two. I'm trying to think if there are some emotes I should replace as well that we've made. How are YouTubers doing? You right? Ships to Poland? Prezimek, worth checking. I think so, because I think they ship to most of Europe. We've had people buying from like Germany, France. I haven't had someone check from Poland, so definitely give it a check out. Here, let me provide you... Wait, that's not the right thing. Let me go ahead and provide you with the link. I need to find a way of actually sticking that in the YouTube chat that's easy to do. I'll have a look, but here you go, YouTube people. Exclamation mark, protein works, doesn't work on YouTube. I need to figure that out. But yeah, if you use code KillerPigeon at checkout, it'll give you an extra 10% off. There are some ways for, like, for example, healthcare workers to get 20% off. That's fine. Use your codes from those systems. All I say is if you want to support me still, make sure you click on those links when you go through to order, like this one here, the HTTPS. Oh, you guys can't see it. The one that came up in chat. Because that way, even if you use like an NHS code to get 20% off, they will know that I sent you. So it'll still register to them that, oh, wow, KP sells really well with us. We want to work with him again. All right, looks like they've started up the game now. Rocky River. Look at that. Nanny already knows. He knows. Sexy pigeon emotes. K-Pig hand. What do you mean? Sexy pigeon. Wait, what? Leave, dude. What? You find pigeons sexy? Oh. He just wants one that simply says the clockening. The type of emote that could only exist on Kick. Oh, I mean, dude, you've got the sexiest pigeon emote imaginable. Look, right here. There we go. Oh god, dude, I don't like the fact I just call myself sexy. Jesus Christ, get me out. Oh, bloody hell. Alright, there we go. It's 4.5 minutes until we're good to go. One of these days you're getting banned for a bad joke. It won't be for the joke, it'll be someone else. You religious or atheist? I don't know if this. I think I'm atheist. I guess I can get behind the idea that there's something out there that like has like impact. I just don't really fit into people's normal criteria, you know? I like to believe there's just a guy out there with a giant TV. Yeah, and it's like some religions will look at like Greek religion and go, "Are we meant to believe a guy disguised himself as a goose and bumfuck people for like ages?" I mean, dude, like, is that really less believable than any other crap we're seeing everywhere else? Yeah. It's possible there's some sort of greater power. I just don't feel like I've heard any take that I fully resonate with. I'd be kind of okay if there was like a secret god dragon emperor somewhere, you know? It's the there's an interesting like study on this, like the irrationality of the mind. You can be the most like, I can't remember the name of the test. It's a really cool test. So it doesn't matter how tame, realistic, whatever you are about everything. You can be the most scientific, pragmatic person in the world, and that knows that there's like no God, or 100% believes rather that there's no God or whatever. And then if I offered to buy your soul for $10, you'd still hesitate. You might eventually take the offer, but you wouldn't immediately take the offer. You would pause. You would think about it. Right? It's actually a thing. Like, I can't remember. Like, there's a guy that wrote about these type of things. Like, it's a dilemma. Right? It's like, you can believe 100% that, like, there's no afterlife or whatever. You could be just, you know, the science of it all. But in that moment, when I offer $10 for your soul, there are very, very few people that would immediately take the $10, even if they believe wholeheartedly that there's no God or whatever. It's irrational, but that's how the human mind works. The human mind is emotionally triggered. It's not a machine, right? So it's quite an interesting one. Probably because you assume there's a catch? No, it's because, like, for a second you have to, like, reassess and like, re-gurge through the thoughts. Like, yeah, you know there's, like, you're like, oh, I know there's no God. I don't believe in God. But it's also kind of, like, for $10, like, you're going to be like, well, the 0.1% chance that I'm wrong. What would this mean for me and my soul in the afterlife, you know? And you, me, blah, blah, blah. God is the only thing that exists. I mean, dude, like, if there's, like, gods, I don't know. I feel like it's, I'll take your $10. You took time, though. You took time. There we go. But, even if there's different, you know, even if there is a God or whatever, right? I think the more believable form that I can envision is something almost more comparative to what Warhammer has, right? Where they are like manifested emotions. That would be believable. To what Blitzkrieg's trying to say there. So those who don't know, for example, anyone who follows Warhammer knows the basics of it, knows things like there's the Chaos Gods, right? There's like the god of blood god, right? Khorne, but Khorne isn't just the blood god. He's not the god of just the god of war. He's also the god of honor, right? Of courage. So, for example, he will blow up his own followers if they attack unarmed children. That's the thing. So, like, they are, although they tend to bring out the bad elements of, like, the things they instill, they aren't just the bad things, right? So, for example, Tzeentch is like, fundamentally change, right? And change isn't always bad, but it's represented by, like, his people being morphed and looking different and turning into bird people and crap like that, right? Or like Nurgle is a great one. Nurgle's people become like decayed and everything, but they're all about healing as well. So like, although his people end up plagued or whatever, they also don't suffer and they can't die, right? That's why he's called like Nurgle's the grandfather or whatever. All right, let's get the predictions going, shall we? You don't have a soul? I always knew you were a bot. I mean, no one else, like no human could build only Zhuge Nu and be happy with their life. How do we get on a religious debate? I mean, someone just asked the question. I'm happy to talk about most things, you know. As long as people aren't just trying to be baity dicks about it, whatever. Someone just asked genuinely, like, hey, you know, do you believe in God? You don't play only Zhuge Nu? Oh, sorry, that's right. You do have to build villages and imperial officials too. So yeah, let's think about the drafts a little bit. So we had that Zhuge Nu potential. Ooh, last time we saw this, it was double China, right? That was pretty broken when we watched it, actually. Right, we'll get into the live commentary in like another minute or two, because I don't think we're going to get any early like rushes. Mongol players don't often do that. There are situations, but this isn't one of them. It's kind of weird, actually. He should have done it. Because there's going to be a meditation garden drop, right? So you can play blocker. Oh, there's always some good med gardens when you get into a team game, Rocky River. It's a shame they're on the wrong side, though. Oh, dude. I think he could have clipped the gold and the stone, as well as triple berry, which would have been 108 food. But you can get better. I think he's going to get better. Are you a filthy Zhuge legacy spammer that's disappointed with the meditation garden nerfs over the course of last year? Don't worry, we have the solution for you. Pick Rocky River, pick 4v4, and you shall be delivered to the RNG gods. One and all, welcome back to the A4 Action. We are here for game number 2 of this best of 5 show match between the Taiwanese ex-Swedish stack and the full Vietnamese stack. Yes, a lot of known names here. Kyo comes to mind. You've got Vuvavan, Lumber, and then, of course, Vao Al Lang, which is Mew and Micah. On the other side, it is going to be Knock Knock, Warspite, KJJ, and probably the most known person internationally on this team has to be Baltin right now. This kid is looking hot, making his way, pretty much on the verge of top 10 reliably in competitive 1v1s in AoE 4. And he's going to be the filthy Zhuge spammer in this game. Yeah, so this is crazy, guys. Like, you know, we remember the old days of how ludicrous the meditation guns were when they had more range. Even with those nerfs to range, you can still crack out some nutty numbers, courtesy of how close berries spawn in Rocky River. People discovered this a while ago, and that's why Zhuge would occasionally get picked on this map in 1v1s. But it was a coin flip. However, when you play a team game, it becomes less of a coin flip. There's just so many potential opportunities. You're almost always going to grab something good. And this one is pretty juicy. I think he's going to end up getting... He's not going to clip all these berries, right? I think he's missing one. No, he gets them all. Okay, so that's going to be 158 resources. So he's got 36 times 3 from the berry stacks, and then double stone. So a pretty respectable one here. And the reason that stone's so valuable is because you are going to be playing into multi-TC. Because when you're on a big team map like this, it's the best thing that Zhuge can do, right? You don't want to spam out horsemen, not worth it when there's cavalry civs in the engagements. And you also don't want to be going for fast castle, because that's not really your role in this lineup. I'd say, you know, in this lineup, you don't really get anything immediately from fast castle versus TC booming. Especially with the way the relics are spread here. This map is interesting in team games too. It can be. I also think Rocky River can turn into a really negative experience with team games. I actually think any map where you get a line spawn at the back tends to be a bad map compared to circular spawns. And the reason is trade just becomes an inherent factor, right? Like, if we were to break down the average game lengths of games so far here in, well, not just this show match, but in tournament play for team games recently, so basically Fields of Blood, I would say Rocky River has the longest game average of any map superior. Because you just set up corner trade, right? One player walks here, one player walks here, and you just have way too much safe resource. So, Blue, me and Micah, he's going to be going for the standard Mangadai spam to go for the Deerstone build, so we'll have the additional range. Japan should be rushing towards Castle Age ASAP. They've already got a single outpost up. They've got a really nice position here, actually, kind of hunkered down between two other players in more of a concave. So they get away with only a single outpost. Whereas normally, when you're a bit more forward-facing, you'd have to go for a double outpost. Gives you a clear reason to want to deny your opponent's walling and top base play. Yeah, but I don't think it's that easy to deny, right? Like, it's a bit easier now with Season 9, because remember, Season 9 changed the build speed on walls. It takes a lot longer. But you do still inherently kind of get to the stage where everything ends up walled up, and you're going to get trade happening. Unless you are playing an all-in feudal strat, which I don't think Ugly Cat are, and I don't really think that the Vietnamese are either. Vietnam actually scales pretty well. Roost, the hyper late game with Streltsy spam. Desert Raiders are phenomenal there. Magadai are crazy as well. And Japanese, as we've seen with Onimusha, can do really well against heavily armored civs. When I look at Ugly Cat, they are a heavily armored civ, right? You're probably going to have Men-at-Arms spam from Warspite later. You're going to have Palace Guard spam, potentially. And Knights from Double Player. Like, we didn't just talk about that, by the way. The fact that Ugly Cat got double French is wild. If they did want to play an all-in feudal strat, this could be oppressive, because the cool thing about having double French Knight like this is even with Ibids on the other side, you're overwhelming in your pressure. And that's really good for the Joan pick, because it means that Joan can rush age free via her leveling system, in that she can get level 3 Joan. In fact, Joan is already hunting on the way with the melee form. What's the blocker to her here? Well, we do have Mount Samurai just around the corner. High Trade House is also coming through, so Kyo will be pivoting immediately into Horse Archers. And we do have the King. I love this. I'm so glad Warspite did not go for the Council Hall. It's worthless here against these type of civs, right? Because it's going to be double heavy cav. You'll just die. By having the King, you have this timing attack that I was just alluding to. You have this double heal factor with Chivalry plus the King. On top of that, you have Joan getting double healed. Her own passive as well as the King. So really cool detail. One nuisance, of course, is going to be those initial Magadai. Especially when you start diving in towards me and Micah's base. You kind of need to be on the west side of the map here, not the east. And Joan gets XP not from killing wolves, no. They took that away a while ago. Thank God. It was kind of dumb. It was way too RNG. So Magadai getting some good licks in. Not quite able to kill the King, but at least able to force him away. Behind this, we have got 2 TC, 3 TC. Versus just castle rushes, right? So very different approach. I mean, the castle rushes can work if you've got a timing attack in mind. And I think that is clearly what the intent is here, right? Scale Magadai, Horse Archers, and then frontline Mount Samurai. It's a good idea, it's a good strat, but you do need to rush. Also, this delay on marching out has meant that Baltoon has got a maximum value out of this. 108 food, 1 wood, and 50 stone every minute. Even though we'll lose this probably by 15, 16 minutes, it doesn't matter. What you have to realize is by getting this so early, at 5 minutes in the game, getting like, what, 160 resources, let's say. That's kind of like having 3.5 villages extra in your economy. And although that may not sound like a lot when we're 30 minutes in the game, that's the point. It's a lot when you're just a few minutes in the game, right? It's like a 15% increase to your economy. Later on, when you lose it, it's like losing 2% of your economy. Desiree spam on the flank. Is going to easily be buffered away here by KJJ. Reinforcements are also on the way, as we actually have Lumber shuffling over. I mean, he could try to turn for the fight. The numbers just aren't going to favor you here. We do have some very interesting walls coming in from Purple and Teal. Love the way that Teal is insulating Orange's base here, so he doesn't have to come home. Purple's a little bit more curious, but he's trying to set up for the long-term walls. So you remember I said about us eventually getting to mass trade at the back? This is how you get there, and it's really smart because by doing this so early, you can rush that trade. Very valuable when you've got double French on your team. Desiree clash. It's a favorable fight right now, actually, for the Vietnamese. You'd think that the numbers would be good enough for KJJ to assault, but he can't afford to give this area over because this is where he's trading. Mad Samurai are going to peel off. Desert Raiders are left outnumbered, though. Horse Archers are picking the injured knights apart, and assistance needs to arrive. It's now on the way. Knock, knock. Shuffling over. Joan is here as well. The numbers should be good enough for her to fight. And that means that actually Vietnamese are going to have to give way. They don't want to feed that XP over. Level 3 Joan too fast here would be an absolute nightmare for them. Man, you see how much longer these walls now take. Remember, it used to be 4 seconds. If it sounds like I bring this up a lot, it's because it's a phenomenal change. It makes such a big difference, and actually it was such a smart choice by the devs to make that change. Walling was way too easy in every game. Now it's a much bigger challenge to commit to. much more expensive as well, right? Because yes, it doesn't cost more resources, but it costs double the time. Which means every time you bring villagers out to do these build-ups, you're missing out on something. So we do have a block of the trade. There's no corner set up either from his teammates, so you're not going to get like double trade on the back. They need to reclaim this neutral point. They're doing a good job, though, of walling the rest of the map, which means all focus is going to be south side, but then they can try to shuffle over to wall it afterwards. Baltoon finally is coming out to play, though. Still in H2. Not a bad choice, though. Zhuge Nu up against Magadai is super effective here. Just needs to make sure he doesn't get too discombobulated. He only has 3 Zhuge. And 5, rather, in the formation right now. That needs to be careful they don't end up frontlining on the retreat. Wait, was that bugged? That damage was very underwhelming. Oh, I think they maybe... Did they hit the Khan? No, they didn't hit the Khan. That almost looked bugged. I swear I just watched 5 Zhuge Nu, which should each do 15 damage, strike that. That should have been 75 HP gone. And he only lost like 20 HP. Anyway, big dive coming in. They are blocking the gold here. There's a substantial eco lead right now. It's interesting. We actually got both French players going H3. I kind of like this from Baltoon, though, right? Yeah, he's staying in H2, but Mash Zhuge Nu counters most of what the Vietnamese are throwing at you right now. Magadai, Horse Archers, they all struggle. Also, they don't move away from the spears. Walls are up. Magadai is starting to chip away over the tree line, though. The English are arriving now with Longbows, so Warspite makes a lot of sense here. We mentioned the Zhuge Nu are good here. Longbows too. They counter 3 of the 4 unit types coming out from the Vietnamese. The only thing that will dominate is the Mount Samurai, but Mount Samurai are going to have their limitations when they come up against double French Knight spam. Especially in checkpoints where you just can't swarm in. Tries to go for the cycle charge through. Spearmen are going to get baited out of position here, but the backstab is starting to prep around. The Longbows are actually going to shuffle around, so they're coming from one angle here. Makes sense. They can just sit on the tree line and hit over from long range. But this is just a full slew of troops being sent across the map. Behind this, we have got the Vietnamese now starting to set up trade, but that's going to take quite some time to start repaying. They need more damage now. How's he looking on the farms behind this? Okay, so we have almost got the full farm transition done. He's about, what, 2/3 of the way there. Got all the granaries up, decent amount of farms. Dive is coming in, though, and KJ in a bit of a pickle here. He needs some assistance. Veterancy for the Knights is in. Royal Bloodlines is still about 50 seconds away here. Zhuge starting to whittle away at this. Longbows are starting to mass as well. Warspite is taking him a long time to get across here, but this is a growing force, right? These units are not dying, so his presence here is only going to get stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Joan almost at level 3 now. That's when she can start committing into these fights a bit more aggressively. Still a lot of open ground here. Trade has been pretty much reduced to nothing, so this is just a pure eco lead, but that's going to happen with Chinese, or sorry, Zhuge plus English having the 2TC, 3TC builds. I think they need a transition on Vietnam. This is not really working now. They've done a great job of applying pressure, but they're starting to lose control. So either find a new target or switch unit type, because this doesn't seem to be hitting as hard as it once did. Kind of the tricky issue of Horse Archers, right? They're also overburdening the one frontline player here. The Mount Samurai, great from Lumber, but they do have their limitations. I do not know where these traders are going. What? Combos are trickling out here. This is perfect. Bit of a throwaway from Kyo. He's looking for the entry, but the walls are coming up at the last second, so he gets baited fully. Yeah, there's no getting out of here. So that's going to be Kyo's main army dead. He's got a second wave behind this, sure, but now we're starting to see that military lead building. And not just that, Joan is farming it up. Level 3 has been achieved. Guys, this is getting scary. They're at least blocking the trade again on the west side. And this almost just seems like they're throwing the game. They're essentially walling green out, but it makes sense, right? If they're able to wall themselves in safely, they can commit everything to assisting green and then pushing out. I actually really like the approach from the Wolves from Ugly Cat here. It seems like they're betraying their teammate. Yes, they're throwing him under the bus, but Someone has to take the bullet here. So that someone else can thrive. And we're seeing that person thrive now. Baltoon, now up in age 3. More wolves crawling. It's like Mount Samurai. I'm going to try to march into what starts to feel like a bit of a trap here. Lumber realizes it just before it's too late. Meditation Garden is being taken out by Magadai. We do have Elite Knights there as well. It looks like Mio Micah did go for the age 4. He chose to go for the Carnate Palace, so we are getting random units added in for free here. I think we might have Warspike getting ready for an age up soon. Nice from Knock Knock. Creating the space to push out here. Vuvavan needs to retreat. Remember, Jugnu destroy Desert Raiders. It's a terrible fight if you didn't even try and ponder for a second here. So they've got the space now. There's 2 options. At this stage, Ugly Cat can try to commit to an attack, or they can go for the full wall up and play this game much later. Keep in mind, if they do go for the wall up, they are going to allow the Vietnamese to scale trade as well. I don't think you necessarily want Vietnam to reach their late game here. Mass Desert Raiders, the Magadai, Hyper Giga buffed up, and then Streltsy, that all sounds way too scary to me. I mean, in some ways you have some edges here. Zhone is the main one that comes to mind. French Cav double players can be pretty damn good. Maybe we, and I think we are going to get it, maybe we get the Yuan Raiders. Yuan Raiders are insane here. Zhuji Library is on the way, so Baltoon definitely looking for a tech commitment. We've yet to, in these team formats, see a full commitment into late game Cav from the Zhuji, but I do think it's the way here. Yuan Raiders with the 2 movement speed. Very considerable stats for a unit that only costs like 120 resources. It could be a winning play. I'm hoping he's going for it. Usually when you go Zhuji Library first like this, it does mean you're going Dynastic Protectors. Because otherwise going for the Sun is much better, right? Because by going for that, you get your hands on the extra movement speed. See in a second. It's actually going to be about the 10,000 bolts, so it gives him a significant DPS increase. I hope he saves that other point for Dynastic Protectors, though. I've seen way too many players get stuck into infantry, and it's a quick way to lose the game. Right? Like, there's nothing else here you should high prio. Sure, Roar of the Dragon seems cube, not worth it. I don't think Advanced Administration is worth it either. Looks like they are going to walk into the Thunderdome. Hold on a second. We've got some herding here. KJJ trying to block the retreat. He didn't get in the way, though. Missed opportunity there to prevent the Desert Raiders from escaping. However, a recommitment coming here as Vuvavan leads him with a few Camel Lances, and they bail on him. KJJ says, I can't have any part in this. Baltoon, do or die. It's up to you. At least you can do upgrade is at least in. He has got the 10,000 bolts. The DPS, substantial here for these units. Desert Raiders now entering into melee mode. Is more DPS for them, sure, but they're still going to die off. So, funnily enough, Baltoon, the call was correct here, yes. He does lose a significant chunk of the Jugnu, but he wipes the aggressive force of the Vietnamese. Second wave is diving in, though. Lumber making his way towards the farmland area. And that back off was a correct call from KJJ. It allowed him to cover the second wave that Lumber was then setting in. And they're close to the full wall. Damn, what an insane fight there. Jugnu are a totally balanced unit, guys. Remember, these are even stronger because the Zhuji get a unique tech. Not just the 10,000 bolts, which is incredible for the extra bolt, but this. Bolt magazines, which gives them plus 0.5 range, and also means you can't play light melee infantry into them ever. So yeah, at this stage, you can see it right there. They are doing, against an unarmored unit, a ludicrous 36 damage. And a lot of the units they're fighting into don't have much armor, right? So when you think about the Desert Raiders, the Horse Archers, +2 armor. Pathetic. Magadai, +2 armor. Like, all these things die to Mashuk. It's pretty wild. Berkshire now going to be positioned in the center of the map as they sort of look to stake a claim here. Knock Knock. Gradually making his way up to that level 4 as well. Think about level 4 with Mashugnu. The attack speed buffer would be ludicrous here. Both with Lombos and Jug, actually. It's tough to make infantry work, right? And yes, they had double cav, but this is really at its heart, win condition-wise, an infantry strat. Quickly powers are at least now arriving. Trade is about even, right? Slight lead here for the Vietnamese on setting theirs up. And they're at least neutral trade posting, so this is much better for them, so it gives them an extensive lead. Remember, you get 20% more gold when moving to these instead of player-owned marketplaces. Still, even with all that extra gold, they have a big problem to solve for, and it is going to be Zhug. Zhug to get zhugged, yeah. With Lombos being added in, just another kind of issue. Like, the upside at least is it's not going to be the Wingard Rangers. A little bit surprised they commit the Berkshire. I don't think that was necessary here. Well, KJJ looks to distract here. Nice play. Intercept the trade. Shrink things a little here. He's still playing catch-up, right? His economy isn't fully there. His military is quite underwhelming. He still has to reach age 4. One of those French players is now doing that, though. Knock Knock on his way up with the red pass. Looking to secure one of the big golds as well over here. Villagers are going to get grabbed, trying to drop that university. Big deal if Kyo gets delayed on this. Remember, you need techs. That's how you reach your real Imperial Age. Getting age 4 in number alone doesn't count for much. You really see the big impact, not from elite techs, but from the university techs. So any delay to that gives a potential opening here. Naganai are looking pretty stacked right now. What they need is an entry point. Zhug aren't here, but the Lombos and the Knights are. In fact, the Zhug are elsewhere. They're diving into the base. Smart read here. Vuvavan wants to do one thing and one thing only. He wants to spam Desert Raiders. That's useless in the face of what Baltoon is bumping. And he does have the Divine Haste, folks. He went back for the second landmark. So this movement speed, 1.29 on the Zhug. They're quicker than standard spears. Now, Samurai are reacting. Zhug, in the meantime, going to keep on chasing deeper. This is getting ridiculous. Look at that damage. 14 damage. They do 56 damage to an unarmored unit. 56! Absurdity. And they're finding the unarmored units. Villagers trying to run for their lives. Matt Samurai are at least going to be here to carry this fight. Otherwise, it would be an absolute stack and wipe. Baltoon really showing the power of Zhug in Season 9 if you reach this stage of the game. In fact, he might still win this fight. Mountain Samurai count is looking a little bit underwhelming. Okay, Lancers are now coming. So good thing Vuvavan prepped them. Otherwise, his Desert Raiders would have lost this fight. So it's going to get wiped, but second wave is already massing. We have got some forward infrastructure now for Baltoon. This is getting more and more Zhug. Magadai. You're starting to see how painful these units get, right? You've got 7 armor, sure, but these units hit for 13 damage. They can just kite you indefinitely. So you kind of need to move up with the Longbow player, right? Warspite needs to be there, and it needs to pretty much only be Longbows, I think. Makes sense. These French Knights should be able to beat anything else. If you bring Longbows, you counter the Horse Archers, you counter the Magadai, and you counter the Desert Raiders. Nice. This is not the fight. Level 4. It feels like that's what's happening here. Is Knock Knock is trying to farm for that level 4, but it's just taking so long. Well, we have got small retinues diving in, trying to snipe Samiko where they can. KJJ now up in age 4, so everyone in this game has reached Imperial Age now. Like the defensive placements as well. This is really cool. The weak point is still seen as KJJ's base, which makes sense. Like, think about it this way. Warspite is playing static. So if you attack the west side of the map, he can't react. On top of that, this area has the attack speed aura. This area does not. So by building the red palaces over here, they've deterred the Vietnamese from attacking that side of the map. I really like this formation. This could be big. Wait, did no one come and wall this? There's no stone walls. We don't have stone walls actually on either side. I think purple, yeah, he's done some of them on the east side. So that's why it's even better now to have the keeps on the west. But there was never a stone wall set up by the Vietnamese. It's about to break. This is blocking the trade, right? Magadai are on the way. It's actually really tricky for the Vietnamese from that standpoint, right? You've got a Mongol player, they can't build walls, and you've got a Rus player that can only do it when he builds Spitskaya. Now, he did build Spitskaya, but he hasn't leveraged it for that reason at all. Next time, I'm going to start to split up a little here. So Magadai going to have to keep chase. Meanwhile, we have got a bit of an outpost scroll here from Warspite to maintain that attack speed aura. River Van not really getting out of his base anymore either. I wonder if we are just going to start setting up for a wonder victory at this rate. It reeks of it, right? Then again, you have got Knights still creeping in like this, so you probably feel encouraged to keep going until stone walls occur. And those stone walls are now coming from Ugly Cat. Baltu moving up to do the west side. East side, I think it'd be Palisades rather, but we already have the stone walls behind that. Joan, she might actually get... Yeah, I actually think this might be level 4. If you play this right. Second wave of Magadai have arrived, so unfortunately he won't be able to quite edge out level 4 Joan. Still, it's a big distraction, right? You force the entire Magadai army to react to this. Almost 100 horse archers chasing you down. She does take a while. I love the moment where the poleaxe came down from the Rus Knight right at the end, like a clonk. An executing blow. $10,000 arrows later? No. 10,000 bolts in this game. Which are super effective against Desert Raiders, by the way. Oh my god. I think if the cavalry players just support the range players here, it's a pretty easy break-in for Ugly Cat. In the meantime, though, they're giving ground. Berkshire is dropped down. Horse archers able to dive in. They will trade out favorably against the Lombos. Numbers just not favoring them here. It's almost like there's just not enough coordination from Ugly Cat. They're just taking all their own engagements instead of one together. It kind of makes sense. You've got double Knight. See if you kind of want to play the flanks, right? But these guys look unstoppable if you back them up. Like, what do you do against Zhuge Nu with Knights to assist them? Die seems like the only answer. Like, even the Cav that's meant to counter them doesn't really feel like they're doing that good of a job. Damn, 10,000 bolts is crazy. Yeah, he's got Dynastic Protectors, guys. We've got it coming. It's happening. Yuan Raiders are on the way. If you can't get your ally to provide the cavalry, provide it for your own damn self. Look at the stats on these guys. This is what I was talking about. These boys are ludicrous. They barely cost anything. You pay 120 resources, the same you would as for a horseman, to get 260 HP, 18 damage, an extra 10 versus siege, an extra 5 versus workers, but that's not the big be-all end-all. It's the movement speed. 2 movement speed. These are the zoomers of the battlefield. Able to easily snipe the back of this formation as well. Fufu Pals going to be brought down. Reinforcement getting cut. And this is the other thing that makes them so good. Yuan Raiders are incredible against range comps. They're all ranged armor, no melee. And 2/3 of what's coming out, maybe even more than that from the Vietnamese, are ranged. This is a flood. These boys spawn so quickly, right? 17 seconds, same as a horseman. It's just a better horseman in every way. Dan, we wondered, right? We questioned, it's like, well, if Baltu can't have Japan, what's he going to play? How's he going to show? How's he going to flex? He's showing it right now with Zhu Ji. They are everything in this game. 10,000 bolts into mass Yuan. Both just as impactful as each other. You build Yuan Raiders because Yuan to win. And this should be enough to kind of reset. They need it fast, though. Look at the military numbers. People need to pick up the slack. Knock Knock is disappointing in this game. His army barely existing. Hold on, we've got a bit of a backstab here. The Magadai snuck in. They need to stick to this. Yuan Raiders will be able to gap close and kill, guys. That's the most important detail here. To minimize the damage, this needs to be cauterized ASAP. Yeah, Micah, he's done a good job of splitting the formation, though. Mongols, they're doing it again. Every single time we get to this stage on this map, All it takes is one strike to the back. Heavy damage done, but they're going to need more than that. Still going to be a lot of Magadai dead at the tail end of this. And I imagine we're going to get full stone walls afterwards because they've learned their lessons from their mistakes. Magadai maybe could even consider diving the English farms here. I think that's the best move you can make right now. Because Warspite, he's all about farmers, right? No traders whatsoever. They are running out of room. You see what I mean with the difference in movement, by the way. Like, look at this unit. And he has actually switched over into the Dali horses. So he's got the better attack speed. He's got the Ming Dynasty for the extra damage as well. They now hit for 20 base every 1.46 seconds. I think the only thing missing here is he fluffed, didn't he? He didn't switch over with his other landmark. No, he's still got Divine Haste. Yeah, so he forgot about it. That's actually a big deal. Guys, you have two options here. You either have the Divine Vitality to heal when you run across the field, or Divine Charge for a 20% damage increase, which would equal an extra 4 damage per strike here. Definitely adds up. So some of the Magadai have been contained. Ecos are close to even at this stage. Militaries are the same now, though. Another crazy thing about Dynastic Protectors, why it's the best tech in the Juji library, is at any given stage, you can just get 2 unit types out of it, right? Yuan Raiders and what they provide is very different to what Imperial Guards provide. Imperial Guards are great against melee heavy comps, and you are up against a lineup that, whoopsie, apologies for that, is starting to build things like Gulams, right? So it might be that we see, if this is Gulam and then say Mass Mounted Samurai, and let's say you saw no longer any more Magadai, you can make a lot of sense out of going for the Imperial Guards. More archers continue to be spammed. I'm kind of surprised we actually haven't seen more Strelts yet out of Kyo. Big. Makes sense when you consider they seem to be more about raiding. They're not looking for a direct fight, because I think they understand at this rate that direct fight will be a loss. Baltsun is their kryptonite, man. I feel like he can either go Zhug or go Yuan and counter almost everything they do. Knights have started to sneak in here. Wait, what happened to Miyamika's economy? Oh my god. Something went wrong here, folks. He's down to 55. We may have found the chip in the armor. The eco lead is a big deal here, because although the Magadai might not die fast, with Yuan Raiders coming, it's going to be harder for them to survive. If they get wiped too quickly, there will be no remass for Miyamika in time. Nice. Are now diving to the main, so looking for more damage. Junda Blast is here. She does not die against Magadai. And we have got Valor's Inspiration as well, so that'll become very handy if this ever turns into a focused engagement somewhere. Second wave of Magadai are going to come in to assist. Meanwhile, in the center, it looks like the English are stabilizing. Berkshire back online. Trebuchets with shattering projectiles now being built. The Spasskaya is dead. The longbow count is good enough to hold back the horse archers. And this game, this series, is quickly slipping away from the Vietnamese. West side, the Yuan Raiders. That moves I said for chasing, for raiding so good, but it's also just for reinforcing. It's so reliable here. Now the French Knight is able to easily swat away the Japanese swarm. Oh my god, and Juganu, the switch is coming in, guys. We talked about how he can just keep tiptoeing between the two. He's doing it. Baltsun now returning to the repeater crossbows. The repeater crossbows that hit for a ludicrous 56 damage every 2 seconds. Harder than a hand cannoneer. So, what was that about? We need hand cannoneers on Juji? I think not. They're fine. Let him cook. Let him roast. Right now, it feels like the Vietnamese are getting spit roasted here. Hit from both sides. A punch from the east, a punch from the west. Numbers are at least going to reset. Looks like the night count actually just kind of evaporating for KJJ, but a second wave of Yuan Raiders come around the back at maximum movement speed here. They'll still get pushed back here, right? It's 2 versus 1. But this is all a break, a gap between the next wave from KJ. Need more center mass. Really working well now. Lombo's about to be backed up by Jeune de Blast, who could activate the attack speed. Probably not worth it with so few left. But does have that now in the pocket for the next fight. How is this game still going? I mean, I'm impressed that Vietnam's been holding on as long as they have. Like, I feel like they should have been dead for a while now, but they found some good strike-ins. That's no longer going to happen, though. If they can't now find a way of sneaking 50 Magadite into the back again, this is GG. They've got 104 Magadite to work with, so in theory it's possible, but he needs someone else to break the walls open. He's got some Hui powers, but there's just so many stone walls now. Pressure is mounting. Wall's going to break. Baltoon starts to make his way in here. Assisted by the French Knights. French Knights that I think are going to go hunting straight for the trade. Remember, the Yuan Raiders don't need to be winning this fight. If they're in choke points, it's better because they die slower while bogging down enemies, right? Because melee will beat them, but there's not many melee hitting them, and ranged won't do much damage. So it's all about Yuan Raiders supporting the Zhuge Nu, and now the kick to the jugular. We have got Imperial Guards on the way. Yeah, and these are going to be the scary boys, right? These ones are the tanks. So far, we've been deploying APCs for raids. Yuan Raiders 260 HP, pretty good stats. Check these bad boys. Imperial Guards with the Dali horses. They're going to hit for 36 damage with the sword. Almost 450 HP on each of these. Reminder that French Knight has 378. So the true front lines arrive. Baltoon, man, he's doing it all. It's a team effort, but you could definitely feel the power of the Zhuge in this one. Feel the backline DPS of Warspite. Keeps are starting to fail them. We're about to see multiple breach points here. The Magadai have to spring the trap. They're on the way. Lombos are reforming, though. They start to back up a little bit. Volley is on cooldown. So actually a perfect time here by Miyamaika. Probably the best trade he can hope for. As he swarms over the English Lombos. Good fight, but this is only step one. They need more. Miyamaika has got his work cut out for him in this game. Blue has to do so much to keep them afoot. Dives are starting to reach a little bit deeper here. What we really need to see is even more forward reinforcement points coming out from Ugly Cat to keep this push going, because now Magadai are on the way to reset what the Zhuge Nu have been doing. Yeah, and this is where you need to keep a tricky balance. You may be noticing that Baltoon isn't just building Imperial Guards for good reason. Magadai do phenomenally well against Imperial Guards. Imperial Guards, I talked about their melee armor. Look at the ranged armor. It's only 6. They get melted by Magadai. And KJ, the most ambitious of 4 bases here. I love the thinking, but a little bit too close. I actually think that's what Baltoon needs, because his archers aren't arriving quick enough. Remember, the counter to this is Mash Zhuge Nu. This game isn't going to end, is it? Archers burning down keeps feels so wrong. Hey, man, you know, like, you mostly use stone, but I don't know. I've seen how cheap structures built nowadays can be in England. People cutting corners, you got to take advantage of. I like to imagine that the Lombos have so much bicep that when they pull the bow back and release, the arrow flies so fast it breaks the sound barrier and knocks a brick out. Then it seems more realistic to me, you know? We have got a bit of a pushback here, but this is a reset. Armies are rebuilding. Zhuge starting to get in position again. The Magadai, I mean, I don't know where they're hoping to go. Wait. You guys didn't stonewall this? There was like a single gap. All right, this one's been opened, but the rest has been stonewalled, right? So it's here and here. This is a little bit gluttonous. I guess the thought process is that, you know, they won't build cannons if it's like this. Zhuge are going to mop up the Magadai on the east side. West is going to be horse archers diving in, though. We do have samurai now being added in by yellow. Right, so I'm going to have to form the defensive line. Zhuge are wrapping around here. This is crazy, guys. Remember, Zhuge actually kind of busted in late game now because Ghoulam's... I mean, they've got pretty good ranged armor, right? Up to 9. Granted. However, you don't have the extra HP anymore. So meanwhile, this unit's doing... What? Is that 20 damage? 20 damage per attack. Meanwhile, you're going to be doing, with the double strike, it's 16 plus another 23, right? So you're still winning, but it's nowhere near as much of a counter as you think. Oh my god, Zhuge Nu are ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the center, Purple came back with a Fury Knights here to assist. The Onimush can't stand their ground. The Lombos no longer hindered. This is tricky, right? Roos used to be able to dominate English because you go mangoes. But mangoes are such a meme now. Balsin now on the way to join this. I love this. Before now, they've been taking a 2v2 or 2v2. And the fact that they're playing double infantry has been hurting them. If they can get all of Ugly Cat into one location, they should be unbreakable here. Zhuge plus Lombos is the absolute peak of backline. Yeah, Streltsy won't be able to mass against it, right? Only 18 of them in total. Samurai frontline is going to form. Once again, 9 armor, right? But the problem with 9 armor is you suck against Zhuge. You're taking 20 damage. By the time you gap close the unit on the other side, you basically have about the same health as they do. Is this the breakthrough they've been looking for? Have they finally done it? Economy's at least a bit better now for Miyamika. He has remasked the Magadai for another strike, but that strike may not be good enough. The Lombos, assisted by the Knights, easily able to shove him away while they continue to make progress towards the center base here. It's also a matter of quality at this stage in the game, right? Double French Knight players, like, what do you have that competes with that? Mountain Samurai aren't going to do it. Normal Samurai not going to do it. And yes, Krakeny, Baltoon is indeed Ming. His 56 damage, Zhuge Nu are real. I'm glad actually he's just not getting cav out anymore. It's just Zhuge. Zhuge win this now. You finally got all your troops together. You don't need to build the cavalry anymore because the French Knights do more than enough. Streltsy Bombard being dove onto. And now even the reinforcing wave is getting ugly for Lumber. A lot of his full production really shouldn't be being used anymore. He needs to be reverting to the back racks here, if he even has them. Nah, this is crazy. I'm impressed. Usually, like, we're in a meta that's dominated by Cav, and admittedly, it took a double French strat to get them there, right? To get them that space. But you see how potent infantry strats can be if you're able to reach their peak. They suffer in the early game, the mid game, where most games are decided in 4v4s because one player basically gets flattened like a pancake. But if you can weather the storm, if you can balance things out to get to this stage, you see how good English Zhuge can be in 4v4s. And now that we're here, it feels undeniable. The Lombos, too strong. Magadai cannot eat the fill anymore. GG gets called. This best of 5 could turn very quickly into a 3-game series because we are 2-0 on the board now for the unstoppable Taiwanese-Swede synergy. What a fusion mix. Let me know what you guys think of this game. Pretty cool to see. I think a lot of people were worried about maybe Imperial for Zhuge being only cavalry and nothing else. But I think what we can say after seeing this game is that Zhuge Nu are still very much alive and maybe a bigger problem than any of us truly realized. I'll see you on the next video. Oi, oi, oi. Good lord. All right. So only in game 2. We still have more games to come. Let me... Is usually the most buffed Civ in Imperial now? I feel like they are. Season 9, I think made Zhuge like the most buffed in Imperial, if I'm not mistaken. Zhuge Nu feel really good now. They've still got the cavalry, which are ludicrous. I don't think that was hurt by the infantry nerfs, right? Your arm hurt too? My arm is fine, despite that. The most buffed Age 4 Civ of Season 9. It's usually late game S tier. With stats. Shows you GNU with stats. Show Yuan Raiders. They changed the... Oh, what? Because Ming is now multiplicative, right? Which means it's a bigger gain. Yeah. You're right. No one saw that. That's ridiculous. Actually, maybe that's a better title then. Secret buff has made this unit broken in late game. Actually, I don't know. What do you think? Like, secret buff has made this Civ broken in late game, or the previous thing we were going with? Trying to think now. You need buff during the video? We didn't talk about the buff, but we show the stats, which kind of speaks for itself, right? The most buff Age 4 Civ of Season 9. GG Age 4 S tier. Show new stats. Show Yuan Raiders. I'll stick with it. I need to get someone who just handles all this YouTube stuff. I just don't have the time to commit to it. That's the problem. Alright, so waiting for the next game. Do they just continue their trend here? They go cliffside next, maybe. Dude, Taiwan's looking OP though. Oof. Ooh. This seems like cliffside. This could also be Dry Arabia though. Like Mongols HRE, Juji, a bit. It's double Cav, Malian English. I don't think this is Mongolians, right? So it's like Dry Arabia or cliffside. I'm leaning cliffside though. One second, actually, I need to check. Is that it? The G are the most buffed Age late game Civ. Wait, actually, let's use it. Season 9's most buffed late game Civ. There we go. I think that works. I want to keep it shorter. Alright, one sec. I need to get one of my bars. You remember I was talking about these loaded legends, guys? I'm serious. You should get your hands on these. These are really good. So, I always got these bad boys close by. Because we've probably got about 2 or 3 minutes until the game is good to go. I'll run ads as well before the game begins because I'm kind like that. I'm giving. So give in return and use those subs. But we got these. These are the ones I was talking about. On the website, guys, if you go Protein Works, these ones right here, the cookies and creams, they are down to 99p per bar, right? $1 per bar, basically. So go take advantage of that right now. The expiration date is, I think, 4th of December. That's why they've got them on sale cheap, because it's like, you know, stock is... The expiration date is coming up. But these are really nice snacks. So they're high in protein, they're high in carbs and whatnot. So, like, they're perfect. They're not, like, the low in sugar, high in fiber. So they're decent, even if you're on a diet. But obviously, if you're on, like, an extreme no-fat diet, probably not perfect for you. But if anyone who likes to snack, these are very good. These are the cookies and cream ones. So the cookies and cream ones have that date on them, the expiration. It's the single order ones. But the funny part is they're so cheap right now, it works out cheaper than buying a full box of 12 of them. It's a really good deal. So I'm going to munch on this while we wait for them to set up the match. And I'll chat with you guys while we wait as well. So I'll keep intermittently muting so you guys don't hear me biting down, unless you guys really want to hear me biting down. I don't know. Some people are into that. Are we an ASMR stream now? Like, how's that? Crunchy. But yeah, if you want to get your hands on your own ones, !protein works. In chat now. Use the code KillerPigeon at checkout. This is what I was talking about. Like, they are really low right now. Yep, that's how you type. So if you go for the individual flavors, they are heavily discounted. Here you go, right here. So hazelnut and cookies and cream. I'm getting them to send me some of the hazelnuts, so I'm going to try them for myself, so I'll let you guys know about those. But the cookies and cream, definitely worth it. They're really, really good. So yeah, down to 99p right now. Pretty bloody good deal. Oh, also, another thing that's free for you guys to do, if you got the game, which I'm assuming you have. Go do this right now, because I'm not letting... Guys. Ones, if you're okay with Chinese map hackers winning. Twos, if you want to do something to stop them. I'm here to help. Go across. Alright, that's a ban, Crackety. Ban yourself. Get out of here. This is obvious too. You guys don't want Chinese map hackers to win, alright? Chinese map hack... Like, why would you ever want that? All that's going to get you is you losing at 5 minutes every single game. Them ruining your experiences. You want to stop them? Go write a review right now. Positive reviews. Thumbs it up. Because right now, these dirty, filthy, stinking freaking cheaters, whether they're Chinese or wherever else they may be, are review bombing the game. Oh, no, Cracky. I'm talking about the... Like, so I found out, like, so recently, basically, there's a way you can show the chart of, like, the here you go, graph. This isn't because, oh, I don't like the siege changes. Like, maybe a few of these are, but the majority of this crap is basically because of people who have been map hacking are getting banned. Because Microsoft and World's Edge stepped it up when it came to bans. And they don't like it because they've been having fun for a long time, ruining other people's experiences. So I'm not letting them get away with ruining this fantastic game, with ruining the fact that we're getting updates in the devs, right? So, like, if you, A, like seeing map hackers banned, and B, like that even if the full changes aren't where you want them right now, the devs are actually making changes, go reverse their review bombing. Positive reviews. Send them now, guys. Screw these guys. Right? Like, this is their little revenge because these small Epeen boys with the 2 inches who live in their mum's basement, who have never seen a light at all, who, like, don't know how to get a legit win at all, right? Like, filthy exploiters of whatever they can get their hands on. Not even legit exploits, not things that are in game, but legit just finding stuff out of game to use to their edge. That are ruining, actively ruining, one of the best RTSs out there. This is their little revenge now because they're not happy that Daddy Microsoft, after letting him get away with it for way too long. Yeah, dude. Like, here you go. This is exactly what I'm talking about. When I see a review like this. What was it? Stupid game, stupid update. This stupid update ruined this game. What you mean is, it ruined how easy it was for you to cheat on the game. So, Evolto Cobra, why don't you go and choke on one? Won't miss you, mate. I've said already, like, there's some tweaks that need to be done with the update in terms of, like, some of the late game maybe doesn't feel right now. By the way, the devs are actively listening on their own forums, on Discord, on Reddit, wherever it is. Provide those feedbacks, and they will actually adapt it. But a lot of these negative feedbacks haven't been about that. There's been crap game, blah, 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 which is just... Obviously, they're not going to type, I cheated, and now I'm banned. Because that's... It's not really a review we're going to back up, you know? Nani Yuri, it may be able to detect and deal with review bombing eventually, but keep in mind, one of the vile things about review bombing is no matter how good of a job Steam tries to do in reacting to these review bombs, by the time they react, it can be too late. The impacts can be had. Even on a game as big as Age of Empires 4, if the devs are looking and going, oh, people didn't like this, their mentality might be, why even, what, fine, we'll just revert and there's no point changing anything in the future, right? So, like, that's why I always hate these type of review bombs, because they do their damage already. When a new game releases, doesn't matter if Steam detects the review bombing 4 days later. What matters is the opening 24 hours, right? Yeah, positive review bomb the crap out of this. Like, we're getting a new expansion next year, right? I want the devs to look at this and not go, oh, let's just wait. Like, Sons Ascend was well-received, but everything else wasn't. I want the devs to go, oh, Sons Ascend was well-received, do another expansion. But also, these big changes we made on Season 9, these attempts to do new things were respected. So let's do that. Exactly. Like, these devs are like, it's crazy, right? Like, this is the thing. The perception will be, oh, the devs changed something and the people didn't like it. This is bad, blah, blah, blah. That's not what happened. It's that one of the things the devs changed is they actually really started to stick it to cheaters. Like, the ban waves, from my understanding, have been going through the roof with the recent like update. That's what these negative reviews are about. Little papagas who have been having way too much fun at the loss of many other people in Quick Match. Good lad, Drawer. Good lad. Score so far, 2-0 for the Taiwanese. By the way, guys, if you are enjoying all the content here, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you've got notifications turned on. We tend to stream about 3 to 4 times a week. And we've got a lot of bang content coming up. My tournament series, 30 weeks long, starts tomorrow. And we will have some matches to cast right out of the game. So we'll aim to do probably about 2, maybe 3 official series before I have to go off, because I'm going to have to go and run Jurasar's channel for him as well. You know how it is. I hope you're doing well, Jura. How am I doing today? I mean, as well as can be expected, really, you know. It's still there. Like, you look down, your foot's still there, but also you look down, the cast is still there around your foot. It's a mixed feeling. Thank you very much, Packer. Sorry. Made a very big mouthful. Absolute legend. Almost a year now of subscribing. Appreciate the support, buddy. Appreciate everyone that's been subscribing. Definitely want to get those subs in as well, because, like I said, with things kicking off tomorrow, we are going to have tournament action on this channel pretty much every single day for like of the weekdays, probably for the foreseeable future, I reckon. Every day, I imagine there'll at least be a mixture of that and a sprinkling of it in. And then, of course, our first grand finals for the KP Midweek Muster will be on Thursday of next week. Ooh. Okay, so... Oh, did I pay out on the last one? Let me fix that. Damn. Overwhelming majority of people thought Vietnam were going to take it. How winnings divided each week? Sure, we can talk about that for a sec. We've got like 2 minutes. So, we actually have a Liquipedia up already. So the way this is going to work, guys, is every week, prize pool will be dispersed amongst... Oh my god, this is so laggy because we're loading game. I'm looking forward to this PC build, so we get a new one. It will be dispersed amongst the top 4. So you can see there, first place gets 125 bucks, second place will get 75 bucks, third, fourth will get 50 bucks. I'm going to ask the players their preference between doing payments every like month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever. Honestly, it's easy for me if they're okay to wait until the very end. I know some can't, so we'll sort that. But I will warn them in the event that they get paid out more frequently, I'm not going to be able to cover bank conversion costs or whatnot. So if they can wait, it's obviously better for them. They get more of the money at the end. But yeah, 4 players are going to be paid out every single week. So pretty excited for this. $9,000 in total across the 30 weeks. And we will probably have... So what I'll probably be aiming to do is the first week back after Christmas, we're probably going to do a $600 one, because we're going to be taking either 1 or 2 weeks off over Christmas, just because I think a lot of players don't want to spend that much time grinding AoE 4. There's at least going to be 1 week where I think they'd like to relax, so I want to provide that to them. And then outside that, there might be 1 or 2 weeks through to June where, like, because I'm going to be working an event, I won't be able to do it, so we'll push it back. But for the most, like, the baseline expectation is every single week, $300 circuit with grand finals on Thursday. Pretty hyped. Right, so I think we're about ready to get underway. Nice. Just a few seconds away. Certain players tough to pay. We'll figure it out. Happy to see you casting some official AOM games, kind of swapped over from AoE 4 to AOM. AOM has its qualities I like. I've said before though, I don't think the problem is, like, AOM, you know, I don't stream it because it's already got its people. There's no point. I love AOM, but it's not a game that's going to grow. I've said before, like, the play now is, and I really hope Microsoft is paying attention and doesn't screw up and get this wrong. Make another game. That is a weird spawn. We'll talk about that in a sec. But yeah, make another game. Like, don't spend 4 years milking expansions for Age of Mythology Retold. Have another game ready to launch 4 years from now. Because Age of Mythology 2 is where they can make the biggest Age of game ever. It's just baseline logic, right? People don't like old games, no matter how good they are. It's hard to convince people to come and play an old game. Right? Like, I could tell you guys Red Alert 2 is the best game ever. And if you haven't played Red Alert 2 before, you won't play it. Alright, this is wild. I assume we're playing this one out. Gamba? Oh yeah, let me get Gamba up. Red Alert 1 for the win. Red Alert 2 was better. Red Alert 1 was good, but Red Alert 2 was 100% better. Red Alert 2 is a top 5 all-time RTS. Only issue it sometimes has is balance. Right? Everything else about it. Mwah. Just like, you know what the other one is? You guys see Humphrey all the time. I could easily convince some of you to come play Heroes of Might and Magic 3 because you played it as a kid. If you didn't play as a kid, you ain't gonna touch it. You look at it and go, old game. I remember I had this Merlin. He's like, that doesn't look like a good game. It's like, mate, this game is better than anything you've played in your entire life. You say that it's a crap game again, I'll slap the words out of your mouth. Right? It's that good. All right, here we go. This might end up being the single best cliffside game we have ever witnessed in competitive Age of Empires 4. One and all, welcome back to the channel for an absolute banger. Game number 3 of this best of 5 show match between Team Taiwan and Team Vietnam. And look at the spawn. Blue, yellow, pink, and red are on the same team. Yes, look at the map formation and scratch your head in intrigue right now because we have got a wild one here between these two sides. I don't think I've ever seen it spawn like this in a tournament game. This is incredible. And once again, we are seeing a lot of love from the Vietnamese onto the IBIDs. It was highlighted by chat. They keep doing this, but they've been inspired by this Yuji that we saw with Ugly Cat last game. H3 Mongols, this is a really powerful looking comp, but something they gave over to Ugly Cat that served them well is that double French pick. French and Jaune. Remember, there's no repeat picks. Also, there is no repeat pick for both sides. So, for example, if Ugly Cat picked the Malians, the Vietnamese didn't have that option. I'm curious about this Malian pick, though. Malians, to me, have been looking a bit wow-wow. Anytime someone tries Farimba, I roll my eyes and say, go next. So I imagine we'll be looking at a standard build into Fulani. Probably, what, Musa Fadi here, which should be pretty effective against, I'd say, like, H3 Mongols, maybe? We'll see how it pays off. I don't think you want to go... There's no way he'd go for Sofa, right? It could be quite effective against Yuji and Castle Age. Red can't make walls, he's dead. Why make walls when you can make ward? It's on the way with the spears already. They could have played like double Dark Age here. Unfortunately, Vumavan didn't want to. I think there would have been a lot of value there because they could have blocked multiple players. But the problem is you would have had double spear build up against Council. I know it's a lot of talk about Red Alert 2 versus Red Alert 3. Red Alert 3 had some cool cinematics, but Red Alert 3's at times covered the, crossed rather the barrier into cringe. Red Alert 2 is the single best RTS for cinematics that has danced the line between cringe and incredible. I've never ever to this day seen a game that has done that so well. So Tickup's coming out. We did get the Saharan Trade Network. No surprise with the Mongol pressure already coming in. Also gives you much more strong emplacements as the game goes on, right? Getting those javelin placements. Opponent tool. How are we looking elsewhere on the map? It's kind of weird. I'm going to have to get used to this. Remember, guys, purple is with the west side team. Red is with the east side team. So weird. Earth 2150. I played a little bit. I wasn't crazy about it. Did anyone play Fandor as a kid? Fandor was pretty incredible. Fandor was kind of ahead of its time. So Fandor was a very, very early day sci-fi RTS where you could modularize your weapon, your vehicles. So like, you're going to build a tank, but you could choose the type of weapon you could put on top of the tank. It was so before its time. No game was doing that type of thing at the time. And then, of course, yeah, Total Annihilation is god tier. Sometimes I wonder if Total Annihilation could have been bigger than, like, StarCraft. The problem is it didn't have the spectacle or the story. The gameplay and the multiplayer, like, Total Annihilation was incredible. But from a spectacle, like, watching Total Annihilation, just like watching BAR, isn't very good. And also, the story wasn't there. Okay, so how are we looking? Stables being set up, so we are going to get spam. No Chamber of Commerce this game, no surprise there. The spawn locations don't make sense. In fact, it's funny that Red is even checking around the back here. He could go for trade himself, it's just risky. I don't think you're going to see much trade in this spawn, which I really like. Because the way they've spawned on Cliffside, it's just not very feasible here. A standard Cliffside spawn, you'll usually see people wall along the center of the map, and eventually trade comes in. It's not great trade because you have to go 2/3 of the map, but it does tend to not happen naturally. But with this spawn, I think it's just going to be all pressure and very little wall. Wait, there's an Age of Empires 3? Oh yeah, I think I recall that, right? That when you say Age of Empires 3, you mean you didn't have to pay to play it. Age of Empires Online is what most of us called it. That's the one you're talking about. Got it. One AoE free fan in my chat just cried and threw their PC out the window. Which is unfortunate because now that his PC doesn't work, that's 5% of the game's population unable to play. So, Knights from Knock Knock are knocking at the door here. He's got a nice little area to play with between three players, forcing a lot of aggressive reaction. Vuao Lang building into Masjug. North side, what have we got coming out here? It's just going to be, yeah, Horsemen. Really? Kind of makes sense. You've got Lombos on the other side, but kind of crazy not to see Desert Raiders against double Knight comp. You know what I need, guys? A good Stronghold sequel. I'm trying not to cry as I say that, man. You know how there's just some games where every single sequel they made was not worth it, right? Heroes of Might and Magic has that. Stronghold has that. It hurts me deeply. There's just these games that were made by very talented people who have never been able to replicate the success. It's like when we've all got that song, right? That one-off song, and we wish that the artist could come up with something just as good, and they never do. Just like these guys with Ibits. I'm sorry, Vietnam, but it kind of has felt that way. Every single rendition hasn't worked out. At this point, we've just resorted to Horsemen instead of even going for the Desert Raiders. I'm curious to see how it's going to pay off. A little bit of chip damage coming in towards KJ's base. There's a few villagers might be in trouble. A little bit slow on the pull away there. We'll discombobulate the retreat. But remember, this Saharan trade network is very strong. The javelin placements sting, even for Horsemen. So this dive, though it does some eco damage, is going to cost him dearly. Lombos arrive in time to mop up what's remaining. On the other side of this, we haven't got any greed really coming in from the Vietnamese squad, right? We did do predictions, right? We did. All right. 50-50 split from you guys. That's wild. You really liked Hom 5? I never really got into Hom 5. I understand some people's appreciation for it. Hom 4 also didn't really magnetize me. I think Hom 4 was very polarizing for a lot of people. I know some people did like Hom 5. There are some things I just didn't resonate with, though. Hom 3 will always be peak. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is the best Might and Magic game ever. I hope one day someone can change my mind. But yeah, John Van Canningham is a genius. You know, he was actually going to originally be responsible for revitalizing Command & Conquer until they fired him. I don't know why they fired him. I never found the details on it. Kind of broke my heart, though. I really want Command & Conquer to make a comeback. Not being a mobile game. So we've got some funny wolves coming in from Vuvavan, but remember, that's because purple is his enemy. And it is going to be mass spears, so it did end up that way anyway. Yeah, I feel like Vuvavan would have done a lot better if he just maybe opened spears in Dark Age and then delayed his feudal a little bit. You could have probably idled out the gold of both French players. Maybe even been quick enough to stop the Malians from getting their landmark up on the gold. A bit of stabbing here. I don't like this, though. Yeah, that was perfect from Warspite. He tanked all the attacks with Joan. It's good if they can surround, but it's not working. Divine Restoration gets the pinch, though. So it's going to work out in the end. Knights will club down a few. This is quite the swarm. So my worry there is Vuvavan was way too tunnel vision on Joan, but wasn't pinching her. He finally fixed that. Because the problem is, if you're all attacking Joan, then you're not bracing for the charge, so you're taking maximum damage for the Knights. Standard defenses should be able to protect this, though. And this is very expensive what Vuvavan is doing. Realistically, all he's done is killed Joan and 1 or 2 Knights. And he lost, like, what, 10, 15 spears for that? Probably 10, 12. It's still really expensive, and although you have delayed Joan, Joan's not the win condition in this game. She's merely a byproduct of his existence. The real win condition is on the way. Grand Fulani Corral is coming. And guys, we wondered, we speculated, was it going to be Musafadi or was it going to be Sofa? We're getting mass Sofa. Kind of crazy, actually, considering you've seen 2 players showing spears, but now it's multiple players showing Cav, right? You've got Zhuge Nu, Horseman, Keshik. Sofa are phenomenal against this. Even against Zhuge Nu, later on in the game, because of things like imported armors, these are some of the most tanky and cost-efficient traders into mass repeater crossbows. So Eco's neck and neck. Military is overwhelmingly in favor of Vietnam. But that is about to change, folks. Remember, you have to kind of add in, about an extra 20 villages because of these cattle ranches, which balances out the potency of the HRE economy. HRE is just hard to start committing once again into military. Baltim of the Lombo army reacting, trying to protect Dejuk against Dejuk, rather. Has got the outpost here to assist as well. No line formation is a little bit surprising out of Baltim, so he's not keeping his distance. However, he has saved purple here. This is really important. The army getting split like this means that Joan can farm a little bit more. And also, when you're next to the TC like this, they can't pinch you. You can garrison, guys. So every time they try to attack you, it's kind of a mistake. Rams are attacking onto the main. Shigunu group has shuffled in, but the longbows are now on the way. Vietnam, they need to do this much faster. Joan running further away from this. So the eco has shifted away. Ugly Cat taking a heavy dent there, down to 32 eco. Sofa's now arriving as well. Spearman count getting low. No age up coming in from Vietnam. This is do or die. And it's starting to look a hell of a lot like death for Joan. She goes down. However, there's not much army left here. So Lombos will come in for the cleanup. Baltun able to save the day. Villagers will pull out for the repair. Some damage done here, admittedly, but not enough. Eco is still neck and neck, but the Sofa threat is surging. 10 in the field, more on the way, and you know they're going to be hunting economy, just like Knock Knock is right now. Yeah, they need a Desert Raider switch right now. Horseman's not going to cut it. Instead, though, we've got Kyo essentially playing Ibids like he's playing Abbasids. I think Abbasids, I'm going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure they were banned. Yeah, both... This is crazy, actually. Both teams banned Abbasids every single game in the series so far. It's unfortunate because what Kyo is doing would have made sense with Abbasid 2 free TC Eco Wing, but with Ibids, it just feels like you've taken the best of this Civ and ignored it. Now, something's coming that you can't ignore. A mass Lombo strat. Baltun, 50 plus Lombos in the field. Jugunu Mass not looking pretty. Only 29 of them in total. And if you get the Sofas and Lombos together here, they're going to be unbeatable. We also do have Warspite back in with Zhone. Level 3 could easily just tick from the next fight. You have to be a little bit careful against Mass Yug because you can instantly die. But as long as you don't get too close to the action, you'll be fine. It's just a bit tricky because Lombos stay so far away, right? So, you know, what's going to be going in? It should, in theory, be Sofas. Can't believe this. I was expecting a 5-game series, but we could very easily be on the verge of a 3-0. It looks like it's trending that way. KJ marches in. Uvavan has started to switch into Horseman, but that is not going to work well here against Mass Cavalry. Lombo's diving in as well. Zhone delayed on the follow-up. She doesn't want to get sniped instantly by the Zhug, but there's not many of them left anymore. Lombo's just too strong here. And Red is trying to come in with relief here. Lumber with the Mass Keshik Spearman is wrapping around the flank now, but the damage he can do surely can't be as high as this. Zhone has gone down. Sniped before her time, before her prime. No level 3. But they don't need it anymore. Baltoon is dominating this base. Villagers trying to go back to work, but the HRE are not going to be able to. So instead, Vuvavan has to move his economy out of home. Horsemen are circling like sharks here, but the second wave of Sofa is in, and just a few of these could hold it all back. And wait, Lumber. No, okay, this is it. This is it, guys. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Lumber, the one move that makes sense there is counterattack. Because otherwise, you're taking much longer to run across the map to react to this play. So instead of doing damage to your opponent's bases, to even up the damage they've just done, you're now letting them get their win there, and then taking ages to get into position to do anything about this. This is an ugly fight as well. Imported armor's there, right? So 5 armor on these guys, 195 health compared to 125. Then there's a damage 10 versus 21. You're never going to defend this with Horsemen. Behind this, we have got Yellow trying to tech up. Shalamonstre is going to complete, but what have you got to defend you now? 32 Jugunu against Mass Sofas is not going to hold. Lombos now have the forward outpost. Baltoon once again with the dive to keep Blue eternally in the Feudal Age. It's just crazy. I think we're on for our fastest game so far. Knights and Sofas now just mirroring the movements of Lumber. So the Keshiks was maybe the one hope that Vietnam had in this game. But where do they strike? Just good temperament, good control. I love the way that they just essentially took that hint to Warspite, but Baltoon was already aware of it. Mass Lombo to defend against this, and it's crazy that we had Kyo going to Mass Horseman, and yet it still wasn't good enough, wasn't in position to stop this defensive strategy from Ugly Cat. The biggest lesson we can take away from this, folks, doesn't matter what you change about this for Rimba, there's still only one way Malians want to play this game. Grand Fulani, just too good. Tech up is at least on the way. Kurotai coming in from Lumber, but Knights are also diving in. They're not going to be able to stop this. But I don't think it really matters at this stage. The Keshiks, if they die before the upgrades come in, that's much more important here. Nice, not many left. This could be it, though. Lombos having to shuffle away. It's just hard to bank against this many LBs. The Keshiks are dying way too quickly here. Age up complete, and Baltoon just started his own. Castle Age just around the corner for the English, but that is it. GG gets called. It's a 3-0 victory for the Vietnamese, sorry, not Vietnamese, the Taiwanese Swedish Fusion. Damn, what a series, what a spawn as well. Let me know what you guys think about this. I actually think this is a preview as to how cool maps can be with the correct type of spawn. If we got more maps spawning like Cliffside done here, where you have one player left out to dangle and others need to assist, move around, you're going to get less campy wall-ups and less mass trading 10 minutes in. You're going to get more crazy games like this, which I think we can all agree delivered peak action to get the overall win in this series for the Taiwanese Swedish Fusion. But if you like what you're seeing here, guys, make sure you are commenting down these videos. Make sure you're liking below. Make sure you're subscribed. And make sure your notifications are turned on, because you never know. You could be watching this live. You could be like those people on the side there with your name on these videos. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oh, man, dude, that was quick. Okay. But that ain't it. Cliffside's Map spawn. What's that? Cliffside map spawn improved. I think is the name. The game stuck an enemy right next to them. Yeah. Alright, there we go. That was cool though. I like the way it spawned. Alright guys, but I said that is not it. We have got more tournament action. That's right, because now we can hop into the Free Clan versus Canadian/Vietnamese series. So let me get the data for that, and we'll be ready to get underway. I'll pay out you guys on your pointage. So another win for Taiwan. Bloody unstoppable. Big shout out to Clearman as well for getting the $120 show match kicking with that. And now we can do team tournament, Fields of Blood, and then Creedy Clan versus Canada. I was about to call them Vanada. Wait, Canatam? Vienada. Nah. Vanada kind of worked best. Oh, there we go. Is there another best of 5? No, this one's going to be best of 3. Done brain teasers. I need to do site and forms now, but 2 business meetings left. All right, mate. Hear me out. Call it. Be like, no quiz tomorrow, but we have a big one for December, right? Then I can stay live all day, casting all of the round of 32. Oh. Jesus Christ. So, dude, my foot's so weird still. Wait, I could have painkillers soon. Actually, I need to put the... What I need to do is I need to put the heating back on because it's a bit rough. So, MYI, Anatand will open his data. So yeah, we've got the 3D Clan guys now going up against Wham, Puppy Port, and 2 Vietnamese players. Game 1 is going to be Hill and Dale, so let me get that open now. And while I'm at it, I'm going to hop over, limp over, and put my heating back on. Because I'm feeling hot. Oh, jeez, like, why do I have to do that? All in Joan because she was isolated really backfired? Oh, yeah. I think the problem is, like, there was just miscommunication, though. I didn't like the Mongol player coming back to defend them. Like, someone must have screamed help, and they was like, I will save you, citizen. It's like, no, dude, you need to go kill. You need to kill them right now. It just didn't happen. Oh. Any relation to the shampoo company? Damn, that's a sponsorship he should try to seek. Oh, blimey. All right, so bear with me one sec, guys, because I'm starting up the game now, and then we can switch over to it. Well, I got you, though. If you're one of the pro players looking to sign up to these midweek musters, !KPMM, make sure you're signing up for multiple weeks so that my admin doesn't have a heart attack when he thinks no one wants to play next week. You can sign up all the way through to week 4 already if you want to. All right, so let's switch this bad boy over. And we'll reset score. And we'll run it back again. God, my throat's a bit rough still. I'm hoping come Monday I'm all clear. Oh, by the way, schedule for the rest of this week. Maybe I get an impromptu stream on Sunday, but no plans right now. Saturday, I am going to be on EGC's channel casting with... I can't remember who it is. But I will be casting some Age of Mythology on Saturday. These guys love Hill and Dale, by the way. I keep seeing the Canadians play this. Actually, guys, I might need a sec. Yeah, bear with me one sec. I just need to grab something, limp across. I can leave the game running, though. BRB, 1 sec. Ah, didn't even take any time at all. Had to grab something from the other side. I thought it was going to limp real slow. Interesting how we don't call 3D by the country. That's because they're not all located in Russia. Cat and B are Russian. Scatterbrain and Anatand are Belarusian. And also, they did register themselves as 3D Clan, while Puppy Paw, Wham, Morgan, and Eric registered themselves as VNC, i.e. Vietnam and Canada. Oh, bloody hell. How's your weeks going, by the way? Mine's felt so long. It never ends. Oh, wait, we have people watching on... let me check some. I want to quickly double check Twitter. Hi, Twitterers. We have people watching, Poogers. I like how Age of Mythology is always there liking my tweets at the moment. I had the clutch play where they're like, get well soon. I was like, please cast a restoration on my house. With 2 member... Alright, someone timeout market. This piece of crap. At least I remember to land my Kashyyyks on the main island. I remember that game. Oh, dear. KP full form is conspiracy partner. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. What am I conspiracy on? A little burb with a tinfoil hat? I don't even know what I'm tinfoil hatting. Yes, tinfoil hatting is the word. It comes down to this. 3 games maximum to decide which will be the last European standing in the Fields of Blood tournament. Is it going to be the combined synergy of Vietnam and Canada, or is it going to be the European stack? Russians and Belarusians coming together for 3D Clan here. Remember, once it's culled, once there's only one of these teams remaining, the only people who are actually going to be Europe-bound outside of this, I believe, is going to be Balsun on his lonesome in a majority Taiwanese team in this $1,000 4v4 tourney. Yeah, 3D Clan have had some really cool aggressive strategies out the gate, but I've also been impressed by the combined efforts of Canada and Vietnam. Theirs are a bit more hit and miss, but some of the strategies, when it comes together, has been ridiculous to watch. Like, when I watched Vietnam and Canada combine here, the VNC team in the north, Puppy Paw and Wham have been playing what I want to call more of a traditional approach to team games. And what I mean by that is they will try to boom up, the Vietnamese will try to cover them, then they'll win. Where it falls apart is when they don't have a strategy revolving around that concept. And I'm not sure they have that concept here. Morgan is once again on his English that we've seen so many times already, but they picked French, Zhone and Mongols, which kind of has more of a present displayed to it, right? We're probably going to see them playing 4-man all-in or 3-man all-in with English booming. Other side, we've got a pretty intriguing comp here. Mongols on Scatterbrain, pretty good to trade on this map. So we got it on both sides. But then we've got Cat playing the Byzantines. With the assistance of the Irobids and the HRE, we could be seeing a free Cav comp with double Kashyyyk, where Anatan plays Boom to pick up all these relics in the center. So I definitely think that the Canadians will have to lean into that aggressive line that we just talked about. But it does mean that they're going to be playing into a style that I think they've had more losses than victories with. Because the majority of their wins, from what I can recall, came from these type of games where they took a very greedy approach, essentially kind of throwing the Vietnamese players under the bus. Is it weird you never see Japanese in team games? Yes, because we see them a bunch in this tournament. I actually think Japan is like a top 4 civ in team tournament. Because the thing about Japan is like everyone's going to pick these cavalry meta civs, right? And Japan handles them all perfectly because you just play Onimusha. You know, the only risky one is if you're against Irobids, but outside that, you feel very content. Bassids tends to get banned a lot. If it's Mongols, you're going to have Onimusha against Kashyyyks. If it's French, you're going to have Onimusha against French, right? It just works really well. And usually because you'll have French on each side, you'll have French be your front line and Onimusha will be your back. And it's very mobile. So yeah, it's, You know, guys, remember how Roos kind of felt old Horse Archers? It kind of feels like that in a team setting because you're able to wholly commit to the one unit comp. And the difference is that, sure, you've got bad attack speeds, just like a Horse Archer, but Onimusha, when they run into enemy knights, are going to do like double the damage a Horse Archer will per strike. And this is a different type of Horse Archer we've been seeing a lot of. The Magadai make a lot of sense simply because when you're up against 4 players, the maths supports playing this. What I mean by that is Magadai and 1v1s feel really flimsy because a player sees them coming and they make an appropriate adjustment to counter it. The thing is, that appropriate adjustment is usually to kind of hunker down, take a slow approach to come out. If you build Magadai and every single player on the enemy team takes that approach, that means you have complete map control. They've just completely forfeited. They're hiding at home, so you can do things like pick relics, go trade. Meanwhile, if they don't do that, they try to come out. The only way they can do it against Magadai... Sorry, I'm hopping around my room to turn out off my radiator on 1 foot. The only way they can actually do that against Magadai is they have to full wall their base, which we've seen is really tricky on Season 9 ever since the nerfs. Even on maps like Hill and Dale. Because to wall the whole map, you still have to come out into the mid to get walls like this for neutral trade. Yeah, it seems like they're aware of it. Zantan already has a scout in position, nosing in on it. Wow, kind of interesting that he kept his Khan so far away. I guess they felt they needed the extra scout vision, but this is usually a negative. In the early phase of the game, when you're in a Mongol mirror, the Magadai position is everything, and you can easily find yourself out of position without the assistance of the Khan. Especially with B looming around here with Desert Raiders. Which, by the way... B's been paying attention to the Canadians' games. Okay, maybe B's been watching my streams, I don't know. He does occasionally turn up. I've been a big believer in Dervish for a while, and we've so far only seen the Canadians use them in a team game. It didn't really return the power they were looking for, but in theory, on paper, this is incredible. You have AoE healing in Feudal Age. This is like having an English king. And in fact, this directly negates the value of the English king on the other side. Because you will provide that AoE healing permanently to everyone. Remember, I think 2 or 3 patches ago, they made a change where the Dervish AoE heal, if you go for Logistics Wing, it's not more powerful when you toggle on anymore. It's just always on. These Desert Raiders are going to get good trades as well, right? Like, because when you think about it, both sides have this idea of effective HP, although I don't like that Morgan didn't go for the Abbey of Kings to allow for that. It means your opponent has an edge now, because you have double Chivalry, but Chivalry is like less reliable than Dervish heal in a fight. If you get enough Lombos, the good news is you can actually snipe out the Dervishes, and that's a GG play, but trickling Lombos like this, that's never going to happen. Big mistake made by Morgan. And the Dervish is already on the way, right? Like, you're only going to snipe these guys out if you can get 24 Lombos together. Because remember, you do 6 damage, they have 120 health. That's difficult. In a game where you just threw away, what was that, 6 Longbows, I think, in total? So you have to run back home. He was in such a rush to protect their trade that he essentially just delayed the point in the game where he can. Also, Joan can die. Joan is gonna die. Like, there's no way she gets away with this at this point. Against this many Desert Raiders, you can just pinch her. Because the cleave isn't going to do enough quick enough. In a normal game, you probably would hesitate to, like, surround Joan because the cleave damage will come back to bite you later. But remember, the Dervish heal means it will just be kissed better. Be like it never happened. Alright, 1's if you think 3D Clan's going to win. 2's if you think the Canadians and the Vietnamese have got it. I always like to do this. I'm surprised. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I never noticed people on YouTube typing it in the comments. I don't know if that's just because of the way they're viewing or whatever. Meanwhile, while this has all been going on, turns out Cat, who's Chaos by the way, Blue went for Lombos instead of Keshiks. Kind of intriguing, but not the worst of ideas considering he's playing on the west side flank, far away from the English player that can have more Longbos than he can. We haven't seen much of Wham so far, he's just been posturing in the center, so kind of kept in a stalemate against Scatterbrained here, but the problem with that is it means they forfeited trade control, and while that was happening, Cat now moved out. Blue is building walls up over here that will stop them ever trading to the west. 50-50 between you guys on who you think's going to win. And no, we don't have Khan Hunters here. We have Silvertree. So this is a big edge for Scatterbrained. Remember, the Khan Hunters is not an extra 0.5 range, it's an extra 1 range for your Mangadai. That's very difficult, actually, for Wham to fight into. In fact, if we look at the numbers right now, I'm surprised there isn't a bigger edge in terms of count for Scatterbrained, but it is already adding up. So they're coming home to deal with Eric here. Eric, who is teching up, by the way. Well, it feels like quite an early point. 11 minutes in the game with only 8 knights. Might not have them for long. Mangadai have gotten on top of them. Won't be a quick kill, but it will be a kill over time. We have got the first knights emerging. Anatan here to go for the age-free play. It's going to be standard Regnitz. Weird that we got the mine work, though. Really? I'm a little bit shocked by that, actually. Keep in mind, it's not that bad to have to go prelates, especially if you're rushing castle anyway, because you don't lose too many villagers long-term, and then you can replace them out with the Regnitz. But remember, they about 3 or 4 patches ago buffed prelates so that they can actually buff, I believe it's 9 villagers now. They used to be able to only buff 7. So you don't need that many to sustain your economy anymore. And in the late game, this is going to be pretty incredible. If he wants to play a knight-only comp, it makes sense for the melee and ranged armor. It's basically like having a premium sofa, because you get the +2/+2. But also in the hyper late game, if you want to go Horseman Spearman, +2 damage, you get 2 additional blacksmith upgrades, which remember then also scales even better with elite army tactics. And makes sense when you consider what he's up against here, right? Double French cav. So having +2 on your spears is kind of nutty. Yeah, mine work feels a lot better in this patch. I think this is maybe the second time we've seen it in team games, in quite a lot of team games on the new patch. Expect this to come out a lot more in 1v1s. It did get nerfed from the version that was there in the preseason on the pup, down from 3 to 2. But even with it going down from 3 to 2, that is still +2 damage. That's still 2 extra blacksmith upgrades, which on a hardened spearman is just shy of a 50% DPS increase compared to his base damage, right? Because you get the +1 melee and then +2. So that's +3 on 8 base damage for a feudal age unit. Oh yes, the +3 was more than a little OP. It was completely broken. Like, I think the first thing I said when I cast the +3 is, watch out, Fitzy here is going to be back in Season 9. Kind of surprised he didn't come back, actually. I think he's been busy with Marvel Rivals. I haven't been paying much attention to that game, but I was kind of shocked because I noticed that, like, some people was like, yeah, I was thinking of people like Nevix, who you guys might remember from the early days of AoE4. It's like, he'll be on to Deadlock. I'll be able to talk to him again. And then I just saw he was winning Marvel Rivals tournaments. I'm like, okay, maybe not. Oh, whoa, boy. Wham's coming to assist, but Scatterbrain's a bigger threat here. That's going to peel off. Formation Shuffle does hurt him a little bit here. Attack speed is getting activated because only Limitane. This feels like an initial win actually coming in for the Canadians. Needs to be careful with Joan though. She's going to get sniped. Mangadai, they get the send. So Puppy Paw not able to accelerate towards that level 3. And what the f... What? Dude, that's wild. We have a more central bound TC drop here from Puppy Paw and kind of a static... Like, you know what this is actually? This is a poor man's castle. Okay, so let's address Baltoon's comment there. That's a 1v1 player move. He's right in that, like, what you've now done is you've kind of become a liability for your team. Because now, whether they want to or not, this is where you're going to have to defend. So if I'm 3D Clan, I'm just going to go around and attack the back economy now. Because you have to keep troops nearby. Otherwise, you lose a TC in God knows how many villages. Also, am I the only one disappointed that there's not an extra outpost here and here? We really haven't solved the idea of a poor man's keep here. So they separate based on hot and cold. So there's no perfect solution from what I remember. There's an order of colors given to the players. I think this was the order that was used by EGC, if I remember correctly. Which I think was meant to be... Was it dark color? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure players were given like an ordered color because Clearman asked me about it and I checked with other tournaments. 8 colors is a lot to track. Well, the problem is there's no solution. Like, I can hit insert for you guys. But like, I don't think that's necessarily better for you, right? Because now the UI and then what you see here is confusing. I don't know. Do people actually prefer this? Because the other problem is one player is going to be a different color. And well, looks like this poor man's keep didn't last long. Oh no! Anatan also has the all pikes, guys, so these spearmen are about to get scary. And thank you very much, Ifan, full and beautiful nose. Lumutane. Lumutane. That's how you say it, mate. Welcome to the swarm. The correct way of saying things. We don't listen to Crackety who says limit nay. I get why Crackety would say it. It kind of makes sense in your brain if you think about it, right? It's like you're limiting horses, and horses say nay. I'm bringing all the fancy Latin to the Age of games. You guys have heard me in Age of Myth, right? They're called Hoplite and Toxite. Oh, the sentence going to be a whiff. Man, things are becoming discombobulated quickly. Whatever happened to the dervishes, by the way? I guess they just couldn't participate. This is one of the sticky issues in a team game more so than a 1v1. In a 1v1, this dervish play has more longevity because you can keep the numbers low. But in a team game, it's more likely there's going to be enough range units to instantly snipe your dervishes, which means you can't bring them past about 10 minutes. How many relics does Anatan have? Anatan is currently on, is that 4 relics? 4, 5, 6. And he's got a 7th nearby. Dude, this guy is cruising. He's already passed the Swabi it up. I imagine we're just going to be getting mass spears and mass spears only from Anatan, but that's all he really needs in this game. Pressure really is now on Vietnam, Canada to attack. And it's difficult, man. Lombos and Fury should be good against both these units, but not in these numbers. Woo-wee! Got to get that gap closed. Lombos, like old men with walking sticks, unable to get away. A nice swarm over. We'll be able to wipe out Morgan's Ford army. And this guy always has this problem in team games. I think he wants to make these moves that just don't seem as feasible in big 4v4s. He needs to make these moves, I get it, but we saw it on Himiyama the other day. Time and time again, Morgan would try to press the matter, and his Lombos would be quite out of position. This is like an issue, a classic issue as old as time itself for the English. They don't play well when they're far away from their base. Not with Lombos. The center, red has set up, keeps trying to hold the area. Arbitrary. I'll stand their ground, but the best Lamatane. Lamautane doing too well here. Spears moving. Magadai arrived to sweep up what little is left. Keep is not going to last here. The triple Kara Siphon guarantees that. There is no balling all defense either. There's just too many. This is ridiculous. What was this? 2 TC behind this to get to this power point. Step read out on the front line. Wham just wants a participation ribbon. It's all he's going to get. Keep is still alive for the moment. Looks like villagers are going to come out to try and deal with the Kara Siphons, but several more getting sniped here. The castle should survive, but this is definitely a lot of damage done. You can see it in the military charts. 156 to 94. The villagers... Oh, the call from the safety! Perfect bait and switch there. Cat now can actually just commit the torches because the castle is already so low. He's legit just winning this game with spears. I'm sorry, I thought we nerfed Limitane. Didn't we nerf Limitane like 2 or 3 times? Oh my good god. The only disappointment I have about this game, I'm going to look at him now. Anatan, where are the spears? He needs them because Puppy Paw is trying to attack his economy. So the wolves are up there, Camelot's coming home. Honestly, like I look at their draft and they could have just double speared here and won the game, really. It's weird to say against Lombos as well, like it shouldn't happen, but if you think about it, they've kind of just been stomping all over Morgan's Lombo attempt with units that shouldn't be able to, right? Because they went Magadai, they went Desert Raiders, they still win. It's the mobility, right? Like you just get so much mobility. Same with Limitane. Limitane, with the teardrop shields, move as quickly as HRE spears. Quicker, in fact. Game's starting to look a little bit out of their hands now. Trade is at least good for Wham. Age up seems feasible for Puppy Paw if you can just get slung some gold. The problem is Can't really afford to be spreading the resources out like that when you're behind like this. He's going to sneak out with a keep drop on the west side, so this should get Puppy Paw what he needs. My big question mark is, what does Imperial do for you here? How many relics are we to now? 2, 3, 6, 8. 8 relics, guys. Pretty freaking absurd. 1,280 gold. Be a true player per minute. And, oh yes, right. I forgot we got a guild hall, right? Yeah, so weird. It's still on food, so Puppy Paw never switched it over. It was only Puppy Paw doing that though, right? I don't think we got Eric going guild hall. No, he went Royster 2. You can get away with not going Royster 2 when you have double French, because if your opponents don't have it, right? But it still feels like you're missing your timing. I get what they've done here though. We talked about it, like Puppy Paw, Wham, Eric, Morgan, they've had more wins when they've leaned into this idea of the Canadians carrying the game later. But here, they needed more impact now. Morgan's trying to bog things down in the center. Anatand, we're starting to see the power of this. Look at that armor. 10 ranged armor on these elite knights. I tell you, this unique tech that you get from the mine work, this is maybe the first time I've seen it where I'm like, actually, it was worth it. Almost every single other time I've seen that tech taken, I'm like, what was the point? You could have had an Archon. But here, it feels pretty good in a team format. Doesn't mean he has to keep some of his population into prelates, right? But the overall gain is that your individual military population is just much more efficient. Their effective HP is just through the roof. Scatterbrained, a little bit scattered with his placement here. Kurtai was a bit ambitious, but now with the Lombos. This is such a hard fight. Normally you'd favor English here at this point, just having Mass Lombo versus Mass Lombo, because theirs have attack speed, right? Kurtai negates that. Because right now you're talking about network cost, not even Citadel, right? It's 20% attack speed increase versus 20% damage, but then there's even more value because of the heal. Desert Rays, hold on a second. B! He snuck in. Camelons is going to chase us away. Tanky enough that the Magadai don't really hurt. Remember, the Camelonese does work still, so these Magadai, it takes 210 shots to kill a Lancer. And that's more than long enough for the Desert Raiders to pick apart the trade of 2. Not 1, but 2 players here. Foreign Engineering Company also on the way. Because, you know, we need more Limitane. Actually, he switched for Angian now. These Mango Towers are so toxic. I'll never be okay with these. I think the ludicrousness of them is still the fact that they scale based on blacksmith decks, right? So they get +2. Desert Rays on the flanks is still a problem here. I mean, I say Desert Raiders, it's more the Camel Lance. If it was Desert Raiders, Wham would have cleaned this up by now. This directly hurts him the most, right? Like, he's heavily reliant on trade. In fact, if we look at the count for Wham, 38 traders, but that number sure to shrink quickly here. A few Lancers just chase away the entire army, the rest dive deeper. Meanwhile, center mass is starting to fail them. Morgan trying to hold on here on the front line. He needs to save up a little bit more to get that Imperial Age, but I think he's going to be forced to recommit into a second wave. So many knights now. Anasand up to 28 and counting. Elite Mangadai tech is at least in, but 9 damage into 6 armor still. The Dervishes. Reminder that B went Dervish Logistics Wing and Feudal Age, and it definitely wasn't about picking up relics. Oh my god, this is so effective against low base damage, fast attack units like this. It just takes him so long to kill anything, and he's actually even snatching a relic from here. Wallow for the heal. Wallow for the heal, come on. It heals you 50% faster, remember. Look at that rate. Tell me that is not worth it. Oh my Gideon. It's just a mascot trophy now. B, still not wallowing. I think he's just forgotten about it at this point. Absolutely bloody absurd. Well, it could have had a relic home, but why bother? Does not need the wall low for heal buff. I'm pretty sure it still does 50% faster when you wall low. That's the way it was designed anyway. So unless it's bugged, the tooltip still says 50% faster. It's if carrying a... Yes, which that guy was doing. You know that dervish in the center that was running around going, look guys, look, I got the relic, oh my god! Right, that guy right there, if he just wallowed. Oh, you mean it's when you're carrying... Yeah, actually, I think you might be right. Let me double check that. By the way, they should definitely add that voice line. Oh no, I keep hitting the cinematic button. Apologies, guys. I'm chasing that. I'm curious. I remember they tweet this like 2 or 3 times. Mass heal. Heals all units from tile. Stacks with standard heal ability and heals 50% faster while carrying a relic. There you go. So yeah, I'd have to double check that. Can anyone confirm? Can you actually hit the W button once you've taken logistics wing? Or is it just better? It might just be better. Good catch, Esquilet. Sorry, Esquilet. To put it the proper way. I wonder which side you're banking for. Maybe the one with double French. It's not looking good for them right now, though. They've been pushed back towards the high ground. They do at least have Zone level 3. If they can get Puppy Paw up to tier 4 Zone, there's a way. But the problem right now is the fights feel really discombobulated. Double Carnot Palace, is it better in team games? I kind of just give you a search point. It's not bad. Like, there's some value points, like getting Saint's Blessing is really nice. PvP Palace can be really handy. I think White Stupor fell off in viability, right? Like, just build more pastures in a team game. You're not as strained as you would be in a 1v1. And also, you're not really going to rely on cannon and placement spamming as much. It's just too much map. So, yeah, I think for that reason, Carnot just makes a lot more sense. More Stonewall's coming up. This game is getting quickly untenable for the Canadian Vietnamese. B, the only player remaining in Castle Age, but it's already being triggered. Adabegs is on the way, so his boys are about to get much more chunky. Additional dervishes also coming. Villages in the center are at least going to get raided. I love how we have 4 mosques just to provide the heal. Nice, with the Kurultai buff as well. Smart play. Yeah, this is underrated, guys. When you have walls like this, you know there's going to be a lot of action. Build multiple gates. Otherwise, you're going to funnel your troops and die on the retreat. So this gets out safely. I'm just struggling to see what the way out is for Canada-Vietnam here. I think it's dead as a doorknob. I mean, comp has to change, right? That's one of the big things I'm thinking here. Lombos, I like that for Morgan. I actually think that's correct, although he needs to get them elited up. We've got Horsemen coming. You're probably better off getting the Champions version, just because they have more effective HP and you need kind of a front line. Wham's Magadai play only works if you break in on the trade. So maybe if you just get a Bombard up over here and sneak in, but that's about to become impossible with Anatan's key placements. They need that raid, though. Without that raid, they're just trailing on economy. At least where it matters most. Military quality can start to favor them, though. Right? Double Mass French Knights is kind of wild. The KS went for Rangi instead of going for the Cataphracts. Red Palace. Oh my god, it's just going to get torched down. Harvesting placements have been removed from the field. Arbler's forced to stand their ground here in the choke point, but they're not going to last long. Not against this many troops. I mean, they're meant to counter these, but there's just so many of them. Magadai have now arrived. A little bit too late to save Poppy Paw's main battalion here, as he's been reduced down to just 9 military here. Culver's now moving in to break the wall. What's left of the armies are hiding up there. Eric with just a retinue of archers here. Barely any arbitraire, so he doesn't have any damage. Yeah, it feels like they've just not got the units. There's no armor piercing here. So now Anatan able to swamp through with the mass knight spam. Not just any knights. 5+5 on the ranged armor. These archers might as well be throwing minuscule sticks at a heavily armored tank. It's just not working for them. This break-in is now going to ripple through. The trade is being hunted for. They know what they need to get here. This game is done. There's no counter-attack to be had. Morgan cannot move quick enough as the English here. The Ibeds are once again hunting to block the trade. Like it or lump it, you're going to lose it somewhere. Either orange or teal are going to find it. Wait, what? Not again. I don't know. Oh, Anatan's internet. Oh, no! They were on the verge of victory here. This is so unfortunate as well. I mean, the question is whether Wham, Pub, all of them will be like, okay, that one was close enough to you guys winning. Because the problem is, because Anno disconnected, the argument can be made it should be a remake, even though the 3D clan was leading. I'm not sure about this one, guys. I'm not sure how it's going to like play out. The take from me is like 3D clan were in a good position, but they hadn't quite hit the jugular. Like maybe one more strike and you could call it for sure. I've got a feeling it's not going to be close enough. So either a remake or 3D clan forfeit the first. But wait, I think they've been typing between them. Okay, shout out to Vietnam and Canada. They left first, so I think we might have a conclusion that, yep, this game was over. The 3D Clan won. Let me know what you guys think. A little bit of a controversial way for game one of Elimination Series to go, but let me know what you guys think. Was this over? Did 3D Clan just have this? Was there a way Vietnam and Canada could come back? Or is it a very clean and easy call? Let me know in the comments down below, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. Ah, that was kind of unfortunate. I think that game was over in the next 3 or 4 minutes, though. Like, Wham and Poppy Paw are usually pretty reasonable. I reckon they'd say, yeah, like, we'd lost that. That was done. So, what are we going to call that one? Oh, the Dervish Strat, right? I think we make that about the Dervish Strat, though. Wait, what do you think? From YouTube side, do we make it about the Dervish Strat or do we make it about the disconnect? Oh, there's something kind of cool about, like... You make it about the disconnect and then people have to be like, it was the right call. It wasn't the right call. I do kind of like that. My content creator brain is ticking. All right, so next up we've got Gorge. It looks like it was just accepted, I think. Farming engagement with the title. I kind of like that, right? Like, is the disconnect cool? 9 relics for Anatan and his internet strikes again. Drama alert. Disconnect. Who wins? I kind of like that. That rough YouTube video. Ultimately, they agreed to a team 3D win because they thought there was no way. Yeah, exactly. Agreed. I mean, that'd be good for the YouTube content later, though. All right, guys. So we got the next one ready to go. So it is going to be a 1-0 lead now for 3D Clan. And make sure the colors... No, of course. Dude, it always does this. They always flip them the wrong way around, don't they? Wait, aren't they? Why has that not worked? It's a bit weird, actually. There we go. Do I want painkillers soon? Probably, maybe, possibly. One sec, I need to send a message.
Επλήρωσα. Έκτισα. Τι.
Alright, sorry, one sec. Just had something quickly. Oh, dude, I love Gorge for 4v4s. Codeine time? I could have codeine now, guys. I had it at 10 o'clock of 6 hours ago. I've been really good, dude. Like, can I get some Prime subs to appreciate the fact that I haven't turned into a painkiller addict here? I can technically have codeine, pretty powerful painkiller, every 4 hours, and I've been resisting it. Like, you know, like, I'm better than Anakin, okay? I'm not giving in to Palpatine. Like, Palpatine in this situation is Pablo Escobar, you know? Oh, one sec. I need to... Do I need to update the YouTube? No, I think we're good. Don't drink alcohol? No. So, Yakimo... The codeine isn't the problem with drinking alcohol. The problem with drinking alcohol is that I'm on blood thinners as well. Think how good the commentary could be if you were screwed up. What do you mean? Fentanyl lozenge. I don't think I've ever had fentanyl in my life. Like I said before, guys, because like things in my family before, like I just try to get out of my way to not go heavy on drugs, basically. That crap really worries me. Recreational drugs is a whole nother matter, but you know. We zoom me too. Most people never have fentanyl? Probably not. I found out recently, apparently America has cleaned up its act when it comes to morphine. Like, not morphine, sorry. Aspirin. Because it used to be a huge problem in America, but apparently they've really started to crack down on it now, which is nice to hear. That crap is dangerous. Oh wait, I just realized score's the wrong way around. Sorry, let me flip that, and then we'll get underway. After a controversial game one, it's time for the second in this best-of-3 elimination team tournament series between the Canadian Vietnamese and 3D Clan. One and all, welcome back to AV4 Action. Dude, this has been a pleasure. One game in already and an absolute banger, and now we followed up with more of Anatan's HRE. Somehow just keeps on reverting to it, but on a cool map. I love this map. Gorge is so fun. Honestly, it's actually incredible to watch Gorge. I think Gorge is like one of the best maps you'll have for team games. There are some that have maybe delivered more memorable ones, but on average, Gorge brings some of the best. In fact, Gorge has brought us the best game of the tournament, if you guys remember. The one that had about 4 or 5 comeback stories within one. And actually, I believe that... Was that the one that had Puppy Paw in it? I think it might have. That was the show match, actually. That was Team America versus Team Vietnam. So yeah, pretty cool one here, having double Lombo facing, right? You've got Byzantines in English. However, this is a bit wild. Morgan, I don't know what happened with the spawn, if that was intentional. Sticking a longbow spamming English player at the absolute back is a big mistake. Typically, the back roll is reserved for cavalry civs, like French, like Rus, because it takes way too long otherwise to get into the fight. So the fact that like Wham is going to be playing cavalry is closer to the front line than an English player. Same with Joan. It seems a bit odd here. We'll see how it works out for them, though. Scatterbrained already pumping the Lombos to the forward. Puppy Paw, he did already get the arrow slits outpost up, so won't be easily buffered off the food. Really important because he needs that to get his hands on initial Lombos or Javelins. I guess Javelins making a lot of sense here. You're against opening Lombos. You've got a backup Byzantine player that could potentially provide Javelins. Probably not going to from this position. All right, what do you guys think, by the way? Ones, if you think that we're going to get game 3. Twos, if you think that this is 3D Clan rolling it. Like, you look at the draft, you look at the way they've been playing. You're still talking about drugs? And is there not an aspirin issue? I know there's like a painkiller issue. What's the painkiller in America that like was causing a huge like issues? An epidemic, if you will. For a very long time. Because we have like different... It was fentanyl, was it? Okay. Oxy, could be Oxy. It worries me that you are all coming out with different... You see the problem here? Yeah, Oxy sounds correct. Isn't that like... was it oxycodone? Is that what it's called? Jeez. You guys got all those things in your cupboard? Look, my ankle really hurts. So you want to maybe ship some to me? I don't know if that's legal. I mean, it's not like there's a recording of me requesting the drugs or anything. So a little bit of pressure coming in, and it is going to be longbows. Kind of makes sense. Javelins can be better here, but the problem is the initial range. You might just get swarmed before you get enough javelins to beat longbows. That's usually the tricky part about why English longbows can beat the javelin contract from the Byzantines. The numbers just get fudged, right? Like, in theory, javelins will beat longbows, but when you're outnumbered, that's not the case. And because of the limited production speed, due to the fact you need to get olive oil for them, it just doesn't favor you. Backside, what have we got over here? It is javelins. That's such a long walk, man. There's so many question marks from both sides on where the players are on Gorge here. I guess it's a little bit better for the Southside team, the Canadian Vietnamese, because the Lombos should be the last thing to die, whereas Javelins will die quicker, right? Because they'll be closer to the front line than Lombos. Outpost cruel attempt here by B. Wait, why? We got Javelin rushing? He went for the Saharan Trade Network. Guys, remember, the change they made with this is you now get Javelin emplacements that only cost gold, no stone to build, and are better than standard arrow slits. It's a cute idea, but if there is any civ in the game that you do not outpost rush, it's English. Because of longbows, right? Earlier than that, short bows. You're up against double longbows, and you're essentially trying to outpost rush. That's so wild. Puppy Paw, in the meantime, is now on his way to H3, so we have got a rush tech here by Puppy Paw. Cataphract's pretty impactful here, right? I mean, yes, there's the spears, but you've got double longbow to clear that. What mercs in trade post? Oh, you're adorable. You assume we're going to go build the neutral trades. We'll talk about it if it comes in. Neutral trade posts, mercenaries isn't really a thing very often in team games. Like, maybe if you're 50 minutes in a game, but it's not like Lipany 1v1 where we saw Anatan is really great at using the neutral trade post nearby. A bit of a dive in here. Anatan, a bit ambitious with those spears. It's got plenty to throw away. It doesn't mean you should just lob them into the ether, though. Javelin count is at least looking good from B. Kind of wild now that I think about it, that we got double Javelin, double Lomba. However, Wham's the biggest problem I'm seeing here. These mounted samurai are going to get really scary. It does look really good for 3D Clan, though. This is kind of wild. Like, it's a very Zergy early game-oriented approach, but makes sense on a map like Gorge because your opponents are so close. And KS! Cat immediately sending in the Kara Siphons. Whew. Well, you know how we make the best olive oil in the world. We have to deeply heat it. This kind of looks like friendly fire. Byzantine on the Byzantines here. So Outpost does go down. We're going to make their way in. But remember, Puppy Paw wasn't really about that mass Olive Grove life. Tech up is at least complete, but he needs to get the gulpers fast. Otherwise, he's going to be gulping for different reasons. Knights now heading in. H-Jury Spears quick to react to this. They have to be due to the Lombo mass. Damage needs to add up to something more fast here. The Kara Siphons are on the primary TC, and wham! He's headed into the economy. He knows he can't take the fight directly, so he starts to attack them on the back. Pretty smart choice here. First few can go in, the rest can look to reinforce this fight when the numbers start to get a bit more shaky. For now, 3D Clan looking almost unstoppable here. Military lead is still really healthy. First cataphracts have started to arrive though. Although they can die. They take an insanely long time, especially because of this here. This is in the first heal. Remember, the gulps will allow you to heal up pretty efficiently. Looks like the back mounted samurai at least starting to get culled a little bit, but that's also baiting away reinforcements. So when you think about the raw military numbers, it's more like 45 versus about 65, I'd say. That's bad news, actually, for 3D Clan. Because remember, these mounted samurai are now on the front line to fight. Villagers able to repair the TC. Another Karo Siphon down here. Knights ready to assist, and the Spearman count does not look good here. Anatand, he needs more to hold this back. In fact, if they just A-click in right now, they could wipe the longbow jab mass. Spears chase away the mounted samurai, but that means the French Knights aren't being addressed, aren't being blocked. The mounted samurai, after a game of ringing rosies, it's time to pocket a load of posies. They move in. 3D Clan, at risk of losing this game too swiftly here. They need to hold firm. Second wave of Spearmen do arrive from Anatand. He's doubled down on the production. It seems like things slowed down for a moment, plus the fact that he was cutting the raiding forces meant that he didn't have any spears here. Morgan does have a lot of longbows still in reserve though, folks. This is problematic. When you think about the raw numbers of what really matters here, longbows versus javelin longbows at its heart is the most important thing right now. At least in terms of getting damage done, right? Like Spearmen plus the mounted samurai and knights, it's more about them staring at each other but never really committing. The outcome of this game is really decided by the ranged units here. No signs of teching up still for 3D Clan. I don't think they've done enough damage here, folks. I mean, yeah, they hurt Puppy Paw. He got dented a little bit, but he survived it, right? TC's still alive. He has Castle Age. It's double Castle Age, in fact. And, you know, we were talking in Game 1 about how the games where the Canadians have looked really good with the Vietnamese players is the ones where the Canadians are able to get the edge by teching. It's happened here. Funnily enough, this always happens on Gorge as well. Safe as a stick going after Grand Winery, something a little bit easier, but it doesn't really give you anything. Behind this, we have got Wham moving for a second TC on the flank, so a lot more power coming out of the Japanese in the coming minutes. This is an all-in. At this stage, if you're not making a switch to a tech play, you're never making a switch to a tech play, right? Because now if you back off, you've reached this convergence point where the quality and quantity of these Castle Age units is going to be too high. 13 Mounted Samurai, 4 Cataphracts. A lot of longbows. Upside is at least Puppy Paw isn't really gathering additional berries, so you're not seeing lots and lots of longbows coming out, right? Because that would make this impossible. Anatan has 45 spears. Oh my... But so many of them are just running around after Cav. There's not many defending the main mass here, which is why you got Cat compensating with Limitane. This game is crazy. Well, Samurai are knocking at the door again. The thing is, Anatan has so many spears, but so many of them are not here. Knights go in. And spears coming in from the side means that the Lombos can sweep him. Gets the splintering Karo Siphons all being taken down here. And Anatan, the numbers might suggest he has enough spears, but he's trickling them in, which is a situation in which Knights can beat them. Continues to push back. All of a sudden, military numbers reaching equality here. Anything but when you think about the quality of the individual units, though. Eric has got H3 on Jean. Sorry, Jean. And I think 3D Clan might be done in this game. I mean, B could maybe be the saving grace if... no, B is not going to be the saving grace. I was about to say, if there's a Fulani on the way, that could be a way back into this game, but he hasn't even set up the ranches. At this stage, 3D Clan is hard stuck in the feudal age. Damn. This is crazy. I'm actually impressed. I mean, considering that their opponents were spamming so many spears, the fact they just made Cav work like this shows you the power of Lombos, though, right? Like, Lombos, the true counter to mass spearing, even if you're playing HRE. I think 3D Clan got a little bit too ambitious with a very quick end of the series. And as a result, they're going to have to go to a deciding map. And I can confirm that it looks like that is going to be on Baltic, where we've seen 3D Clan look brutal, almost unbeatable. After what we've seen out of the Canadian-Vietnamese fusion here, perhaps they'll have what it takes to knock 3D Clan out of the $1,000 tournament. Either way, it looks like it's going to take that third game. Pushback continues. Knights now scurrying their way through the backline ecos. What's already a 20 eco lead is undoubtedly going to extend, and Anatan doesn't want to be a part of that anymore. He waves the white flag. GG gets called. Game 3 is going to be required here. Crazy hold coming out. Puppy Paw, while being the front player, is able to tech up to H3, hold them back, not lose the TC, and recover the game. Remember that Gorge game, Team America, where he pretty much carried 4v1? Is it me, or is Puppy Paw the uncontestable king of Gorge? Let me know what you think in the comments down below, and I'll see you all in the next video. Dude, he looks wild. Best Gorge player. 4 players. Oh man, dude, he's built different. Puppy Paw is wild. All right, so we have got another game, and it is gonna be on Baltic. I believe Gorge is position map. Position in lobby depends, like affects where you are on the map. But I think it's between 2 spots, so it's not as reliable as like a dry Arabia. But yeah, it still felt weird, a bit discombobulated the way things were set up there. Nice, guys. So if you haven't joined my Discord, you should. !Discord if you want to do that. You won't be able to see the chat that we have because it's comms, but you can see the generals and everything else. I can confirm that we currently have 2, 4, 6, 7 of the matchups for KP's midweek muster playing tomorrow. So varying in times, start times and whatnot. We'll probably aim to capture 2 of those live, and then the other ones we can catch across the coming days. So that's the beautiful thing. You guys are going to want to be here basically every time we're live because we pretty much will always have tournament games to cast. Pretty impressive. Oh, shout out for Tashim for organizing all those things as well, and of course Akame for all the artwork behind the scenes also. So let me get this game up. It's going to be Baltic. Looks like they had a little bit of a disconnect, reconnect, so the lobby got made again. But I'll load it up now. Juji, Chinese, French, Ibids. Anatan's got his Japanese. Ah, they've done this before. Dude, I think this is the exact strategy they used last time on Baltic. It was really, really effective. What they've done is they essentially just kept sneaking ninjas in to disable 1 or 2 of the players, and then they rippled an advantage. Scatterbrain didn't fight at first. He got Admiralty and came so that no one could fight him back. So yeah, this is a really strong comp that they've done before, and then like B with Cat just spammed ships to distract the other players. So we'll see if they do something similar this time. I'll switch back to the lobby screen just so that I can switch over the UI so nothing gets spoiled for you guys. Oh, good lord. My bloody foot. Jesus. What do you reckon, guys? 1's if you think the Vietnamese Canadians are taking it. 2's if you think that the 3D Clan's going to get it. Ooh. Let me just update the scores, update the UI. And then we'll go. Both China's on water. True. Well, not just that, they got French, guys. French is like surprisingly good. Because they have the spring chips, remember, that are cheaper. Warcogs. They're pretty good. I think I might push back dinner and cast the other series as well today. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Oh, if I do, I'll need a quick break either way. But yeah, I think we might try to squeeze one more series because there was another series that happened on the same day, which was... It was the upper bracket Liu Tao versus GQS, which was I think it's double Chinese actually. Yeah. In the upper bracket. And then whoever wins that is going up against another Chinese stack, which is Louis MT's Chinese stack. Dude, China's just built different these team games, I swear. But yeah, we'll see. Because then when we do that, we'll be live for probably like... I don't know how long that series is. Let's speculate like 5.5 or so hours. Not too bad. Conqueror level hair compared to many others in AoE 14. That's because we're an aging scene. And genetics has been kind to me, whereas others have experienced something that makes many a man's ears prick when they hear the word balding. How many deep sea fish is that? A lot. You know, guys, if you look at it, you can actually like draw a skull face. There's like eyes there, and then there's like a really weirdly shaped mouth. Yeah, I'm making it up. There's nothing. If you look hard enough at all the deep water fish and you do like dot to dot, you can actually draw a giant penis. Yeah, okay, that's our intro. Yeah, if you look close enough at all the deep water fish on the minimap, you do dot to dot, you can actually draw in a ginormous... Anyway, one and all, welcome back to AoE4 Action. It's time for the deciding game between 3D Clan... Let me switch them around. And the Canadian-Vietnamese combo. Now, this is an interesting one, actually. It's gone all the way to a third game. Lower bracket. Whoever loses this is out of this $1,000 team tournament. Puppy Paw, Wham, Morgan, and Eric got the double Chinese combo with French, which sounds ludicrous on water, but at the same time, on the 3D Clans end, they have a baller lineup. Chinese... English with the Admiralty for the extra range. They've got HRE with a ridiculously strong early game economy. And then finally, the annoying Japanese with their Shinobi shenanigans. We've seen actually just how impactful this ninja play can be. In fact, guys, if you remember, I think about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks, on the channel, it's in the uploads, we cast a series of 3D Clan on this map with the exact same lineup they're running now, and they looked unstoppable. B and KS typically run this mass boat strat where they just distract, and then Scatterbrain doesn't really participate in the early game. He waits until he's got Admiralty for the extra range so he can trade favorably. All the while, Anatan will go for the Coca Township and harass the economy. So he'll dip between hitting land eco and then sabotaging these docks, which are so far away from safety. Looks like the Juji pick might work out for Puppy Paw. Check this. That is a holy island spawn right there. 36 food, 75 stone, 50 gold. That's wild. Sorry, what was that? What did you say? So yeah, you got 125, 36. So that ends up being 161. Is that right? Remember that correctly? It's over 150 resources. Absolute jackpot for him. And it's really good for the stone in a 1v1, but one thing I am going to like devalue this on, it's not that good in team games because this whole Arislitz as king thing that worked really well for Juji on maps like Holy Island isn't as good in team games because sure you can protect your dock, but as a percentage of the water area, how much is that? It's not a lot. So this can prove quite tricky. The one upside, at least, for Puppy Paw is he is a flank player. So being a flank player means that you're more likely to be fighting underneath your docks. But if they decide to push the west side instead, or say they decide to steer around you, that's where this is going to get a lot more scary for his team. A fast imp Juji. I don't think you're going to be seeing that in this game. You could technically trade the stone, right? Numbers are pretty good there. And also, static emplacements aren't terrible here, especially considering you are a flank player. Meanwhile, west side, we've got walls going up. That's quite the expensive investment out of Cat. Remember, walls take a very long time now. But let's speed this up a little bit for the openings because we haven't seen any aggro yet. So yeah, Puppy Paw won't want to attack. He'll want to have defender's advantage. Everyone wants defender's advantage, right? This makes sense. You can get more boats out. Shinobi are already shuffling in from Anatan, though. A little bit slow to get his own boats out, but for good reason. Meditation Garden is at least going to scout what's coming. Shinobi does dive in for the kill, unable to get it though. And Puppy Paw does stick a stake in his heart, but turns out he's not a vampire, so Shinobi does stay alive. And we are going to begin that fact, aren't we? That fact of Zerg for the Shinobi. Live Sim works so well here. If you're going to spam out Shinobi, you can just get to a point where you just start burning down the Meditation Garden. Because right now, you don't want to rush in because your opponent is guarding. You want to wait until your ally comes in the form of B to distract him. And the moment he does, you strike with these sabos. This is tricky. He needs some assistance fast. Morgan's been a little bit slow to arrive here. Looks like he tried to go straight down the center. I'm just not sure why. Wham is at least winning his skirmish on the west side, idling out the HRE. Difficult to do here. Remember, with French, you do get warcogs. You also get additional villagers. But HRE with 40% eco buff is still favored in this opening. And that's before we say anything of the assistance coming his way. Scatterbrained is on the way over. Admiralty has not been taken just yet, though. Outpost now coming in. So, boon for Puppy Paw is the fact that he does have all that stone now to get into hand cannon sleds. Ones it will definitely need. Sabotage comes in from the Shinobi. Gets both the docks. This is big. This is why Japan just feels so good in these situations. Essentially able to disarm your opponent. That may give him the edge to push forward. Understand. Plus B. Shoving against this. Meditation Garden. Going to be ignored because the Shinobi does find the villager. So big hit there. And he'll even dive in to sabotage the complete dock. So this is crippling for Puppy Paw right now. Even if he could actually afford all these docks, he's not able to actively produce out of them. We're up to 9 Shinobi, guys. Do you think when Anatan plays games like this, he just pulls out, like, his mum's, like, stockings or something, puts them over his head like he's about to rob a bank, and pretends to be a ninja? Just got this picture of, like, you know, Anatan swinging around a kitchen knife and his mum running in on him going, what the hell are you doing? He's really good at this. I mean, we've seen how impactful it could be in the previous 3D Clan game. We're seeing it again because now when you're done pressuring one player, you can go into the next. It's a ripple effect. Because you're in a game where no one wants to build land units. Even if they do, let's say Wham's added in 2 knights. What do 2 knights do against 9 Shinobi other than die? It's a losable fight every day of the week. You need at least 2 more knights to feel confident about it. Because then you could cycle charge them. So Puppy Paw is sick and tired of this crap. Eric has come all the way from north to assist here. Demo ships are looking to move in, though. And the archer ships just about gets the hit in time. Counter-attack coming in from Puppy Paw, though. The demo ships not quite able to reach. Anatan does have the defensive units for it. Shinobi still creeping in time and time again here, although the outpost has at least started to make that much more difficult. So no one gets sniped down. Anatan with only 6 ninjas now. Not the kind of performance that gets you the Ninja Warrior Championship belt. Scatterbrain has been being annoying with his king, but a classic one here is Desert Raiders will destroy the English king. I think we do have the extra range now, though, right? Yes, Scatterbrain, he has the edge. This is really big when you're playing team formats like this, because now it's not just the fact you can kite your opponents indefinitely. It's when you're in the big clustered fight, your teammate can be ahead of you. Cat can be ahead of you, and then you layer behind him. You don't have to scramble over him trying to get around him and then body blocking him against demos. You can be a little bit more orderly about it. Let's push back here. Wham now suffering because Red did shift to the south side to assist. Army's now on the way home, but in the meantime, a lot of ground being gained. And Wham! What's he... Wait, has he got... He has no fishing! Oh my god. They pretty much wiped it out. Shoved all the way back here. Red now arriving to assist. And in fact, we have mass demos on the way. Poppy Paw looking to wipe the board clean here with a big boom shakalaka. He tanks it though. Springald's... I mean, if it takes this many demos, is it really worthwhile? Is the question mark in his mind right now. Wraps in for a more value play. Gets the sandwich. Gets the surround. Resets the playing field, but it comes at a cost because now on the south side, his Springals don't have that line of demos to reset things. In fact, Green doesn't have any either. They do have a military lead for the time being. Economical? No. These demos are creeping ever closer. Mistakes being made. Here's Morgan gets sunk! Core of the fleet is down. Morgan contributing only 3 Springle chips now means this is a 2-on-1. Demos are diving deeper. They are starting to clear. There's not really anywhere left for Puppy Paw to retreat here. The upside is at least that these hand cannon slits can assist you. The downside is you are going to get hit by demos. Be holding them back for the time being. The archer ships are going to mop up most of the counterattack. Meanwhile, a counterattack on the north side as Eric has gone in deep here. Scatbrain easily able to kite him out, though. This is a back and forth that I like to see, right? I was worried that this was going to be an immediate snowball on one side. There's still this feeling that 3D Clan kind of has an edge on positioning, but when you look at the raw numbers, it doesn't show in that. This could still go either way. Has he been trading at all? I don't think he has. I'm kind of impressed that Wham's keeping up the way he is, but that's the power of the French, right? Over time, you are just going to get the additional villagers in. In fact, he does have... Has he been... Oh, he's been trading to the neutral shore. Gotcha. So, yeah, he does have 5 traders here. It would have been better to just ask Morgan to build a trade post in the corner and then trade to the neutral here. Kind of surprised that didn't happen, but, you know, it's in hindsight type thing. He doesn't have the grandest of excuses in that he can see the trade post, but he does have the excuse of, like, this is very distracting. There is a lot going on, a lot you need to keep track of here. Demos coming in now to chase him away because this is kind of cool. Wham! What he done, we Fury crafted about this the other week. In theory, French is a really, really good pick in Team Water because you only build 1 unit type. You should only really be building Warcogs because that's where you get efficiency, right? Is your Warcogs are 30 food cheaper, I believe it was, 75 food compared to the 110, or 35 food, right? So pretty big discount, really good. The problem is that requires a lot of coordination. If you haven't got all your teammates nearby, or one teammate's nearby is distracted or whatever, you're going to lose your boats every time. So I think that's the problem. This is like, wow, it's an elegant idea, but Baltic's a bit weird for it. If you had more of a lane-focused map where like you're all shoving down one area, I could make sense of it. But here, where it essentially turns into kind of a 2v2, it's much more difficult. This Puppy Paw been looking. He has been holding on quite well. Has come at cost though, right? Not much fishing really happening here. When you look at the map, you can see that that's the big dire consequence of all that's been occurring in the last few minutes. Is it feels like you've got 2.5 players fishing on the Canadian-Vietnamese team. And then on the 3D Clan team, it's 4, or like 3.5. Scatbrain, 17 Springles. He does need those archer ships to assist, though. Ooh, just in time there from KS. This is scary, man. Like, the Fury crafting that came from Wham with his Springle quantity, it makes sense. Sure, his are more cost-efficient, but Scatbrain are more cost-efficient traders in that they don't die as easily due to the extra range. Also, Red's House of Wisdom. Yeah, it's an overlay bug. It's been in the game for a while like that. Because remember, in capture ratio, it doesn't show at all, and then any team overlay has this problem. We are so uncomfortably close to Puppy Paw getting wiped from water each time we look over here. Tech up is on the way from Anatan, though, so although the Shinobi shenanigans have stopped, the real threat is on the way. Mount Samurai is something that they have not prepared for. In any way, right? They don't have walls on the east side. They don't have spearmen there. French Knights on the other side of the map. If they were here, they would not be able to contest. Spin that French player. He really needs more demo. Eric has stacked up the boys, but I do at least like that he went Teak Mast. I think Teak Mast, I've talked about this before about why it's so good. You usually get away with taking like an extra archer flurry, which can be the difference between gap closing here. But this gap closing is a little bit linear in its approach. Eric trying to sneak in is not going to work out. Good hold ground there by KS. Able to wipe all the demos, and now a return fire hit coming in. KS able to dive deep. They're getting greedy because they know they can. They're stacked. Wham! Bam! And thank you, ma'am! All but 4 get wiped out. Wham! On the verge of going for Castle Age. Now needs to fully reinvest. What a hit! Backstab in though! Poppy Paw says we ain't done here! Big hit to Scabrain. Half of the count deleted. What is this game? I cannot believe this. You can tell the tournament lives on the line here. Baltic delivering what it needs to in game 3. Oh my god, there's just so much happening. Things calm down on the east side long enough for Puppy Paw to send that kiss, that breath of relief across the water. And now, while doing that, simultaneously teching up himself, Puppy Paw doing everything he can to keep his team alive in this third deciding game. There's only so many times you can do that. Someone else is going to have to step up now. It was a heavy hit to Scatterbrain's count, but he's still sitting here with 16 sprinkles in total. Wall up is not going to be in time as the first of the knights arrive for Anatan. So Mount Samurai now threatening him here. Puppy Paw is probably going to need to prep, what, crossbows? Or you're going to have to go mass spears. I'll tell you what, water can be tedious sometimes, but can we agree, like, you know, yes, it'd be nice to have more elegance to, like, the counter system and a lot more happening, but, team games kind of give you it, right? Like, the way this is played out, these back and forth sneaks, the split dynamics, this has impressed me a lot more than a 1v1. 1v1s feel very snowbally. You can see who's going to win the game. The game is essentially over, but team water like this has proven to be a back and forth affair. Exactly how we like it. He's still trying to fight back. Tech ups are on the way. The Imperial Pass coming in, but weirdly enough, Anatan doesn't notice what's happening there. So a missed opportunity to just stand still and murder a lot of villagers here. Steady targets the goal, so we'll be chasing out there. It seems that Morgan has not noticed this. Start to pull back now. Ooh, did he not get the... I don't think he got Tatara. That's the level 1 blacksmith tech, right? It's definitely worth getting. It gives you the 2-hit kill. I don't think he has it. Yeah, it only just came through. Kind of missed opportunity to get additional kills there. But it is adding up. We're talking about over a 20 eco lead now. Militarily, this is absurd. The push continues. Despite the losses Yellow incurred, look at him now. Ram holding the demos in reserve here. We'll get a little bit of surface damage done, but not enough. They do at least have the big upgrades coming in, things like armored hulls. So although the population is with 3D Clan, remember the quality of boats now lies with Canada, Vietnam. Unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, quantity tends to beat quality here. Paul has done a good job still holding his area of the map on the south side. However, B has just aged up, so this is going to be big. He has, what, the biggest Navy force, I think, of any player here. So a big booster to actually get all those upgrades in for him. Next would be prioritizing English over HRE, because the English do get the extra range. The Sprinkle ships will go up to 8-tower range, which is pretty insane in these fights. That's the thing, they're already Castle Light, right? Like, you can get the Sprinkle Cruise tech, but they already have it. Demo ships coming in! And that is Eric without a Navy. Does have more demo ships prepping, but once again, it's that Spiraled range. It makes it much easier to siege down these docks without sacrificing Regnit's now in the way for KS. Scatterbrained about to tech as well. He's saving up for it. The fishing fully idle. Eric just needs to get down here and build a new docks because right now he's missing a huge chunk of his economy. Camelons are going to try to march over. So they know about the attempt to break through the walls. They're going to have to react to that accordingly. Backstab coming in from Morgan. Not the biggest of hits. It's a decent start, but now the surround. Poppy Paw. He abandons home for this. I mean, it's a good hit, but what's happening in return? Look at this. The immediate siege down B sends it in to delete all the docks. They may get the wipe on Scatbrained here, or at least reduce him heavily, but the pain in return is going to be felt because now this can ripple into the economy of Morgan, who's been freely gathering fish in this corner for a long time. And even after all that, it doesn't look like Scatbrained suffered that much. Able to get away, and now Alan in with the mass demos! He pushes him to the shores. Big detonations. He got the explosive upgrades. And that's a wipe on the docks and the fleet. And this game looking all but over. 61 to 190. Baltic has been decided. 3D Clan will take the pond. The question now is whether Vietnam and Canada have enough land eco to survive the coming storm. TCs are being boomed up by both Chinese variants. French have also added in their own additionals. Iamids, I mean, good luck, buddy. You're playing the weakest Civ for this transition imaginable. They have at least got a breakthrough, so Eric is going to draw attention back towards the land side for 3D Clan. But with all that economy on water, they should be capable of now massing spears to defend against this. And those spears did just get vetted up, so the Camel Lancers aren't going to be able to hang around for long here in Cat's economy. First wave gets cleaned up, second one's on the way, but that just means you're running into more and more spears as time goes on here. It's kind of that classic we talk about with French Knights all the time. The first French Knight is much more impactful than the follow-up 2, 3, 4. Because there just isn't a counter scaled in place yet. That counter is now scaling quickly. KS over 30 spearmen in the field. Trade finally has been set up for that corner, so good news for Wham is at least he's going to have a decent economy. So that just leaves one player who's question marked, right? Like, what do you do if you are Eric here? I guess you could try to rush relics, but that requires a level of map control you no longer possess. How do siege units do against Navy since rework? Haven't tested it, but they still have their bonus damage on Springles, right? And mangoes and whatnot. So in theory, they should do good, but you know, unless you get that old school Springle bug, which the ships had, where you shoot beyond your range, I'm not sure how Springles are going to help you in a pond this big. We did get Regnits as well, right? Yeah, so relics are going to be a big deal. It's going to scale him even further. And Swabby already coming in due to the fact that he has, well, I'm going to guess 30 fishing. 32 fishing boats. I can't help but feel that Canada, Vietnam's chances of winning this are wholly reliant on 3D Clan doing nothing. We've kind of reached that point. Like, the numbers are fairly simple to follow at this stage, right? 430 economy versus 320, right? And then the military. Now, a big chunk of this is admittedly on water, so that's a bit deceptive. But the rate at which that land force is growing is scary. That's true. They can water trade. I don't think any of them are going to bother here. Feels a bit too greedy at this stage. You've got a timing attack in mind. Because if you water trade, your opponents are going to set up their own land eco. You can attack them instead right now because all you need is food-based units, right? Palace Guards, Spearmen, Mountain Samurai. These are all food-heavy units. Speaking of which, my food's apparently ready. Ooh, do I come back and do more afterwards? I mean, there is another series we could cast. Force going up here desperately, trying to get some semblance of a defense line. Castle the Crow is on the way. 2 villages. I wondered why this was so slow. Anatan is taking the slow approach to this. Doesn't feel rushed at all. He shouldn't. Mountain Samurai are already reaching the very backs of Vietnam, Canada here. And there's going to be the deletion. So Scatterbrain ready to transition to a land force here. Mass Knights being queued up by the English player. Trade. Just freely accessible, man. Like, where's the defense here? Every single member of Vietnam, Canada is building a range unit. Right? But they don't have mobility now. So with the crossbow's not in position, this is going to lead to a lot of economical loss. Yeah, just kind of giving full control over like this doesn't feel great. If they got the walls up, it's kind of okay to build crossbows first, but I get that they need efficiency. They can't build spears because they're less efficient at trading than mass crossbows with these choke point defenses, but you just don't have the time for crossbows from free players. It's not the one if you ever will. One upside at least is Wham will fare better because he has got the Gambeson's tech, which he can access, right? It's going to give him the +5 armor against mass spears. He hasn't even got it yet. Needs it sooner rather than later. In the meantime, the TC boom of Puppy Paw is going to flop dead. B immediately rushes in. He's already got the Yuan Dynasty, so no escape from this. And Puppy Paw with a desperation keep. He has got the textiles, but the numbers seem way too high here. Fully surrounded, nowhere to hide. Puppy Paw. Well, the defensive keep might go up, but I don't know who's going to go inside it. It's not even going to complete in time. 10% away. What's that? 20 villagers going down. A cancel of the keep. And a cancel of his existence in this game. Down to 57 economy. B. Now he points across at Morgan, the other Chinese player in this lobby, and says, "You're next." He's not done. God damn. What an awesome game. Still has that tough issue of water, I think, that I've always had a problem with, which is like once you lose it, you can't recover. But in fairness, like my bigger issue with water is in a lot of situations, if you don't engage with it, you lose anyway. That's why I'd rather see them fixed. This was just really solid back and forth water engagement into, wow, yeah, no coming back. I think we'll speed this up now because this one's over. My frame rate can't handle this. I'm looking forward to the PC build we're going to do to fix that, by the way. It should be coming hopefully sometime in November, but let me know what you thought of this, guys. I think Baltic really does deliver something special in team games. This was a gem to watch. I think a lot of the time, water can be kind of a roll of the eyes, and although the aftermath felt like a roll of the eyes, the comeback seemed very unlikely. The fights themselves, the build-up to reach this point where we had our winner was incredible. Really big shout out, in particular, to Puppy Paw, the way he kind of tried to recover that west side, but even bigger shout out to go to the entirety of 3D Clan. Like, these guys, the way they play on this map is scary. I think this is a strong draft point for them for the rest of this tournament, and one that could get them revenge wins against the very best civs and best teams remaining in Fields of Blood. Will they be able to make the deep run? Let me know what you think in the comments down below. 3D Clan do remain in the lower bracket, but the key part in that is that they remain. Can they be the upsetter? The last European standing. Can they go all the way and slay all the Chinese and Vietnamese beasts which lie ahead of them? We'll find out in the next chapter. Whew. Really cool one. Oh, I think that was an uploadable game as well. That felt really cool. Last 5 minutes, maybe a little bit, but like that just kind of happens, right? But, guys, we do have another series. Do I go eat, then come back? We could do that. Emma, what have we got for food? We've only been live 4 hours. I'm thinking of starting to start my streams a little bit later anyway. Right in a sec, so I need to update the title. So what do we call that one? So I think that one will be called Four versus 4 turns this horrible water map into pure entertainment. One v1 map equal like D tier? 4v4 map equal A tier. Boom. I don't know. I don't think Emma's here. So guys, I think what we can do, there is another series. Let me double check it. There's another series to cast, which is an upper bracket one from this tournament. And I'd like to get that done today so that we can focus on doing the 1v1s tomorrow. Trying to think what time we're going to go live. Probably like, oh, we might go live like 2 hours before. So maybe it does work better to do that team tournament tomorrow. Now, I think I want to catch some 1v1s on ladder as a preview to what's coming for KP's midweek muster. Because guys, remember, tomorrow at 3 p.m. UK time, we kick off the KP's midweek muster. The first week of four this month. And then 30 in total, my brain. We have 30 weeks of tournament action that we're going to be doing. And the first one kicks off tomorrow at 3 p.m. GMT. So, 1 second, because let me have a look here. Because we could do the upper bracket one, which is, let me find GQS. Is Rabbit Sweet called Rabbit Sweet correctly? I always get annoyed with this. And Aeolus. The Chinese players are usually very hard to find because they usually don't use their actual freaking names. The command for the weeklies is !KPMM. So, let me have a look here. Duanwu. Duanwu doesn't show up. Oopsie. Chinese players and their name changes. Goodness gracious. They just can't make it easy, can they? So. Let me have a look. Give me a sec, guys. It's just a case of finding out whether we can actually find these guys. Oh, that's right. They have like the whole Liu Tao name thing, don't they? So if I have a look at Baltoon's data, we might then be able to find the name format they use, and then I'll be able to find the data. Because these guys went up against the other Liu Taos. So it'd be... Really, Baltoon? Goddamn. Freaking Battlegrounds players. Let's have a look. China, China, China. Why are you so hard to find? Yeah, so it's Liu Tao like that. So we might be in luck. Let me quickly check. Liu Tao, right? Lao Tang. Okay. Give me a sec, guys. Battlegrounds is Bay. Yeah, I never really tried it. Sorry, my foot. It's been a bit... Oof. So. Oh, sorry. Lao Tang was on that team, wasn't he? So the Liu Taos that I need from the upper bracket team are... Pact. Let's see if Pact shows up. Liu Tao... Sorry. Okay, that does show up. Perfect. So, we should be able to then catch those. Looks like their series does show. Okay, that's good. So, I could put up a replay for you guys to watch, and then when I come back, we could do that. Does that sound good? Don't know how Emma feels about that. Or we call it and do it tomorrow. I'm weighing it up now in my brain. Both are viable options. Yes, Ains, go use those protein works. If we sell well through those, it allows me to fund more tournaments, so it's a big win. I could put up an earlier game from earlier in the month from the team tournament. That could maybe work. I think it's just awkward to get back in, isn't it? Yeah, Hosen got Hosen did get BC in round 1. A little bit. I feel for him, but I also chuckle at him. What a roll. Just gonna have to go make a game mode that he can beat BC in now, you know? Nah, dude, watch Hosen roll him. Hosen's got this. God. Choices. Guess we could come back and do that series. So I just need to find something for you guys to watch. Like, I haven't seen any feelings. What do you guys think? 1s if you just rather have that series cast tomorrow. 2s if you want it now. Like I don't know the answer already. Tee-hee-hee. Just seeing what we've got that we can play. Maybe I play some from the YouTube side? Oh, my foot. I need to go take my painkillers. It's drugs time. I've been very good. I've waited very long. So let me open YouTube. And then find one for you guys to watch. My foot, dude. Keep it down while this is rough. Indifferent as long as you keep streaming. Dude, I'm an injured man. I've been live for 4.5 hours. Is that not enough? Alright, anyway. Ooh. Yeah, this is a good preview. Alright, this is a cool game. So, I'm going to put this game up. I don't know how this one hasn't been posted or released or whatever, but like, yeah, guys, so I'm going to go eat. I'm going to leave you with some wonderful entertainment on your screens. I think you'll actually really enjoy this one. It's one of the Liu Tao teams. So enjoy this game. And then when I come back, we're going to catch Liu Tao A versus another Chinese stack, which I've forgotten the name of. I think it's GSQ. And they are upper bracket. That's upper bracket semifinals. So these are like top 4 teams in this tournament. So hang with. Enjoy this game, and I'll be back when it's done. Let's get to it. Game number 2 of this upper bracket series between the Chinese stack and the Polish stack. And the Chinese stack, so far, are looking ridiculous. It's funny as well, because I mentioned earlier on that they don't cover H3 that highly. Apparently, they're here to teach a few things. Game 1 did not go that well for the Poles. Let's see if they can make up for it the second, considering this time around, they've got the Japanese and they've also got Mongols. Potential for a triple cav setup here. Other side of it, more likely double cav, and we've got a bit of greed. Liu Tao decided to go for both the HRE and the English. If you guys are wondering, by the way, what the hell are these guys up to? Why are they playing? What's this tournament? Didn't hear anything about this. $1,000 on the line. Clear Man came together with the Vietnamese community to pull together $1,000 to run another tournament. You guys might remember Clearman as the guy who organized the free-for-all tournament from about 2 months ago, I believe it was. We actually cast a bunch of those games here officially on this channel. So really cool to see that back. Team formats are always a bit tricky. It's kind of intriguing, though. So far, I think they've definitely delivered. We've had some entertaining games, and I'm sure we're going to have more as well. I mean, some people might not care about hosting like a LAN in a castle, but it does bring with it a level of power and marketing, is what I'll say to that comment in chat, by the way. I don't know, like, do you guys think that it adds another layer having a LAN in a stadium or in a castle or whatnot? 1s if you think so, 2s if not. I think it's undeniable that it adds something. It's a whole experience, right? Like, would you travel halfway around the world to watch a tournament in a box? Just a giant cardboard box, right? No. Be silly. I don't know, like, dude, I've been to a lot of lands, and the magic is It almost sounds cringy or cheesy to talk about, but it actually does matter. It makes a huge difference. The spectacle. I think sometimes the whole idea of like the spectacle gets overlooked. Like almost it's a cheesy, corny thing, but it actually makes a lot of sense. It's the same reason why I've explained like it's not enough to just have the best players playing the best games of their life. You also need something around it, whether it's format, setting, whatever. Things to build narratives and also things to entertain. Right? And I know some players that want the purebred element of like 1v1 in this purest form will argue with that. But the thing I'd say to you is like, if what people are watching isn't entertaining, then you won't even have a viewership to get budget for tournaments, right? I think that's like that's a wake-up call that needs to be said. It's why in my most recent video I said I want us to explore different formats for AoE 4. See if there's something out there. Like I might be wrong and this might be the best format, and great, we'll come back to it. I don't think there's any harm in doing different formats, right? Just like we've got a team tournament here in a game that's dominated by 1v1 tournaments. Is that a bad thing? I don't think so. It allows us to check in and go, huh, are team tournaments better than 1v1s now? Or do they just suck? Right? And this whole assumption, like, because it sucked before, it will suck again, doesn't make sense to me. It never does. Times change, opinions change, and games change. And actually, funnily enough, that's what makes games so great compared to traditional sports. Traditional sports don't change. Esports do. Well, let's see if the strategy is going to change up here. Because we have got full Age 2 still on everyone's side, except we do see Mahodo on the Japanese heading up. Mahodo, by the way, reminder, is the highest ranked player on the Polish squad, not Matisse. In fact, let me double check. Unless, because I checked 2 days ago and Matisse was lower ranked. 124th. Yeah, so Mahodo is still a higher rank than Matisse. Might be a surprise to a lot of people because Matisse, at least at the start of the year, was consistently posting towards the top 100, and actually it points in the top 50. But Mahodo seems to be eclipsing him at the moment. I'm actually curious about Speedio. Wait, I actually just noticed the sport. Oh my god. Let me start a prediction. And I'm just going to put Vietnam and Poland, and you guys can remember it yourself, because these spawns are kind of messy. This is something that happens a lot in Dry Arabia. Dry Arabia is almost just a free-for-all map with its spawns, right? Sometimes it's a bit incoherent. Sometimes the players actually are staggered. But in this situation, they have been perfectly split between each other. So you've got neighbors on both sides. You've got the HRE neighboring up against the French, which can actually be a nightmare for a greedy, fast castle HRE build. In fact, he's going to have to start adding in mass spears just to defend. He's already got a few coming through. And on the other side, we've got Mongols matching up against the English. This is a nightmare for the Mongols. Everything's a bit too close, right? Like a longbow rush could do severe damage, but KOW instead looks like he's going for maybe a semi-fast castle build. King of the Hill spawns? Oh, no. King of the Hill is insane with its spawns on 2v2s. The diagonal spawns in 3v3s as well are kind of funky. Because sometimes you get like a giant opening in the center, and both the side players just wall themselves in, and they're like, dog, this is your problem. Oh, wait, you're right. These guys are together. I'm an idiot. You're right. They are together. It's... See, I'm getting confused now. Did I just... I did, like a monkey. I'm a brain-dead monkey. Sorry, it is East versus West split. I'm an idiot. I'm having one of those days. Red versus orange, then. Ooh. That's actually really rough. Look what's happening right now. Mahodo is trying to go age 3. He's going to get it, but it's going to come at a price. No. That's insane. Speedio tries to defend him, but that damage is still adding up. Red from the south side, able to swarm in. And the Magadai defense just not proving effective enough. Only 4 of them against Lombos, or Ushers rather. It's kind of a nightmare here. And remember, Speedio is coming across map to assist. He's so far away from this. So north side, we've got pink. Yeah, it's a longbow showdown. Okay, this is much better. Less of a nightmare then. Sorry, guys. My brain had a moment there. I feel like we had a long wait between game 1 and 2. And this is brutal still, though. I'm glad it isn't this Mongol versus English then. That would have been an absolute nightmare for them. But this is still looking pretty rough. Mahodo has aged up, but with such a weak economy, look at what he's building. It's not Mount Samurai. It's actually Normie Samurai. Yeah, this leaves you substantially weaker, actually. Not favoring the position that Mahodo's in right now. The good news is at least he has double Cav to assist him, but KLW will be nowhere nearby. The bad news is Aeolus is there with this all-in H3 push. Now it looks like we've got a raid on the north side. KLW not being left alone. This is the power of Iabids. It's crazy, actually. I think Iabids are better in team games than 1v1s. Don't know if that's controversial, but this Mass Desert Raider strategy is just incredibly oppressive. It's probably because of the animation cancelling. And before anyone tries to like moan about Joan of Arc using that, guys, like, it's such a hard thing to not do, is what I want to say. Because, like, at what point is it considered an animation cancel? Like, you know, do I have to count the seconds? It's really awkward from that perspective. It just needs to be fixed by the devs. Night Clash coming in. Looks like the Samurai are going to be able to hold this. However, the Rams, if they take out this, is huge. The Orishiros, remember, they don't come in that often, so losing the racks like this is a big deal. And the Archer's nearby, he can't pull villages, so unable to protect it. More villages going down. Mahodo about to be under 30 villages. And Speedior is also alongside him. There was an absolute massacre at home. The Desert Raiders with the dive-in have done some severe damage. Oh, man. And this is the ugliness of it, right? It's like there's no counter pressure really coming through. Looks like Diver's Zealot did suffer a little bit at some point on his economy, but not enough. Well, good news is the Magadai at least in position to return fire, but remember that Unease is mitigating some of the damage output. And also, if you ever look away and the melee form comes out, that's where the Magadai start to melt. So good reaction by Speedior. He does now have a strong force. However, if Yellow just sends Horsemen in, this is a big deal because Magadai in 1v1s can actually surprisingly enough be more tricky at this point in the game than team games, and here's why. The mobility, right? It's more feasible to move a Deer Stone around to flex your movement speed. In a 4v4, not so much. The map is huge. So maintaining that Magadai Yam speed aura isn't exactly feasible here. And the problem now is Mahodo needs so much assistance. You know, KLW is probably going to need so much assistance that you can't just wait in your own base. It almost feels like Speedior would have been better off if he had been the forward spawning player. God, I feel a lot better about the state of the game now. The spawns have come out right. I mean, if it seems weird that I called it as if there's like a divide there, it's because I've cast games 4v4s where it's done that on Dry Arabia before. I don't know if more recently something got changed in the code and it more frequently does this type of spawn. If so, that's a good thing though. I would say I don't mind the idea of people spawning super close to each other in some situations, if you understand the spawns and control it, right? But if you can't, the RNG of it kind of makes it sad. Alright, one's if you think the Chinese squad are winning this. Two's if you think the Poles have got it. Polish boys do have some trades setting up in the corner from Speedio now. However, the techs are starting to come through. Mahodo did age up into Castle first, but he hasn't really done anything with it. Too much damage done, right? Now look at what's happening here. I think have we maybe got a tech upcoming? No, not from Yellow, but we have got one coming from the English. And funnily enough, it's going to be the White Tower. Man, it feels like Speedio could carry this game for a bit, but now with Castle starting to come in, that's where I get worried. The Magadai are really good in this feudal age, right? Even against more armored units. But once you get up into Castle, you merely tickle, and Speedo, he needs his own age up. It looks like he is starting to stockpile. Food is good. The gold needs to be fixed. Night Clash is going to come in, and this should be a good fight for the Polish. A 2-on-1. But behind this, worrisome things should be happening, right? We have got 2 TC from Aeolus, so he's going to be able to scale more knights in the coming minutes. On top of that, we also now have the HRE rushing the castle. And looking at the state of the map, 4, if not 5 relics that are very easily reachable for HRE. That's why the Samurai need to get in. Mahodo trying to break down the wall now. Guildhall is coming as well, but the raid's also coming in onto Matisse, who went 2 TC. So Aeolus trying to do some damage. He catches him when he's got no army at home, so will force a lot of out of time and should be able to find a lot of villager kills here as well. Remember, there is no Steel Arrow upgrade, but there is Undermesh for green. Oh man, this is going to sting. He tries to micro away. Guildhall is at least going to complete, and the Magadai are now coming home to defend his ally. But still, chip damage that is going to add up. The breakthrough is going to be there, though. Matisse and Mahodo are hunting straight towards Aeolus's base. And yeah, it looks like he's separated his economy into different little pockets here. So this main dive should really kill Aeolus. Will be a little bit frustrating to deal with, and it could ripple around into Joan of Arc's base, aka Yellow's. How are we looking? I mean, Castle is now just going to be what? Mass Lombos, probably Men-at-Arms follow-up. Makes a lot of sense when you've got an English player nearby you and a Magadai spammer behind you, right? Lombos will just beat everything. KOW needs a tech up, and it's going to have to be a white tower. It's also going to be awkward to place. If he places it at the front of his base, he could just get wiped. In fact, I think he wants to take a fight now. It's weird that he's hesitating because he kind of needs to draw him out of the aura, but then he needs to engage before this Lombo mass gets too big. He's going to start diving in. Attack speed aura is going to be there. Bit of a weird fight for Pac, but now that the Men-at-Arms are starting to club into that front line, it's going to get better and better. KLW, he doesn't have gold gathering right now. Oh no, he's gathering more wood, so no gold gathering underway. It means KLW has just stockpiling a lot of food, but no good gold income. He will be able to hold against the first wave, but look at the numbers now. Under 30 longbow. I think he was, what, 50, 60 before this. And with Men-at-Arms now creeping in, he doesn't have the penetration power to kill these boys off fast. Not only that, I'm expecting Armorclad any moment for Pact, which would just make him unkillable with this dive. Magadai now arriving, another issue there. If Armorclad comes through, even if you got Castle Age here, Speedio, you'd be doing no damage. Elsewhere, it looks like the dive got brushed away, so Mahodo had to retreat with limited samurai left alive. Matisse only 9 knights to his name. The Magadai have now at least made their way north side. I wonder, do we just see Pac starting to pump more Lombos? Feels like he's only going Men-at-Arms, and that can be a bit detrimental. I mentioned the Men-at-Arms don't die quickly, but also against Magadai, they don't have a way of reaching a target. He's buying a stupid amount of time, though. And we do have Desert Raiders and Horsemen now on the way from yellow. Brawl Institute also coming, so green is reaching up to age 3. Has more knights as well as than Matisse does. Eco is weaker. Matisse got his 2TC faster, right? This game is still really close from the two sides, though. No one has struck a decisive blow. I think the Vietnamese guys have chipped more damage away, right? Mahodo's castle timing got absolutely ruined. The English player got kind of hard stuck, and now he's being greedy with the King's Pass. I don't mind this. I think in KLW's position, you could go for the White Tower, and that would be the equivalent of like stepping in the ring against Rocky when you've never hit a punching bag in your life. Going King's Palace is kind of like going for the punching bag, right? You know, as long as Rocky doesn't come in the gym and mug you, you will eventually train up to the point where you can be in the ring with him. The problem is Rocky ain't waiting around, okay? He's been waiting for this fight for 5 weeks. It's time to box. He dives in. King's Pass gets found. Villagers have to rush this up. He can't afford to stop. He's going to have to lose a few villagers to stay alive here. KLW will get the King's Palace up, but it comes at a high price. About 5 or 6 villagers going down the build-up are more likely to dive, or die rather, to the increased dive. Veterancy has been queued up in the Council Hall, so we will eventually have somewhat of a buffer against this, but the Magadai can't assist anymore because the dive is coming in. Green and yellow head into the base of Speedior. He can't unpack the Kurotai. No heal, no damage buff. It means no damage against the Knights. The Horsemen stick to the target, and the Magadai have to shift away. He hasn't even got the Yam anymore, so unable to move quicker. Has at least got the extra range, but this is starting to whittle him down. Speedior in trouble. His economy now also likely to get raided by the follow-up here. It looks like we've got Onimusha now from Mahodo. I'd like this as a play into the Knights, right? Makes a lot of sense. Men-at-Arms as well. So what you're seeing right now from the Polish is a reaction to speed. They know they need to be dynamic across the map. The big mistake they made is Mahodo having to go for Samurai meant he had no mobility. But now he's going to have bigger problems coming in his own base. The Samurai left to defend are going to get intercepted by mass crossbows. And this is an undefendable base right now. You can't trickle Onimusha into mass crossbows like this. Is death. All they can hope to do is reset the north side. Teal still doing a good job of bogging down the mass range forces. And behind this, we now have Red going for Age 4. I think White Tower would be better. What, for Pink? It's... The problem with it is, like, it does stabilize him a little bit, but he's so far behind on economy, same with Hodo. They need to be kind of greedy. It sounds really dumb, but, like, if you don't, you're just going to see your opponents just out-tech. Because if they see a White Tower, they'll be like, okay, he has no scalability. You'll just see Teal go 2TC and come back stronger, right? So you kind of need to... I think what they were trying to do here is bait them to dive, which they did. And they were hoping that the Magadai would be good enough. The problem is, Yellow's read to dive Purple's base ruined the tech timing for Magadai. The Magadai wouldn't kill Men-at-Arms fast, but they would eventually kill them. But because it took him so long to get into the veterancy, it's now too late, right? There's Undermesh 2, there's Armorclad, and the Men-at-Arms basically need a new answer. Now, Onimusha could be that, but with the pressure from Red, it's a dubious solution. This might be a good one, though. Matisse, check this. 37 Knights right in. There's no front line. A big hit here. Red caught being greedy. He was attacking while teching. A big no-no in most RTS circumstances. And a big no-no here because the follow-up, the flow-through, could be what the Poles need. They need to start moving. There's a lot of Knights. They need to start breaking through the walls and diving in. This is the perfect time to punish Red, but instead, Matisse is backing up. Men-at-Arms once again diving in. Magadai at least being kept here. I'm wondering, Elite... I feel like Liu Tower just playing for an eco game now, right? Reeks of it. And they got past the Swab. We've never done a relic check here, right? It's one, second one on the way home, third one here. It's only 3 relics, so it's nothing insane. I'm kind of surprised, actually, that the Red didn't go for these back relics. I believe they can... Oh. Oh. No. Oh, Cliffside is so toxic for this, folks. Cliffside is the map that will so typically spawn relics right against the edge. If you're playing on Cliffside, you have to check the edge. But because we're on Dry Arabia, I don't think they felt they needed to check this close. That's so unfortunate. We do have Royal Bloodlines for green. Matisse. Oh my god, he doesn't have it. Wait, yeah, because he went Guildhall, right? He's only now going for the Red Palace. This could be a really good fight for the Chinese squad. Desert Raiders trying to hold the choke points. Knights need to leak into this. The Onimusha are struggling to find the right target to pick. And it feels like they're not killing quick enough. Remember, these Desert Raiders are also making the damage difference huge. Green has extra health. He also has extra damage. And Matisse, he may get Age 4, but it's going to cost him his whole army. Oi, oi, oi. Green and yellow able to make it happen here. Orange just not enough punch to take these units down fast enough. And Matisse, he may have Age 4, he may have a big economy, but he has 7 military units in total. Magadai now to follow up, but we've already highlighted the issue with these guys. 8 damage in total, and these French Knights have 6 armor. You do not kill them fast whatsoever. That's why Speedo is now going to have to back away. In the meantime, though, by coming south, look at what's happened on the north. KLW in Game 1 was the front door mat for the enemy team. And once again, he's the welcome mat for the Chinese. Pac just having a field day in this mirror, just so far ahead. You know, we've seen how small differences make the mile in a mirror, and this is a big difference, right? 76 eco to 54, 33 military to 8. Mango's now here as well, so crossbows can't be your solution. I think this is just getting spread a bit too wide for them, right? Kurtai is now showing up, so Speedior going to try to contest, but with Knights in the neighborhood, you can't hang around long here. To at least have the big boy Knights coming in from Matisse now. I wonder, do you just consider going maybe Mangoes here? Cannon placements are also a solid shout. Remember, Magadai do not have a lot of health, only 105. So cannon placements will kill fast. You are playing into range of a relic buff cannon placement. It almost one-hits these Magadai. I'm a bit scared, actually, that if pink flops here, Poles are just dead. No matter what they do on the other side. Because the thing that I'm seeing behind this is 2 of the 4 players are relying now on trade. And once pink is dead, there's no protection on the trade. Pink is pretty much dead, folks. If they realize and burn through those walls, it's all over. In the meantime, purple also in trouble. Speedio having to be expedient in his approach of removing a chunk of his economy for the front line as the Desert Raiders have once again shown up here to intercept reinforcing Magadai. Yeah, they're just dodging this. Like, this is so well executed by the Chinese. What Liu Tao are doing is they're avoiding purple's main army. Wherever the Kurotai goes, wherever the Magadai go, they go elsewhere. That's a tough game as well because your whole game plan is around Kurotai Magadai. I've talked about how Mongols can feel good as support players, and in theory, being a support player in a 4v4 is good, right? Because your role is diluted, so having less military, not so bad. The problem is, like, with the map being so big, this Kurotai has never truly been in position for a real fight, and now it never will. Aeolus gets the surround and gets the kill on that vital aura for the Polish. I mean, I say it's vital. It would be if they could find a single fight where it could be staked in, where it could actually stand and matter. But that's never really happened here, and I don't think it's ever going to. Green, second player to now move up into Imperial Age for the Chinese. And with so many more knights, right? Matisse down to 21. Meanwhile, Aeolus up at 41 knights that are about to be elited. Pink. I think the less we say about Pink, the better. I feel bad for KLW because it looks like, you know, he's just letting the team down, but he kind of just got sold out in a way, right? Pat got that fast castle first, and then Magadai can't help you, right? So you're just kind of behind. And as we mentioned, in that kind of mirrored situation, just being slightly behind is a mile long. I think also, like, key to the success on the north side here was yellow. What I really like from Liu Tao is how they divided the map into a 2v2 and a 2v2. And what they kept doing is their timings were so good that they forced their opponents to divest from a 2v2 into a 3v2. And although the Polish were winning those 3v2s, it was then coming at a cost elsewhere. So what they've done really well here is they Benny Hills the map. And what it all came down to was that initial dive onto Mahodo. Mahodo lost way too much at the start of his castle age and became a liability. By hitting that timing on the south side, they created an unbalanced dynamic between the north and south side of the map. And from there on out, they've just been seesawing, right? Up and down, up and down. Speedio trying to head up here. Age 4 is on the way for the Mongols. Credit to him, he's done a good job of protecting a lot of his economy. Pac needs to be a little bit careful. He's quite eco-light. I'm kind of surprised he hasn't built a town center yet. We do have trade coming out from the west side team, but nowhere near as good as their opponents. Yeah, just better organized by them, right? They claimed the north side corner first. I think genuinely what's kind of missing here from the Chinese is, do they even know that trade is happening? Because the more I'm watching this, the more it kind of feels like they don't. Right, it's like anyone in chat getting that? Ones if you're kind of feeling that as well. Because I feel like if you knew this trade, you'd dive it by now, right? And now we have a third player added in. Yeah, Orange has joined in. So we have 3 players from the Polish trading. Remember, the trade is better. Bakshi is on the way. Maybe this is a staging point they need. It just feels like they're very tunnel visioned on the idea of getting rid of pink now. And although in a perfectly fleshed out situation where we're all trying to pop, being missing a player is bad, right? If we're not at that point, being missing a player isn't that terrible if it means 3 other players can get bigger. Speedo is about to get big though. Elite Tech should be on the way, and guys, remember, you've got things like the Sire Bow limbs that could be huge here. However, this raid is also incredibly big. Green dives in. Will odd out the primary TC. Forces a runaway on the north side as well. Speedio did minimize the losses, but about 5 or 6 villagers going down there. And also now an idle point on his food. He has got reserves, though. Is there any follow-up here? Looks like Onomusha in the center are going to try to contest up against HRE. Trebuchets are looking to deal with the Red Palace, and this could begin to open up that dynamic again. We talked about how the Polish were doing this 3v2. The thing that's now stopping the Chinese from doing that is the central Red Palace. It's dividing the map a little, so getting rid of this is key. They also need to get rid of it because of gold, right? Like, red isn't going to trade. He needs to get gold. In fact, what was the final haul? We got 1 relic there, 3 relics there. I think it's a 5 relic game for the HRE, which is respectable. KLW somehow... Dude, I don't know how he's still alive. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know how he still has 75 villagers. Be honest, guys. How many of you would have just been dead at this point in the game with this much pressure? I'll admit it. I'd be flatlining. I'd be flattened like a pancake. But somehow, we are 30 minutes in the game. He's the only player not to reach Imperial. And somehow, he still has a semblance of relevance in this game. I think a lot of that is the King's Palace, by the way. Another kind of cool thing to think about why you wouldn't go White Tower here is your opponent could be a Rams and your teammate assisting had Magadai, right? So I think that's another smart read by KLW. If he had gone for the White Tower, Rams would have killed it. Him and his ally had both built range units, so they had no counter to Rams. But do you have a counter to this? This is the moment. We've seen this decide so many team games. The Magadai are in. Gatling gun mode activated, diving through the economy. If they can find their way all the way around to the trade or even into the farms of the French here, this could be huge. This is why you have to stonewall against Mongols. He's in. Red's economy is about to be ruined. Night Eco and shrinking. He shuffles through the walls to get away from this into the mid-map. Magadai split is good, though. 2 groups now being microed by Speedior. He's massacring the villagers. They try to head for the Red Palace. About 10 more go down. Red now down to 86 economy. And he darts across to the other base, to the French base, and says, now it's your turn. He's about to find more as well. The TC on the west side that was hiding a big farm cluster also going to be scouted out here. No reaction straight away from Aeolus. These Magadai hit for 14 damage. Make it now a sweet 16. And that drive-by. Look at the farms idled now. So many dead on the south side as well. Aeolus down to 76 villages. It's been a while since we've seen a Magadai play swap the game this aggressively. But it's a reminder as to how disgusting this unit is in 4v4s. And they aren't done yet, folks. They're still going. He comes back into Green's economy. 69 villagers, an appropriate number because Aeolus just got screwed. A few of them are going to find their way towards the traders as well. No big hit there, but they now have scouted that, so they also know this is happening, which means a secondary wave can now target towards that trade. What a turnaround here. And not just there, KLW has snuck out of his own base to go on the offensive. Oh my god. This game is delivering. Magadai will gradually get mopped up, but Speedior has already expedited the replacement force, and they're defending. They're keeping his teammate Pink alive. Teal with the dive in here. A lot of crossbows, but the Magadai able to contest against that. The men-at-arms, he needs more of those. Lombo's also here standing their ground. It's 16 damage out of this Magadai and only 9 ranged armor. I say only because there's no elite army tactics out of Teal. A grave error being made by the English player. His front line is already dead, and the back line will easily lose against Magadai. TC might be in trouble, but it's worth it for the trade. Look at the state of the economies now. Almost 500 for the Polish, 400 for the Chinese. Kind of crazy, right? Like, military lead is clearly there for China, but they need to push it. They need to shove it. What just happened to their economy needs to happen to this trade. And there's so much you could kill. Only you look there. I think he's about to discover it, though. 2 Spearmen are about to break the wall, and that will give them a tip-off of that area. Berkshire, though, KLW, by some miracle, has done it. By some grand plan, he has found his way up to age 4. I say that if he can actually build it. Actually, I think he's going to go for one more defensive. Yeah, builds it in his own base. If he can pull this off, guys, like right now, the thing that's making them weak is the fact that KLW does not have a late game economy. If the English can get there, the Polish could do this, and they could take us to a final deciding game. Horsemen are going to arrive with the Desert Raiders as well. Try to intercept the build-up. Can he do it quick enough, though? Textiles is there. KLW will get the Berkshire online. It's going to cost him a decent 15 villages to do so, but he is in age 4. He survived this deep. My frame rate is going low. I just pray one of these players does not crash right now because this game feels uncallable still. Matisse now defending in the center as he gathers the gold, taking it away from Aeolus. Aeolus, though, he does have the numbers in this fight. 91 French Knights versus 26. Matisse needs help. He can't win this right now. He has at least got the red pass behind this, so a little bit difficult to dive beyond, but a good initial fight coming in from the green French Knights. Magadai are now on the way, so Speedior is going to be that assistance. But with the Royal Bloodlines in there, it's difficult to cull this horde. Mango shots coming in as well. Red Palace needs to really be garrisoned at the stage to get the mass Gatling guns going. Magadai are going to run into a bit of a pickle here as the Desert Raiders are going to look to intercept. And once again, Teal slowing things down. He has dealt with some of the landmarks. He's so close to breaking in on that trade, but the stone walls are coming up. Unfortunately for KLW, not quick enough. Dude, I feel so bad for him. He just has to suck it up and get beaten up here, because if he ever forfeits this area, all of them lose the trade. So KLW truly is the unsung hero here. He's like the tank in a raid. He's not going to post the big DPS numbers, but if he goes down, you all go down. All right, cool it now, guys, because this is getting crazy. 1s if you think China has it. 2s if you think the Polish are going to win. Because this... it's crazy the way they're holding on in this game. Speedio, you can see he wants to go for another dive, but he can't rush this moment. However, he does now have 82 Magadai. This is the point where peeling 30 and going could be good, but he needs someone to break those walls for him. Otherwise, he's going to need 1,250 shots to break in. Just want you guys to process how Magadai are going to be sick and insane in Season 9, because they'll get the siege damage from this area, right? Which means it would only take Magadai 400 hits to break through a wall. Which still sounds insane, but it's really not in the grand scheme of things, especially with their attack speed. But she is holding him on here. Yeah, this is not breaking him. This might, though. Spearman has revealed traders going on. I think you just need to send 10 men-at-arms up there. I think also Pat can afford to do that. This dive underneath the Berkshire is not the easy way of winning this game. Yeah, but it's hard to track things. Like, when you get this late in the game, right? Like, everything just feels unraveled. It's kind of that classic, we saw in 1v1s as well, where when you get 50 minutes in the game, you're going to see a lot of suboptimal things, because how often do you end up 50 minutes in the game? Unless you're an Englishman. Good night. Mahodo is bringing quality as well, guys. Hand cannoneers that were able to start dominating in those fights in game number 1 might be about to do it in game 2 as well. We even have the Azutsu, perfect for a break-in. If they can crack this wall, they can flood the Magadai in. Red has recovered the eco damage, but at this point, he would have recovered it just to experience it again. So many pings going off, so many things happening in this game. Trying to switch perspective. I don't like the way this UI flips the map. Sorry about that, guys. No easy way to deal with that. Looks like a few knights did actually sneak into the trade. Oh, they don't know either. This is kind of a big deal. It's only 2 knights, right? You might not think it matters, but over a period of time, trade's just going to evaporate. Especially considering those are elite knights, remember, they strike hard. Wait, no, they're not. I'm an idiot. Wait. Oh, I forgot. These are KLW's knights. Dude, Pink has somehow snuck 2 knights in here to achieve a massacre. Meanwhile, on the other side, though, there was an attempted dive. The horsemen have moved in. However, the Magadai are quick to react. And the Magadai, they might not kill too fast here. Actually, the Desert Raiders are ruining it a little bit for them, which is why they're going to get targeted down now. So trade will be protected. A little bit of damage is done there, but the walls are open and more on the way. Lance is moving in now. You need more. Speedy, he can't defend this on his own. That Camelonese is huge. 12 damage only being done. The Desert Raiders will die fast, sure, but the Lancers have 8 ranged armor. They're more than happy to contest this long term. Elsewhere, another group of Magdai are shuffling up towards Teal's economy. He needs to break in, and I think he knows it. Just bypass, go straight for the trade, and shut this down. We also have trade all the way across map, by the way, from green. That's pretty greedy, but pretty smart. All attention in the last about 8 minutes has really been north side, bar that one Magadai raid. So with all the attention being drawn here, Aeolus can get maximum distance trade for free. Is it me? Or is China starting to win this? It's hard to say that when Matisse has 14k food, right? But like, what can he do with that 14k food? I mean, he can mass knights, but Aeolus has already done that. Congrats, handshake. So you need a big fight that wipes both armies, and then your reset is better. And this might be the fight. Keep drop coming in from blue. Knight on knight action here. Green does have the numbers on the south side of the engagement. The north side, well protected to get the keep up. It looks like they might be angling for a Sacred Site victory. I haven't checked in on that, but looking at the positioning, theoretically it's feasible. You would need to get some Japanese castles on the south side, though. Matisse. Rub-a-dub-dub. Gets the big win in the top there. Able to beat out Aeolus and push him back. Good control on the mid-map, much needed. But the Magadai are in again! And not many camels chasing them, folks. In high numbers, the camel lancers are a problem. In low numbers, you shrug. And this is about to get worse because if the timing is right, he might even see green trading from the east side. He's going to shuffle over there anyway, right? Just makes sense. So camel lancers are going to get cut down. China is now down to 60 traders. And by China, I mean Team China. Should probably emphasize that. This game is insane. Magadai really are carrying this one. I mean, everyone's having their part to play, right? But the critical strikes really are coming in from the Mongols in this particular game. Everyone else has to do their part, has to survive, has to hold. But it feels like the Magadai are the ones that are doing damage in return, time and time again. And by some miracle, helping their teammates to hold on. However, I think that comes to an end now. KLW has been decimated. 37 villages left, 5 military units. He'd need to mass TCs to get back in this. And even then, he'd need to be slung resources. Maybe a certain guy with 11,000 food could do so. Horsemen are at least now going to be there to mirror the Magadai, so we'll eventually clear that up. I think Matisse needs to send it. He seems to be way too content to now sit in the middle. They need a breakthrough. And this is now going to get impossible. This is the thing, the camels. I think this is like at a zoomed out perspective, the thing that makes it so difficult for the east side team to win. They're playing Magadai, they're playing Knights. But the enemy team has an Ibid player. And considering the meta is Cav, that's why Abbasis and Ibids are so OP. Because camels counter that meta. As long as there is one Lancer in these engagements, Matisse cannot fight. It's kind of wild. I don't know. I think Camelonese is balanced in 1v1s, but it just doesn't feel balanced in team games. Because the issue you have is the maps are too big to play infantry. You have to play Cav. And if you play Cav, you're playing a losing battle against Ibids or Abbasids. Good lord. How? Like, how are they even still alive? It's starting to shrink a bit, though, right? Like, the eco lead is now starting to build. The military lead is showing its rear. And yes, Ibid infantry provide armor to allies cavalry. I think they do. I'd have to double check, but I think that one works. We can find out if he marches north. Sorry, I'm just trying not to drag too much because it lags a bit. I don't know if he's even got the tech, though. So if he hasn't got the tech, we can't confirm. He has got the tech, right? Yes. So if we keep an eye out, because that's an interesting question. I want to say it doesn't, actually, because I'm pretty sure... Correct me if I'm wrong, but camel support doesn't work with allies, right? Yeah, I know it's infantry for cav, so that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for him to go near the men-at-arms. But I'm pretty sure camel support doesn't work for allies. It's been a while since I've watched the Bastards get to that stage. Well, we were going to find out, but then someone had to rudely interrupt. We should get to see now, because I think Yellow has to run over to safety. Still got those out of eggs. Kind of interesting he keeps contesting. Meanwhile, Matisse winning out against Aeolus. However, that might change soon. Green. Maybe not. The military is just not quite there. All right, men-at-arms are coming in range. We'll find out in a sec. I guess maybe camel support doesn't work, right? But maybe it would for this type because it's like an ally providing aura to you. I think it doesn't, though. That's my guess. It's a good question. I always love it when we get this deep in the game because you get to see these really funky team interactions. Like, imagine if we were in a position where we could see the Mongol-Lombo interaction, right? Oh my god, Mongols plus the Wingard Rangers. That would have been monstrous. Back at that cannon placements, though. Able to hold on here. And looks like, I think Teal is getting ready to go after the trade. Meantime, Matisse trying to dive in, but the choke point is holding here. Green should have the reinforcements to hold on to this piece of the wall. And that's important. They can't afford a raid to the backside right now. Not when they're gaining ground, gaining momentum on this north side. And there you go. Confirmation in. No aura coming out. So it has to be Yellow's own infantry for him to get the +3/+3. Lombo's not really feeling that impressive when you're up against Mass Magadai without the aura. Teal may have overextended here. Staggered formation is good just to dodge out the mango shots. Speedio needs to hold this threshold. He can't allow them to dive any deeper. Keep looking like it's about to go down. In the meantime, Matisse starting to get past that choke point here. Cannons are actually doing a lot of work, by the way, guys. Pretty much your snipers in these engagements, when you have limited amounts of DPS due to the melees blocking each other, the cannons really are the difference here. 5 sound off cylinder coming out from the cannon mass. And Aeolus starting to struggle to hold on here. Matisse may have done it. He may have cracked the egg. That leaking could be huge. He could target down 2 players here. Meantime, Red going for a counter-offensive. Orange is ready to rebuttal. North side, Speedio is holding them just on the verge of reaching the trade here. Castle's down, though, and that might now allow a small group of men-at-arms to hit that decisive blow. 270 to 411 eco. Then the trade as well. It doesn't make up the difference anymore. The Magadai have been trying their utmost to carry this, but the trade, I don't think it's going to be able to carry it much longer. Food's going to become a bigger problem for a lot of these players than gold. Lombos should start to be culled through here. The Mangonels are still doing a lot of work, though, and Speedio can't go to assist. It's all on Matisse to carry this game through. How much can you do, though? Trade is at least still looking really good for Green as well. Needs it. His gold mass isn't there, remember. He's being blocked out the gold lines, and that's where this could start to fail for him. They can start to struggle. But Matisse a little bit hesitant when he sees the hand cannoneer army, and for good reason. Just like the cannons were winning him that night fight, the hand cannoneers will win it for the West Side team. Not just because it's 2-on-1, but because your effective firepower in the engagements will be substantially higher. Right? You just line the knights against the knights, and then the hand cannoneers win. Dude, I wanted the game free so badly. I don't know, this is kind of starting to feel a bit done, though. I think Mahodo has been locking in Red. So for anyone asking what the hell is Japan doing, what has Red been doing, right? They've been at each other non-stop with mass hand cannoneer. So they've pretty much been locked out of the north side engagements. And then Blue and Green have been mirroring each other. So then it's just led this really weird situation north side where the fact that KLW is pretty much dead has made it impossible for them to hold. I think this is it. Trade's been reached. They're about to go from hero to zero. Lancers, Desert Raiders, all over the place. KLW, with half of his remaining economy, tries to get up a Savior Keep. He will be denied. And the Polish will be denied the honor of a third game here. The Chinese stack. Liu Tao A. Going for an A+ marking on the summary at endgame. Yeah, the Magadai done such a good job throughout so much of this game, but I think it's just become truly undeniable. The Longbow Mass has reached a point, a critical threshold, especially with the full, overwhelming might of the Iber Cavalry. There's no holding it anymore. The cannon emplacements might be the one savior for his own base, but that does nothing for the trade. South side, we're now seeing Mahodo is having to march north side to provide some assistance, but the moment he does, they dive in towards his base. It's just an unfortunate sequence of events now, right? Like Mahodo in the early game struggled to get past the starting line of the castle build. Now he's there, but in return, KLW felt that same struggle on a delay. And you want to believe, I imagine if Speedior had maybe another 2 minutes, a breathing room to get a Magadai raid in, how different this game could have looked. That could have been 50, 60, 70 villagers killed by these raiding Cav. But the pressure was on point from the West Side team. Liu Tao understood what was going to happen. They learned from the critical blunder of allowing the Magadai in once, and they never allowed it to happen again. Matisse now abandoning the south side position. That means this is going to turn to a 2 versus 1. He's trying to reclaim what they're about to lose north, but it means that the Japanese are likely to just die. Wolves are going to be used. Remember, that gives the +2 range, so a smart move there to try and protect. But we should now have Siege rolling out. Bombards are on the way, so the Wolves are not going to last long. Matisse now marching in with his Knights. An outpost crawl coming in, so the Lombos do have the attack speed to buffer this away. Horsemen and Knights are going to dive in. And Matisse will be able to get a wipe here on the Longbow Mass. But what's the cost going to be elsewhere? Mass Knights. Oh, wait, that's only a palisade. A little bit of hesitation sets in. He doesn't like the state of things there. I do think that red and green are playing this slow, folks. This is a key dive-in you should be looking for. And especially in a 2v1, there's no world in which Mahodo should be able to hold here. Temporary reset on the north side. Matisse trying to activate full anime mode, doing everything in his power to get that third game. And it's kind of tricky for Mahodo. I wonder if going mounted samurai would work better than this samurai comp. In theory, it's good against hand cannoneers, but the problem is you shouldn't be able to gap close, right? Because although you get bonus damage against infantry, this infantry moves at 1.24 move speed. So they will outrun you. The initial charge will get you in range, but it won't get you the kill. Now men-at-arms coming in. Another issue I'm seeing in this game is Mahodo. He's got 6 katana bannermen, but none of them are here. Wow, that's quite the fumble. A lot of samurai going down that didn't need to, right? He'll still win the fight, but it could have been a lot cleaner. Now on the south side, not many samurai to back up the katana. They're going to get massacred straight away. Hand cannoneers are able to back away from this. I actually feel like Speedio needs to send one Khan Hunter down here. One Khan Hunter and Mahodo can carry, right? Because he'll get the +1 range rather on his Ashigaru. I just keep in my brain thinking, how is this game not over? This is a wild one, man. It's crazy because it's like not decisive. I know I've said like this should be over, but every time it looks absolutely over, Poland finds a way of extending the game. But we are starting to reach his economy now as well, right? Like Matisse is down to 61 villages. The hit on the trade hurt him bad. The hit on the villages even more. Remember, those camels can now roam around the back trade. The other issue you have is, like, if this first wave drags you to the corner of the map, the second wave can then meet you there, right? You're just losing map control slowly but surely. Sacred Site's now, funnily enough, locked in for the Polish squad. If they pull this off, it would be a miracle. It's now 300 economy to almost 500. Yeah, I think at this stage, Red just needs to kill some of his villagers. He's got way too much resource in reserve. 10,000 food, 10,000 wood. Hand cannoneers. Whoa! Mahodo lost half of his hand cannoneers. Actually, more than that, I think. This is wild. 54 HCs from the HRE. You don't see that very often. Pretty strong comp though. Remember, they've got the movement speed. That's what makes them so good. Just makes you more efficient in the trades, right? You start step in and start step out. You should realistically lose less doing so. Matisse. Still at 18 knights. But remember, once upon a time, this man had 14,000 food in reserve. Now down to just 3.5. Sounds like a lot, but when you consider how expensive these knights are, it doesn't last very long. If he lost just a quarter, it would all be gone. Magadai. Not quite, my friend. Close, but no cigar. Surely, this is the moment, right? It's for Baldaquins as well. If he hides them in the men-at-arms, the knights won't be able to fight this. The trade is also shriveling up. They've reached interception point, right? Like, you can't dodge around this anymore. You have to brute force into it. He's going to try to. Baldaquin stand their grounds. The knights roam around the side. Shots coming in, and they are drawing a lot of fire here. Matisse. Is he going to be able to clear this up quick enough? It doesn't look like it. He has to back away. Not able to get the second siege weapon, so a good hold there. An immovable force now in the way of all trade. The south side are breaking the wall. Hand cannoneers are going to rush up onto the top of it. Bombards are starting to get sniped out. Mahodo should be able to hold in this one-on-one. Bomb. But also, Mahodo has a problem here, right? He's reliant on the gold as well, guys. He's got, what, 8k down here, only 2.8k left. This really is an exhaustion game on gold. If the trade disappears, it's over. Speedior needs gold for Magadai. Matisse needs gold for French. Mahodo needs gold for Samurai, hand cannoneers, now Onimusha, all of it. English need gold for the hand cannoneers they're somehow building. Oh my god, those Speedior. Look at them all being picked. 35 villager for Matisse, 66 for Speedior, and 48 for KLW. Now they're the ones all slinging resources to Matisse. Good god. What a game. Oh, but a game that undoubtedly has to end. I mean, that Roboticum was kind of carrying that fight. A lot of knights going down. Matisse, he's been reduced to 25 villages and 23 military at 57 minutes into the game. An admirable attempt, but no longer can it be denied. That north side was the kryptonite, man. So it looks like we are going to be getting a 2-0 in favor of Liu Tao. Kind of interesting as well, because that means they will be facing off against a dominant force in the Vietnamese in the semifinals for this tournament. So remember, that's the Kyo, Vuvovan, Lumba, Mio stack. Going to be an exciting one, man. And I believe lower bracket might end up being Ugly Cats, if I'm not mistaken, which is the Taiwanese stack that has Baltun on it. Damn. That's going to be a crazy one. How much time on Sacred Sites? None, because it's disappeared. Apologies, the score is in the way. I think they got down to about 6 minutes. It wasn't going to be ignored for the rest. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about this. Obviously, the game got really late. Last time we had a game like this, we kind of went into podcast mode, but I feel like this game was so back and forth, that would have been a disservice. This wasn't a slow slog to victory. This was a beacon of hope. That Magadai raid turned what should have been a quick 2-0 into a nail-biter of a game. But credit to them navigating, learning from the mistake, and fixing the holes in their strategy to get them here. If you want more of these type of games, make sure you're subscribed, make sure you're following the channel, make sure you're checking us out live on Twitch as well, as we do go live 4 days a week on the weekdays. In fact, we should be your go-to place for everything Age of Empires 4 related in the weekdays. And big shout out to Clearman for getting $1,000 together for this. And also choosing to run it on weekdays. I thought it was the only one that believes in this, but there's so much happening on the weekends. Everyone wants it. But the weekdays kind of get forgotten. We're here to fix this. And I think this is just them processing the loss now. I mean, you're down to 300 total pop. What is that? That's the full 800. Insane game. But there's no stopping this Chinese stack. I mean, this is the A team, right? I think the B team are also still in the upper bracket. So China and Vietnam so far in this tournament turning up and delivering. Not sure if everyone would have expected that, but we mentioned team games are an entirely different kind of Goliath for the Asian market. Wonder if maybe we should have some more team environments in Europe? Maybe. Wonder who could provide that. Have to find out. I mean, the future will tell. That's going to be it. A 2-0 victory as the Polish have to surrender. Woo! Damn, what an insane game that was. Hopefully you enjoyed it, guys. Yeah, I wonder where, I wonder what that could have been alluding to there. I mean, what could I have been thinking? What could I have been talking about that we now... Oh, that's right. We've got 30 weeks. 30 whole weeks of esports midweek action coming your way. Salute. And it all kicks off in less than 24 hours. That's right. We'll be live by 3 p.m. GMT tomorrow. I'll probably aim to go live around 1 p.m.-ish. And then we'll be live through until about 7:30. So we'll be able to catch 2, maybe 3 of the series live. And this will literally be your go-to place for all of the midweek muster games, which is our $300 a week, 30-week tournament format. Literally all of them we'll be able to catch here. Exclamation mark KPMM is what you want, my friend, not bracket. Exclamation mark KPMM is what you want, and you want to be here Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Every grand finals, this will be the place for them at a fixed time on Thursdays. I think we're targeting probably it's going to be 4 p.m. GMT. Might be 5 p.m. I'm confirming that. But yes, outside of that, legit, we'll be catching up on all the games. So, there are going to be a bunch that will be happening tomorrow. We'll be able to catch only maybe 2 or 3 of them. But we'll catch a lot of them on Monday and Tuesday alongside the round of 16, round of 8, and so on, and whatnot. So, yeah, don't spoil it for yourself would be my advice. Save that treat to watch here with all the players' perspectives in one location. So, with that in mind, we do have more AoE4 to do now. There is an upper bracket game to be done. An upper bracket series, which was, of course, between Liu Tao, the ones you just saw, and I think they were called GSQ, if I remember correctly, on the other side. Oh, sorry, GQS. So that is the Rabbit Suite stack. What's that? You saw my leg hair? Dude, you have to go to OnlyFans for that, mate. How about the side bracket games? I think no side bracket. You talking about the Gold League ones? I ain't funding that. OnlyFans, yeah, that's where the foot pictures are, man. Dude, anyone who follows me on Twitter, I've been basically putting emotes in front of the pictures. Is this a tournament of some sort? What we're doing now is the 4v4 tournament called Fields of Blood, and then KPMM is our KP's midweek muster, which of course this week is going to feature quite a few well-known names. Pour one out for our boy Hosen, who really just gets to enjoy his weekend after he beats the crap out of Beastie in the best of 3 single elimination. Oh, Hosen, mate. Dude, that draft. Yeah, we've got a lot of known names here. So I think of the top 16 on ELO ranking, we got at least 9 of them for the first week, and I expect that number to go up to probably 12 by week number 2. So yeah, you can see a lot of familiar faces there. We've got Beastie, Kyo, Krakady, Kiljardi, Anatan, Cat, Scatterbrained, Wham, Sass, Myriad, Puppy Paw, Corvinus, Alyona, Dimu, Ramen, CSO, Trackor, Louis MT, Lash, Mahodo, B, Miyamika, MSN, Dragavan, and of course the ones that we haven't really seen much of on this channel, at least in 1v1 format, will be Red Darksider, Mjersikla, we've got Hosen, Chuck Francis, Anovaku, and sorry, don't forget Kazi Johan. We've had a lot of him on this channel. Matin JFF. So some new faces and a lot of known ones. This is basically going to be your place to go for Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays most of the time. Honestly, I don't know why you'd want to be anywhere else, since we hold the goodies, the purview under our control, all of the games to watch, and we've got more games to come now. So I'm getting it ready. I'm loading it up. We've got the China versus China upper bracket semi-finals of Fields of Blood. The winners of which will go through to the upper bracket finals up against Louis MT's full Chinese stack as well. That's right, China is number one. Kind of irrefutable when the top 3 teams are all Chinese. So let me load that bad boy up now. Why am I so cute and so adorable every day? It must be my uwu senpai uwu-ness. Was that too much uwu? Uwu? I don't know. Anyway, let me load that bad boy up now though. Marine Lord too snobbish to play in a $300 tourney, or did I miss his name? So Marine Lord, I think, just didn't want to sign up this week, but I think you'll see him in the future weeks. I'm just not reserving a slot for him. So you know, that by the way is worth a sub in itself. Can we agree? I am going to be responsible for getting Marine Lord to play ladder so that he can qualify through the season rank to get into next week's, if he wants to play next week's, because that's the way you qualify, folks. So yeah, I'm gonna do the unthinkable. I'm gonna get Marine Lord to play ladder games. Oh, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this, man. Is it possible to mod better team maps and prevent trading to teammate markets? I think that, yeah, it should be quite easy to set up a mod that stops people from trading to allies. It's just like then players have to remember to put on the mod and everything else. So, you know, it'll work for custom games. It won't work for pub games. Is he busy going through the Rebel Warlord prize money? That's right. You know, it's like he's not done buying pina coladas at the bar yet. But yeah, well, I'm sure we'll see more of him. Like, there is a few players that are missing, obviously, right now from the weeklies. So I imagine, like, Marine Lord will join us a little bit later. I'm also imagining we're going to see Lucifron possibly return. Not sure about that one, but Vortex has been playing AoE4 again with the name El Traidor, which I believe is El Traitor, or The Traitor. Outside that, I think B was missing from this one, right? Am I remembering that correctly? I think he's not in... I don't think B is playing in the first one, but considering B's been playing in a lot of our stuff... Oh, sorry, no, he is. I'm an idiot. Yeah, B is in this one. Recon, obviously, is retired from AoE4. You'll never see him in AoE4 again. Zerton, question mark, he might come back. We'll see. So, like, we got most of the top players, right? Numadan, I don't know what the hell Numadan is doing at any given time. Garnaf, I think, is taking a break. Then you've got, like, what? Core. I think Core was just outside of, like, the list of invitees based on, like, ELO. And then, obviously, you have the retards and inactives, things like Mr. Magic, sort of, Viper Heart, whatever. Right? So, like, we actually captured most of the top players, right? Which is really bloody impressive, by the way. That's for this tournament. So that exclamation mark bracket will be for this tournament. Exclamation mark KPMM will be for our weekly. All right. Let's speed this up a little bit to get us into the mid-game. What do you guys have for dinner, by the way? I just loaded up on chili con carne. Very big ass plate. A lot of cheese on it. Whoa. I'm feeling a bit overloaded. But we power on. All right. Wait, this is unique. Wait, this is actually pretty unique. I don't think we've had this yet. One and all, welcome back to Overaction. We're back with more Fields of Blood, the $1,000 team tournament. In the upper bracket semi-finals here, Liu Tao going up against GSQ. So full China versus full China. And by the way, if you're like getting ready to switch off, oh my god, it's not Beast, it's not Marine Lord. Guys, I would chill if I was you. Because China is dominating this tournament. The entire upper bracket, it is only Chinese players remaining. There's these two teams, and then there's Louis MT and CSO stack. They have a Scarlet Devil and Yui as well. But this is pretty crazy. Abbasids plus Iobids is kind of a rare thing to see coming out here. Pretty potent now that I think about it. They've got the French pick as well as a blocker. Japan's on the other side, Jeon as well. So they went double French and they're into double Camel. can't help but feel that GSQ, the team on the west side, is going to have to play very aggressive and very fast. Otherwise, this could backfire. Council Hall opening from the English will at least support that. Although you kind of wish you had the king, right? Because you have got double knight civs. The good news, at least, is by having double knight civs, in theory, Jean gets to play the game for yellow here, which is usually a problem. If you don't have enough cavalry, Jean has to stay at home doing nothing. And yes, we have indeed got some Atabegs gameplay. So typically, we've been seeing a lot of Atabegs in either the Feudal Age or the Castle Age in team games because it's all about Desert Raider spam, and it gives an insane amount of effective HP to these units in melee mode. Sure, it only adds about, 15 to 30 HP in most cases, right? But those Desert Raiders having 5 melee armor means they get a lot of extra hits they have to take to be taken down. And we have got 2 TC play from the Abbasids, so typical eco wing, 3 TC total, and then I imagine we're going to get camels. We're going to speed up this early game a little bit as there's going to be a lot of roaming. It's going to be a castle race between the 2 Japanese players. That's just a given. There's nothing else they need to do in this game. The bad news for Diver's Zealot in purple is that it's double French Knight, so he's going to have a lot of pressure targeted at him. And the relief isn't going to come quickly, right? Ibids take a little bit of time to scale up. The other player to the south side will eventually get into Camel Archers or rush Castle into Camel Riders, but either way, you're going to be left alone on an island for a bit. I like the idea of actually just kind of sacking purple and letting blue tech up, because Camel Riders should be MVP here, right? You're probably going to be seeing Mounted Samurai from Eric. If you don't, you're going to see Onimusha anyway. And Camel Riders don't take bonus damage from that. And then, of course, Camel Riders can defeat easily both the French players, which just leaves, what, an English player who's probably going to build either longbows or men-at-arms. Not going to fare well against Camel Riders, so you can force him into spears, which then allows you to pivot back to Camel Archers. Now, though, a lot of pressure coming in towards Joan of Arc at the front side. So someone was telling me earlier, apparently Jean is the male version. What's the female version, then? Because someone was trying to shame me for calling Joan before. But if Jean is the male version, Jeanne, is it Jeanne? Jeanne is the female version? I'm not sure. Look, I'm ignorantly English, so I get to not have to worry about this. And what do you mean? Wait, if the frame rate's been going below 15 in these team games? Joan? That's not right. Joan? So it's how I've been saying it. So I have been saying it right, is what I'm hearing. Jeanne d'Arc. Jonas Brothers? Maybe. Anyway. Jeanne is not here right now. She's busy farming some free XP. They did go for the melee form. Age up is already on the way. Floating Gate is coming in, but notably quicker for Orange on the west side team. Courtesy of the fact he hasn't had a single knight sending it into his base so far. Interesting they target the Desert Raider player, though. Makes a lot of sense. It's where the longbow player wants to be. If you're able to shut down the Ibid player, then both your Knight Civs are unleashed upon the battlefield. On top of that, it's the closest base you could be targeting other than the Abbasid one. And the Abbasid one's going to take way too long to dive into here. It looks like it's going to be Camel Archers, so even better for T. Rico here. Longbows will fare very well against Camel Archers. Especially when you're at the early inception point, so you haven't really scaled it yet. Abs are going to move in. All right, get your Gambas in. I can't give them to you with the predictions, but let me know what you think in the comments. Is it going to be ones if you think the west side team is going to take it, twos if you think the east side team now defending is going to take this. So this is pretty good for one, right? Like outpost now going up, so Rico's going to have that attack speed buffer, not just for the Lombos, but also for the Rams. Like, how do you bank against this? How do you bet against this right now? Overwhelming pressure for sure, but remember, behind this, there is greed that can pay off. It's free TC for the Abbasids. Pact is already up to 50 economy, when the next closest person is at 38 on his own team. So they definitely need to strike Ibids out of this quickly. Otherwise, this could backfire. The good news as well is taking out these stables is going to eradicate the Atabegs as well. So additional value there. Baguette, so Jean. And I need Jean. So Jean, right? Okay, that's interesting, Cal. So yeah, same way as you put Baguette. Jean. Right now, she's like, yes, what do you want? Oui, Jean. So Jean hasn't got much XP so far. She's just kind of standing there. Alright, now because I'm British, I get to say everyone's been saying Ram wrong. It's Ram. You need to send in the Ram. Starting to feel a little bit like Ramadan here, actually, for Jean of Arc. Oh, speaking of Jean, big mistake made there. A little bit AFK, easy peasy snipe. Remember, Onemu should get bonus damage against armored units, of which Jean in melee is armored. So, a bit of a whoopsie there. Yeah, usually this melee form can pay off for all-ins, but this is one situation where it's going to get ugly. Other side of this, we do also have Onimusha spam coming from Eric, so they're kind of mirroring each other. Just say JD. Yeah, but the problem with that is, like, why would I give them free advertising? All right? If they want this space, they send me liquor. That's just how it works. Actually, I'm pretty sure I can't have the liquor because I'm pretty sure that goes against MS sponsorship guidelines. Damn it. There goes my, and I can't even say it, I'd be advertising. There goes my insert alcohol brand that wants to sponsor me more than the prize pool that Microsoft would give me sponsor. I'm kind of surprised, actually, that alcohol don't advertise more in gaming. But let's be real. I feel like we could all do with a very long pint of insert expensive, very high percentage alcohol after having an hour-long game against English. Like, do you know how many people Divine DFP probably turned into alcoholics in his time playing English AoE 4? Food for thought. Also breaking down, though, it looks like we're switching pressure, so they're happy. Or maybe they just don't think they can do more with what they've done to Teal. They're now looking to target onto Aeolus. I think your bigger problems are the flank players being ignored, right? Like, Purple's massing up. You've also got Camel Archers coming through slowly from Pac, but his eco is extending quickly behind this. Pass on the way, though. Desert Raiders are going to try to ride in to defend. Nicely gets in position there to defend the lines. This is tough. They don't have Camel on ease, right? So this is just a losing battle for them in the mass cav. Lombo's also having to stand their ground. Nowhere for them to run. Onimusha at least going to scare back the Knights here, but this is tricky, guys. As long as there's one Desert Raider or one Camel Archer, this feels like a fight that feels doomed long-term for this team. Teal is at least still being threatened, though, so well played by Pink to not just send everything to one location. This is what I want to see more of, is like when you've got all these French Knights, don't stick them all in one location. It feels tempting to do so because your Lombos need to be protected on your team, but the reality is you should know you have military lead here after the opening fights. Leverage that. Don't get suckered into one location that would favor Liu Tap. Looks like they are going to find themselves in one big boy location. Heading into Pac's base when he's about 80 eco. So 30 economy lead over anyone else in this game right now. Courtesy of the free TCs. A lot of farms also set up. Rams are going to shuffle in. Of course, Camel Archer is a terrible answer to those. We don't have a tech on the way, though, for Pac. Knights are going to get that chip damage. So well played there by Aeolus. And it looks like he's going to settle on the farms. Remember, these farms aren't worth that much. The discount is pretty cozy for Pac, right? Basically paying 52. Sorry, 49. They buffed it recently, didn't they? 49 wood per farm. So it doesn't really make you cry to lose a few of these on the front side. Especially if, let's say, you know, 2 farms die, but you kill a ram. Ram costs 200 wood, right? That's actually a good exchange for you. All pressure points are focused on here, though. Meanwhile, north side, Diver Zealot is at least having a free game. He has got his first few relics coming home, so one to be banked. There's another one behind him here. Gold trick are going to be important for the Onimusha numbers. Knights are going to dive in. Wait, why did Pac just delete his walls? Wait, oh, there was a miscommunication. He was meant to jump with the Knights onto the Archers. He didn't. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It just made it easy for them to get in. More farms being ordered out here. Pac has set up additional farms behind his TCs now. So pretty much paid out all this wood. Even on a discount, it is a lot of wood to set up the farms and then shifted it anyway. Behind this, we do have Sacred Site starting to be locked in. That's not a real feasible win condition from this position. Also, the military lead isn't really growing for the West Side team. It's getting me a bit worried for them, actually, because I wouldn't be surprised if Pac starts to stockpile soon. Got a decent number of Camel Archers. You know, there's a kind of point of diminishing return, I think, on scaling Camel Archers here when you've got Desert Raiders. Instead, though, I think we might be seeing Teal teching up soon. Oh, no. I said that at the wrong possible time. Pink dives in again. Okay, dude. Jean of Arc is not having a fun time here. I'm just going to keep saying Jean in more and more insultingly over the top ways. And then eventually we'll end up at Joanne. How did he get out of the stranglehold? I guess it is just a case of let Pact boom, right? Like, they're getting closer to that point. It looks like they're stockpiling now. So now the pressure's shifted back towards Teal. I think this is the correct call. If blue comes out, you can't save Teal. If you tech up, there's maybe a way. Onimusha. Really fragile but critical unit here. In fact, wait, they may have made a mistake. Pink can't join in on this fight, so they can dive out. Mistakes made from GSQ. Split, divided by the base they're trying to conquer here. Onimusha will chase away their counterparts. Knight should be able to open up onto the Lombo mass. A heavy loss here. The attack speed is at least going to allow Rico to trade somewhat well, but once the Knights are in, they are in. And Onimusha Desert Rays are going to peel away from it, so there'll be no favorable exchange there. It's going to be a runaway and a die. Red about to lose the entirety of his army. Meanwhile, a counter-offensive underway here. The Camel Arch is not happy with hanging around, waiting to die. Pact sends it cross-map. Horseman should be a decent counter, but right now they're scrambling. The counter seems good enough that he should be able to win this fight and then keep hitting economy. Meanwhile, behind this, Pact is now on his way up to A3. Dive is coming in, though. Pink isn't done. He's found another one. Okay, can we agree that Pink is just MVP right now? He's everywhere. Is that animation canceling? Okay, so regardless of whether it is or isn't animation canceling, here's my take on it. It is so impossible to police that your only alternative is to ban camels from being built in a game. And the problem with doing that is it's so silly because unlike, say, Stonewall Towers, which we banned for a long time, camels have become a fundamental balance point of the game. So yes, there's probably some animation canceling going on here. Do you ban it? No. It just needs to be fixed. It's unfortunate, but like, there are things that you can stop a player from doing, right? So one obvious one is there was a call made in the tournament where JD was able to cleave units inside buildings, and that was banned. Because that's very obviously avoidable. Like, maybe someone accidentally cleaves when they're running by and they're attacking something, got it. But if they're running over to an outpost, this is from Garrison, there's nothing else there, they're doing it on purpose. The problem with Camel Archers is the way that you, like, animation cancel them is the way you'd use them anyway. So it's, like, such a hard thing to police that I don't feel good having to say it. It kind of just has to be allowable for now, or Bastards has to be banned from being picked. Right? Because you might say, oh, just don't build Camel Archers. Okay, but then you've just removed a fundamental tool from the Abbasids that is critical to them surviving a lot of situations, right? So my hopes is this just gets fixed quickly, because it is unfortunate the way it plays out, and it's making Desert Raider Camel Archers a little bit too good. Yeah, like there's been more obvious things that were bannable, but you know, before anyone tries to argue against this, there's a reason why, even though it was really dumb, we didn't ban animation canceling back in 2022. When you guys remember we had games like on Boulder Bay where you watch Vortex GG someone out of 4 minutes because he burnt their docks for scouts. We could have banned it, but like, do you know how hard that is to police? You know how subjective it is? Because it's not like, for example, oh, when you build this building and garrison these units in a specific way, they get 15 tile range. Right? That's like, oh, well, very specific. Anyway, tail end of this talk, we have got pressure shifting. There was a lot of defensive play required out of GSQ, but they are now on the march again to Liu Tao's base. Behind that, though, Aeolus has found the time to tech up, and he has 29 French Knights. Look at the difference in the count right now. Ping down to 13. Yeah, he got those dives in. It looked like it was going to be good, but it may end up costing them dearly now. Military force is still swelled up. Onimusha count does favor them. These Knight upgrades need to come in fast. In the meantime, pressure once again onto the base of Teal. It's going to be a dive past. They need to stick on top of him here. Reinforcements need to also arrive soon. I don't know what the hell's happening here. Pack does have Camel Riders coming, guys. This is big. Remember, with age 3, you get camel handling. With that tech, you move as quickly as horsemen. Just as lethal as well. Now shifting south side, but pretty much everything they have is going to lose to mass Camel Riders. Teal found again, though. Oh my god, this guy cannot get any breathing room whatsoever. Almost half of his economy dying there. He's down to 24 villages. The dualities of the Middle East pick. 25 economy to 134. I mean, it's keeping the economies balanced overall in this game. Camel Riders are now starting to emerge. They do have the camel handling. They need a big wallop, a big strike here. First wave is ready to play. Yellow backing up towards the army. Suddenly Fusion Riders, not going to work out well here. Knights are going to be able to come in. The Onimusha in a bit of an uncomfortable position, but they should be able to shift and pivot away from this. Focus fire is good. JD starting to stack up the XP in these engagements. Still alive and frontlining. The Camel Riders doing seemingly nothing in this engagement. It just wasn't enough. JD's going to go down finally. Their contributions have been big so far. I think Orange is too big, guys. Like, this is ludicrous. He's playing this perfectly. Like, the problem is, because Teal got crippled early on, the West Side team has had more front line, so there's been less Onimusha dying for them than it has for Purple. Right? You can see that in the raw numbers. 41 to 64. Add in the fact that Purple's base got dove by Knights. Teal, Orange's did not, right? Like, these details matter so much. And although the eco lead has been maintained, this is one of the deceptive things about the assets. We've seen it so often that they reach peak economy quicker than any other Civ we've seen in team format. But usually someone had to die to get them there, right? Like, congrats to Blue on getting 150 eco, but shame upon you, sir, for not helping out your neighbor. Teal just got completely put on life support because of this. 18 economy, the amount of time they'd need to recover in this game doesn't seem feasible, and it's about to get worse. Eric is on his way to Imperial Age with Cast the Crow. We're about to get Elite Onimusha here. A scary beast, right? That increasing damage, the extra range matters a lot here as well, because you're able to mitigate even more damage from your counterpart, Japanese player. I don't know what you're meant to do about him at this stage. I mean, the Knights aren't going to serve you well. Yeah, Aeolus, he has got real bloodlines, great, but you just die so quickly. These units currently are doing 21 damage. The Elite Tech's going to be coming out. They'll be up to, like, what, 24, 25? Get an Bannerman in here, close to 30, and then finally get the Incendiary Arrows with Biology. It's not going to be a fair fight. Yeah, I'm marching north to try and address this. Looks like Purple. Wait, is this his only gold? Yeah. He's screwed. He can't play the comp. The upgrade just came in. So here we go. 17 base, an extra 12 for heavy. That's 29 damage against these Royal Knights. Camels are here as well, though. This is quite the flood. 15 Camel Riders, 15 Camel Archers. Eric needs to back away quickly from this. Remember, though, he has got the Kabura, the extra movement speed to get out of range of this. Bannerman are going to shuffle in. Not long enough to give the buff over. A bit of a miss rally there. Even with this all in mind, even with the fact that Camel Riders are meant to counter here, it doesn't feel like it. They're just getting tired. They're getting cheesed. Even when the Camel Riders reach, they just don't last long enough to do any real damage. Onimusha Mass is just going to win this game. Finally, they are at least killing off some of Orange's units, but he's still equating for a third of his team's entire military force. Pink is struggling a little bit. But it feels like everyone on the east side is struggling when it comes to keeping pace with this. Pushback lead is going to continue. Behind this, we've got walls up, we've got trade, and also on top of that, Blue may be pushing back here, but he's getting pushed to the abyss in his own base. Rico in position, Joan farming still. Level 4 is ready to rock and roll. They may have suppressed the Japanese threat in the north, but it cost them everything in the south. Oh, man. Effective 1-2 punch. Eric really went above and beyond with his Japanese in this game. Actually, I think, like, you know, highlights for me, I think they all done something, right? Yellow done a great job of keeping JD there as a looming threat with the escalation of XP. The early pressure from Rico and then this later push, fantastic. Pink, incredible the way that he pivoted between bases with his knights. And then, of course, we can't forget the infallible Eric, the untouchable lord of this game. Almost the biggest economy in the coming minutes because guaranteed Abbas is going to lose more. And on top of that, military up the wazoo. Like, no one provides as much threat as this lethal dose of Japanese here. Only the first, though. Remember, guys, best of 3. Upper bracket as well, so it doesn't face elimination. But I've seen that lower bracket. I've seen the way that teams like the Taiwanese/Swedish stack are adapting, the 3D clan as well. Whoever these guys face off against, it's not going to be as easy as it was the first time around. So you don't want to have to sweat it down there. You want to try to make it through that showdown with Team Elephant. We're going to speed this up now, though, because this is over. If you like what you've seen here, guys, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. And yes, thank you for mocking my frames. We will be fixing that in the coming weeks. I'm currently prepping for a custom PC build that we'll be doing live on stream on Twitch, and I'll even upload it later to YouTube. So hopefully it's the type of content that people engage with. I'm just working out the final few sponsors. I've got a few slots to fill around graphics and motherboards, but I'm hoping to have those done the next 2 to 3 weeks max. So maybe towards Black Friday, we'll be able to execute the building of a god-tier PC. Yeah, we're actually using top-end stuff, so I'm really excited for this one. But I'm also excited to see if we're going to get a strike back in game 2. This first one looked absolutely dominant from start to finish. Abbasids continuing to prove themselves not worthy of my praise, as once again, they add another loss to their win rate. This guy's like 25% of this tournament, I think. Horrible Sith. Totally needs buffs. Camel Arch is too expensive. Okay, I'm going to stop. Get me out. Subscribe, comment down below, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Okay, so Uno game done. Second one to come. Let's see if we can get to 3 in total. But yeah, oh, I need to chase this potential sponsors for that. But yeah, we're doing really well. We've got 4 different sponsors on board for this PC build campaign that are providing parts. So my hopes, if anyone knows people at hardware companies, exclamation mark Discord, and then you can find me on there, and please reach out. I definitely always welcome help. And who knows, maybe I can turn them into sponsorship opportunities for AoE 4 wider. But yeah, hopefully we'll be able to fill those slots, literally and figuratively, and then we'll be off to the races. I like some of the parts I've got coming, guys. This is going to be peak, and I'm gonna lightly theme it around something I love. So I'm really looking forward to building this. But let's get ready to go. Game number 2, loading it now. So it looks like we're heading to Rocky River. Ooh. My bloody foot. I had the pain relief, but I think I've just... Oh, dude, it's like you got to find a good position after you've had the pain relief. Or it's like it doesn't even matter that you had the pain relief. You know what I mean? Ah. Can I get five gifties to praise the champion that is KP for being live now for 6 hours with a broken ankle? I'm testing this now. I want to know if it works. Actually, I take it if someone brings in their Prime subs. If you guys have got Prime subs, drop them. We're live like, I think like this week we will have done over 20 hours, and that's with the fact I broke my ankle. Keep that in mind. I'll take that, dude. That's like impressive. I'm gonna flex myself. Dude, I don't know. Some people are like, oh, KP's so arrogant. Nah, dude. I'm a big believer that when you do something right or whatever, when you you should give yourself pats on the back. And it's something I've been guilty of not doing for a lot of my life, is like just get on with it and don't praise stuff I do. Like, dude, can we just appreciate how hard it is to put together 30 weeks of tournaments, and we're about to do that? Hell yeah, dude. I'm so freaking excited for this. 30 whole weeks. And it all starts in how many hours would that be now? That would be 20 hours, about 20 hours from now. Oh. Kaiser Johan and Kiljardi also confirmed for Saturday. Big poogers. Yeah, I might try to stream Sunday. No promises, though. Wait, guys. Outback Octagon's still going on, right? So there's probably not much point in streaming Sunday. Maybe I'll do like a late night stream, possibly. But I'll definitely be live tomorrow from probably about 1 or 2 p.m. my time up until 7 p.m. my time-ish. And then there'll be Monday as well. But I think Outback Octagon has 2 more weeks left, right? Jesus. Long enough tournament, Drongo? Jeez. That's true. To be able to be awake, you guys will need some protein. You also need some caffeine. And Protein Works can provide all those things. Exclamation mark Protein Works. Highly recommend the coffee coolers. I cannot drink coffee. It makes me want to throw up. And I managed to drink one of their caramel lattes. Now, it wasn't peak for me because I just don't like coffee. But the fact that I managed to get through it is bloody impressive. It should tell you how much quality is in those. I highly recommend the matcha teas, by the way. The matcha lattes. But there's also the nootropics range. They have got the blue raspberry is the one I've had. Really like that one. Need to get some more of those. Yeah, they got plenty of things for people. I'm going to be having some of the multivitamin gummy bears sent to me. Dude, maybe I'm just being a little kid about this, but I don't know. There's something that's got me excited about having multivitamins in gummy bear form. Well, no, dude, Camion, but it is, right? So, like, you can... I've already told people about things that I love from their lineup, like, because they have got some really good products. But also, if, like, the lowest common denominator is still passable by your taste buds, you get where I'm going with this, right? It's like, that's... I mean, that's a brag for them. Should be, anyway, in a way. Because I literally just said, other coffee I've tried to drink before has made me want to vomit. Like, physically vomit. I can't drink coffee. It's horrible. My partner, when she was working like Costa, she'd come home and she'd hug me. I'm like, you can go shower now because you reek of coffee. There goes my hopes of getting any coffee sponsors. Yeah, I mean, dude, I wouldn't drink them. I'm not going to sell someone I don't believe in. All right. Should we get ready to go? Have we got anything interesting happening here, actually? Nice to have a focus point for the start of the game, you know what I mean? I don't think we have anything out of the ordinary, really. Wait, you know what you do. You scrap it if they don't do it. Is it finally happening? Finally. After God knows how many days of Season 9, are we finally going to see a Farimba Garrison? Oh, man, dude. Imagine if I upload this and it doesn't actually happen. Someone the other day on YouTube was like, I love you, KP. You never clickbait. It's always genuine. Imagine if this was the one. Now they're not sure. Maybe I put a thumb in the thumbnail. There's just a Farimba. They're like, is it real? Is it happening? Isn't it? We're going to have to find out. I've been begging for it, hoping for it. I mean, Farimba in theory in team games can work, guys. And here's why. Here's why. Because I know everyone right now, they got the pitchforks ready. They're ready to attack me. Farimba actually can work in team games because when you get completely pop capped out, Farimba is good. But before that, it sucks more than a Dyson ever can on full charge. It's that bad, right? But once you are fully popped, everyone's at 800, Farimba is a boon because then you've just got better versions of units. Remember, when you're popped out, like population is a resource, right? When you're popped out, it's all about efficiency. It's why things like Cataphracts, Camel Riders are incredible in the hyper late game. It's why French hold on really well in team games for Royal Knight spam. Because when you get into the hyper late game, there aren't many units that are better than these for a population efficiency standpoint. And that's what you get out of the Farimba. You get the Mansa, you get Freeborn, right? You get these better versions of units. Javelineers, they're all better versions of units you'd otherwise have. So there is a place for Farimba. It's just so pocketed and so niche, it's basically pointless. It needs to be buffed. I think they just need to add the spam multiple units effect out of it, and then that'll be a good enough improvement. Then people will start playing with it. But until that happens, it's just kind of, I mean, dead on arrival, right? So, we have got the second game of this upper bracket series in Fields of Blood. This is the $1,000 tournament that's been hosted by Clearman. the entirety of the remaining upper bracket, of 3 teams remaining in the upper bracket, are all Chinese. Dude, these guys are built diff. Like, I kind of want to see some of them sneak into 2v2s and dominate. Because I'm all for more regions turning up. I don't think it's going to be that extreme. But had the EGC tournament been a 3v3 format, I actually think you would have been surprised by some of the outcomes. But yeah, what have we got? We got French, Malians, Japanese, Chinese. Pressure is definitely in favor of Liu Tao, right? They've got Ibids, they've got Mongols, Japanese with the fast cast, and then French. So they've got 4 civs that can very quickly get active on the map. Pact has gone for that activity as well. He went Magadai. So we are going to see them trying to suffocate their opponents. Malians are going to play more defensive. This was really greedy from Purple. Usually when you look at these type of lineups, especially when you've got China as well, your thought process should be, I need to build Saharan trade network. Because without it, I don't have strong point defenses. To go Mansa like this is insanely greedy out of Purple. We'll see if it pays off. Double racks is going to be dropped. Good news is you can counter Magadai quite effectively because remember, those tossed javelins do get bonus damage against Cav. So hyper effective against specifically Magadai because Magadai don't have any ranged armor. Right? So like that whole javelin is less impactful against a knight because although they take the bonus damage, they also mitigate 3 of it. For Magadai, which is a glass cannon, it's going to be taking the full hit to the face. It does become a little bit tricky and nitpicky. So in small numbers, Magadai get countered by Donzos. In large numbers, Donzos get countered. Because what will happen is 1,000,000 Donzos will hurl their javelins towards one Magadai like he's Leonidas out of 300. And I know someone's going to be like, actually, they used bows and arrows in 300 KP. Yeah, but if you remember how ridiculously large the arrows looked, they might as well have been javelins. Because, you know, if you're going to watch a 2-hour movie that's about 300 basically naked men frosting for 2 hours straight, you might as well get size-shamed on everything as well. Magadai, now on the way. Desert Raid is coming in as well. Oh, Jesus. Every time I think my videos are about to become child-friendly. Wall up is successful. I love the fact that China is protecting him and Japan and then bailing on the other 2. I mean, dude, this is the type of ally I wish I had. How many games have you guys had with a Chinese or English ally that just wall you out? Talk about being a bro. And wait, what's the placement here? He's pretty much built it in the base of his green ally because he was worried about getting dove. That's kind of cool. I like that, actually. I feel like it gives you 10 free pop. You can delete 10 bills, so no way for Ember quality overtakes just 10 more surface. Debatable. If you do the stat breakdown, right, it actually equals out because if you've got, I mean, if you're going surface, sure, but that's a different call. If you're going late game Mansa Musafadi and let's say their DPS output and health output is 10% higher, which I think is realistic, actually might be more closer to 15, 20, then that beats an extra 10, doesn't it? So the maths backfires, my friend. Twirls mustache. I've got some small wall attempts by Purple, but no full wall. Yeah, it simply comes down to what your comp is going to be. And like, if you're in a lineup where you've got French and Japanese, should you really be doing so far? If you're playing a dynamic lineup where you have to be quick across the map, sure. But if you're playing like this idea of eventual infantry, which by the way, we've seen infantry conversions can be worth it. If you have a comp that's designed around a later timing, this infantry base, we saw it earlier today with Zhuji and longbows, right? So Zhuji in English. They dominated the game against Cav lineups. Cav is all about early mid timing. If the game ever gets slowed down to a choke point, actually infantry are superior. For production rate, for costs, etc., etc. And also, like, keep in mind, you're in a matchup against camels, so the desirability of Sofa is actually already lower. Because camel on ease, and also how quickly Desert Raiders can kill you. And these are, like, worse... Like, so remember, Sofas are worse versions of Knights. They have lower base damage. So camel on ease then takes them even lower. Against the melee armor, they do nothing. So there is actually a fair argument for, like, going a different way here. Going for, you know, Mansa, Musafadi, Spearman, those type of things. Actually, to be honest, if you're really worried about the Desert Raiders, Farimba is the correct call because Javelineers counter that. And And they're not terrible against knights because of the poison damage. It's not great either, sure, but they're not terrible. In fact, I'm going deeper down the hole, actually. This could be the Farimba game, guys. Think about it for a second. I mentioned that it counters the Desert Raiders. It also counters Magadai. I don't know, man. It's kind of growing on me. Although pain is growing upon the French here, almost to the same degree of my broken ankle. Blue not having a good time, and also the body blockers are coming in. Melee form gets activated. Where the hell are we going? Say it ain't so, little bro. Blue completely torn a new one. He's got more holes in him than a lump of Swiss cheese. Great drive-by coming in from Liu Tao. And now they can pivot into the base of Purple after he now arrives here to defend. Purple, who has not been going for a rush up at all. I mean, guys, this is genuinely looking like a Farimba, right? This is 100% a Farimba. He can probably delete the ranch layout, but it kind of screams I like Farimba. If we're ever going to get there. If this is not a Farimba, then this has been however long this game's going to be worth of time wasted on the cast. Behind this, we do have second TC now from Aeolus. So they're getting a little bit of extra economy kicking. They've got 2 TC with Hybrids as well. Kind of surprising here. Usually the Castle Age is a bit more valuable. I guess maybe he needs a true pivot because, like, if you're seeing mass javelins, Desert Raiders sucks. I cannot emphasize this enough, guys. Like, I don't think... Can anyone think of a worse unit that is considered a counter unit to face off against with Desert Raiders than javelins? I don't think there is one. They have good range. They get bonus damage against ranged units, of which you have that tag. You have 0 ranged armor. This is pretty much your nightmare, right? 12 damage. Basically, at this age, you die in 10 hits. And if you try to range form them, they mitigate almost half your damage, right? 3 armor. It's pretty brutal. Desert Raiders, I don't know what the hell is going on here. Red's just given up on the comp. I think the plan has fallen apart. Like, it's kind of crazy, right? They've done really good damage to blue here. But because China TC boomed, it doesn't really matter. And they're going to be getting active soon. Because so far, this has essentially been green not participating. Teal struggling to be in all the positions at once. And obviously purple slow on the reaction to that raid from blue. But once these walls are up, that's where things are really going to slow down. And that's not ideal. Because the reason they're going to slow down is look at how much of the comp for Liu Tao is ranged. They don't have an easy way of burning through even a palisade. And because they just threw away some of their Desert Raiders, that's the hybridized unit that could burn through these walls. So that puts all pressure, literally just on one French player. That's a lot of pressure to carry. Nice raid here, though. Eric, a little bit greedy out in the berries, gets found. Onimusha are at least now arriving. A little bit outnumbered. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Really good with the Onimusha. So villagers will be killed either way. Not much you can do about that because the Orange Knights are chasing them away. Alright, 1s if you think Liu Tao winning this. 2s if you think it's going to be this team, Eric's team. Eric, Rico, Blue, and Purple. It's happening! We done it! How many games, guys? How many games have we cast the Season 9 to get it? Too many games! All of a sudden, everyone's going to start typing 1s in chat. Farimba Garrison is on the way. If I'm overexcited, I deserve to be, man. It's been a hot second since we saw this. The last time we saw this was actually on the pop when it was bugged. So, for those that don't know, there was a really big issue with the Freeborn specifically. Freeborn that were designed to counter range units were getting countered because they had the light melee tag, which meant that they were meant to counter archers because they had bonus damage against them, but they were taking bonus damage from archers as well. But this, of course, is going to be all about the Javelineers. This makes better versions of your Javelins that move quicker and have poison. Look at that. 1.38 movement speed. They have poison arrow as well. 3 additional damage every second over 6 seconds. It's pretty ludicrous how good this is, actually. This is cool to see, though. And by the way, wait, can I clarify? Did they... Yeah, they changed it. So on the pop, I'm pretty sure you didn't immediately get the upgrade. In the, for example, if you had a bunch of Musafadi in Feudal Age and you got Enlist Mansa Musafadi, your existing ones would be Musafadi, right? This got shadow buffed. All your javelins turn into Mancer javelins. That's pretty strong. Look at the damage now. 10 plus the 1. Movement speed pretty crazy as well. Up to 5 ranged armor. I mean, dude, this is a very hard to kill unit. When you look at what they've built, they have 9 units out of a total of 70 that counter this. That's terrible. Walls are also going up, so these flank raids start to kind of shrivel up and fail. It's all about purple. And when you look at the military, when you think about what happened to Blue's base about, what, 4 minutes ago, max? You look up, you wouldn't believe that you're looking at the same game. They're now ahead by 100 military. I'm getting this ever-creeping feeling that we might be heading towards a 2-0. It reeks of it now, right? Like, this is an insanely powerful position to be in. Trade also getting set up. So Blue's going to catch up, right? This is the cool thing about picking French. I've seen this so many times where French gets dove, they're pretty much killed off, and then they fully recover. And why do they fully recover? Trade. Every single time. Such a reliable Sif for doing this. And why did the score disappear? Let's get that popped up. Pressure's coming in on the east side as well, because it looks like Rico, the mass spears are in position. So we've got spears, donzos, and javeliniers. It rhymes. It's beautiful. And watch how quickly this counters. Onimusha, they can't even come at range. Remember, it's 5.5 tower range versus the 6. An unwinnable fight now for Japan. And the one player that's meant to be able to save them still is lackluster. Aeolus with only 12 knights. I mean, even then, how do you kill all the spears, right? This is a hard game now. I think they need siege. Yeah. Red taking advantage of the fact they win the Desert Raider wing. Mango's now being built, the one hope. But as we know, guys, Mangoes have been looking pretty underwhelming in Age of Empires 4 for Season 9. And by pretty underwhelming, I mean, why are you even building this unit in the first place? Because there's no other option. The other option would have been yellow switches and a horseman, but it's too late for that. The pressure's already on their base. They haven't got the economy to go mass horsemen. Even then, like, how do you get past the spears? Oh, this is going to be a hard one. Soak it in, guys. It happened. We were here for it. For Rimbus actually winning the game. Javelin is starting to trade out here. Remember those Desert Raiders? They take the bonus damage, so each hit doing 20 damage to a unit that only has 145 HP. The kill point is even quicker than it is in Feudal Age. And this is overwhelming. Mango's just trying to protect against this. Wallow's going to be used, but the Javelineers can easily target that down. And will do so. So a failed Wallow attempt here. The Desert Raider mass has been completely splattered. Knights are now going to arrive, but there's still so many spears left over for Rico. And Rico is elited up. He's yeeted up. Age 4 spearman for the Chinese. Not to mention the Zhuge Nu also upgraded. So the Knights, Aeolus gets completely evaporated. 12 went in. Only 2 reached the back line before they're all dead. This one is over. Surely. We even have pro scouts from Blue. Oh man, this truly is the guy that, like, it's not enough to scrape the bottom of the barrel to make sure you got like every ounce of the good food. He'll tip the barrel upside down. He'll basically stick his head in the barrel and rim it. He's getting everything he can to get back into this game. We can speed up for a little bit because this is tough now. They might get a stay of execution for the time being, because remember, Blue was basically dead. So now they're going to try to make Yellow dead, and then it's 3v3. But Blue's coming back in soon, guys. Right, he's still only H2, but he's up to 84 economy now. Slows down again, a bit again. Grew Up Bar is on the way. Didn't this get buffed? Or is it the bug was fixed? I think something was tweaked with this, if I remember correctly. I forget, because we just so rarely see it. But the other cool thing is, remember, by going for an age up, you get a second Mancer unit that you can enlist. probably going to be Mansa Musa. Actually, I don't think you need Mansa Musafadi. Just go Freeborn. Freeborn Warriors is fine here. Your opponents are still pumping a lot of range, right? So if you build Freeborn, you counter 3 of the 4 players. Man, what a cool game. What do you think, guys? Like, how much do you think the Javelineers was important in winning this? Because I actually think that they were paramount in the success. There are games where, like, it just happens, right? And I wouldn't want to deceive you guys, but I legit think that this Farimba play is the first one that won a game. Because if they'd gone Sofas, they would have been building Sofas into Mass Cav. It's not good. Because especially these Onimusha would have countered you, right? Desert Raiders would have countered you. This was just so much better at purple. Villagers run for their lives. Looks like Diver's Zealot is trying to dive out of his base and keep what little he has left alive. Magadai at least going to mop up the backline. Onimusha. A lot of these loose TCs aren't feeling safe anymore. Desert Raiders are at least doing a good job peeling some reinforcements. So, like, maybe there's a hope. Maybe there's a way. Good read to use it for tempo swing. Oh, dude, he had a timing, right? Like, I think he's tested this. Because, like I said, I'm pretty sure, and someone correct if I'm wrong, because I don't think I'm always right. Pop, I'm pretty sure on the pop, from what I remember, if you went for the Javelineer or the Musafadi, they didn't auto-upgrade. As in, like, what I mean by that is units in the field that already existed would not then become the Mansa version. This change is actually pretty big. There might be a way to play Farimba now, but it's weird because you're going to play it kind of similarly to Fulani, in that quite often you'll build a really big army in feudal and then convert it. So it's situational. It's not going to be the bread and butter. I think the majority of players are still going to be going Fulani. But there are now going to be games where this build can make sense. It just doesn't work for the old school build. I think the problem is so far people have been trying to make the Farimba work like it used to work, which is a castle rush. Kind of weird though, right? Because like it feels like Marlins always play long feudal now. In fairness, there are some builds where you fast castle with Fulani though. Well, Bombard's starting to arrive. Pace doesn't really exist anymore for yellow. Damn. Eric has more military than almost all the enemy team combined. Javelins are going to get caught frontlining here, so will be a good trade out. Rams are able to hit into the Crystal House, so another landmark going down. Not much of an economy to work with right now for yellow. In fact, he's now resorting to trade. There is a potential route to recovery, but it's not quick here. Green, realizing that things went a little bit awry, is going to back up and wait for their 4th player, because Eric, Rico, and however Purple's name gets said, have been kind of carrying the torch here for blue. He's finally ready to step up. Red Pulse drop coming in the center. He's up at 134 economy. This is going to be the time to start spamming Mass Knights. In fact, he's already queuing the bad boys up. Yeah, these are going to be scary. Did he go for the Royal Institute as well? He did. So yeah, Bloodlines wasn't taken ahead of time. It's now coming in at a perfect time here. Cantled Saddles as well. And meanwhile, it is indeed going to be the Freeborn. Yeah, so this unit got fixed. You may notice the tag is different now. It used to say light melee infantry. And that was a problem because it meant that archers done double damage against them. Now, it isn't countered by archers. It has 10 ranged armor in elite form. That's with the +2 upgrade. It can go up to 11 ranged armor. It gets bonus damage against ranged, and it has pretty good movement speed, as well as raw health. So remember what I said about like the Magadai? They are not going to scratch at all. Magadai cap out at like, was it 16 damage max? And you're against a unit that has 11 ranged armor. Even if you go for the backline, the Javelineers put you down to half damage while doing a ridiculous amount in return, right? They do 31 damage per strike against Magadai, which completely offsets biology. So we have got dive north side as Eric resumes the assaults to the Mass Cav. No Uma Bannerman though, a little bit of a slip up there. I find a lot of players kind of forget to queue these in smoothly. So then you get this panic rush of like 4 coming. But we saw earlier today where like the Uma Bannerman literally flew up and died in the wrong location. Happens a lot with maps this big. The Knights. Oh no! Red's trying to get the wall up, but there's already Knights in position, so that's going to be a no bueno. They have access without having to go through the Palisades. And they can just shift in to block this trade. It also means that Pink's base is about to be in trouble. Interesting that we saw White stupid this game, considering most games have been Carnot. And I actually think Pact would have benefited from the additional military pump. Definitely struggling to keep up as it stands. If you're wondering, like, why are they even holding on? This looks done. It's the last game of the upper bracket, right? It's then the game that got queued for today, so they might as well just kind of stick it out. On the small off chance there's a recovery, we can see, we've got God Visions. We can see this is pretty much cooked. Big eco lead, overwhelming military lead of almost 3-1. Seems undeniable. I think the picture is soon to be painted here, though. Center, we have got the Freeborn and the Javelineers pushing this back. Damn. Is Marlene Farimba peak anti-ranged? I think it is. I don't think there's any like combo that Civ has that's more anti-ranged than this. Now Farm's getting raided out. Onamusha able to dive in. Aeolus, I mean, he's cooked as well, right? I know there was a French player on the other side that was idling out for a long time, but he's starting to find his relevance. 36 knights plus. Meanwhile, Aeolus barely a handful together. Just about enough to make a story about musketeers, but their stories, their endeavors won't be as grand. Feels a niche in Marlene comp. Marlene's are bad against armored infantry with what, Firstborn? You mean Freeborn? You can mix Musafadi and them. It's sort of okay, yeah, but I think like there's going to be more games that the Mansa Musafadi have relevance in than the other two. Because it's just a straight up unit you'd normally build in most Marlene comps, you get upgraded. It's like across the board, Mansa Musafadi will be a more ideal choice. But I think Javelineers have a situation the best value at the beginning of Castle. And then Freeborn is like a nice follow-up in some comps. In 1v1s, I think it's going to be rare. Good lord. Not so rare sight, of course, the hand cannon near mass has arrived. Well, that looks like that's going to be a 2-0. GSQ on absolute fire here. And on course for a showdown with Louis MT's team in the upper bracket finals. We'll be sure to check that out in the coming days. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you're liking these videos, commenting them down below, and share them around amongst your friends. I've heard people say, how can you support the channel? It doesn't need to be through money. You watching and you also bringing more people to watch means just as much to me. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oh, there we go. All right, cool game. And I think that might be the end of today for us. I think that's tapped out the competitive stuff to cover. There might be another series to cast tomorrow. We'll see. So, guys, here's the plan. Tomorrow, I will aim to be live probably around 1 p.m. My games for KP's Midweek Muster, our tournament we're hosting, the 30-week tournament format, which kicks off tomorrow. The games begin at 3 p.m. GMT. So we'll probably get live a little bit earlier, maybe cast some pub games on the ladder, and then we will thrust ourselves deep into that action. We'll cast probably 2 to 3 sets of that live on the day, and then potentially we'll be live Sunday, but guaranteed stream after that will next be on Monday, where we'll catch up on a lot of the round of 32s and round of 16s that will happen across the weekend. So I'm going to find someone to raid. If you're watching on YouTube, farewell for now. Same for Twitter. I'll see you all tomorrow at about 1 p.m. Between 1 and 2 p.m. GMT UK time is when I'll go live. I'll see you then.